Chapter 978. The curtain was heavy, and the silk was hanging down. The boneless lamp was made of pure white jade, and it was painted with mountains, rivers, and people. Flowers and bamboo feathers shone from within, and it was like a clear jade pot. It was refreshing, and it was hard to look straight at it. In front of the bathing pool hung a crystal curtain, and a tassel belt, which reflected the white jade light of the boneless lamp. It was bright and dazzling, and it was like a cold and pure mansion. The extravagance and splendor of a rich and powerful family was not something that ordinary people could imagine. The Dugu family was not considered a first-class rich and powerful family. This bathroom was only a guest room, and not a place where the owner of the mansion bathed, but it was still so luxurious. In the changing room, there was a spring stool, a small table, an incense burner, and a mirror. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet. Jiyu Zhuting took off her blood-stained clothes, and threw them aside. She walked in with only her undergarments, and her hands parted the crystal curtain. With a melodious tinkling sound, a large bathing pool with a radius of several feet appeared in front of her. The walls of the pool were made of white jade, and a golden carp jumped on the edge of the pool. It spat out water from its mouth, and slowly poured into the pool. Jiyu Zhuting took off her blood-stained clothes, and her waist was slender, and her legs were perfectly straight like jade pillars. There was a line of dark red in the center of her thighs, and there was not a single hair on them. Jiyu Zhuting walked along the stone steps that were immersed in the water. As soon as she sat in the water, the clear water immediately turned red. Jiyu Zhuting's injured right arm rested on the surface of the pool, and she gently sighed. She leaned against the wall of the pool, and her enchanting breasts gently rippled in the water, and the mist lingered. Her body was not made of iron. During the day, she carried young Fan all the way, and when she got on the carriage, she carried young Fan all the way because she was afraid that her Langjun would be shaken. When she arrived at the Dugu family, she was worried about young Fan's life, and in the end, she was filled with grief and indignation, and killed all night. Now that she was immersed in the hot water, her eyes immediately closed, and she wanted nothing more than to melt in the pool. But she forced herself not to fall asleep. She still had to check on young Fan. There was no disturbance in the house, which meant that Langjun was still alive. However, the doctor's words weighed heavily on her heart. She didn't know if young Fan could survive this. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want Langjun to smell the blood, she would have gone there as soon as she came back. After sitting quietly for a while, Jiyu Zhuting began to comb her hair, face, and clean her body. The water was running water. It had a source and a destination. The traces of blood in the water gradually faded, and it became a pool of clear water again. Jiyu Zhuting carefully cleaned the area around her wound, and hurriedly stepped out of the bath. She simply wrapped her wound, and then took out the clothes that the Dugu family had prepared for her. She neatly put them on, and hurriedly left the room. "Miss Jiyu, you're back." Ren Wei, who had already received the news, was waiting outside. Jiyu Da was also there. The moment he saw his sister, he frowned and scolded. "Why didn't you tell your brother what you wanted to do? You may be skilled in martial arts, but don't forget that they have crossbows with them. It's hard to guard against them, especially at night. If something were to happen to you..." Jiyu Zhuting's expression was cold. She didn't have the mood to bicker with her brother. She directly interrupted him and asked, "How is our Lang?" Jiyu Da snorted and said, "You never listen to me. Let me tell you, our Lang said this time. He said that he risked his life to save you, not to let you risk your life again. From now on, you're not allowed to act on your own." "Our Lang said this?" Our Lang woke up. Jiyu Zhuting's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed Jiyu Da's hand in surprise and hurriedly said, "Big brother, did you say that our Lang woke up?" Jiyu Da sighed and said, "Yes. He woke up around 4 in the morning." Before Jiyu Da could finish his words, Jiyu Zhuting rushed out like a phantom towards the house where young Fan was staying. Before Jiyu Da could finish the second half of his sentence, the girl's figure was already 7 or 8 feet away. Jiyu Da slowly closed his mouth and swallowed the words he wanted to say. He smiled bitterly and said, "Girls tend to leave their homes." As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized that there were still outsiders around. It would be too inappropriate to say it like that, so he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ren Wei. Ren Wei acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to chase after Jiyu Zhuting. Seeing this, Jiyu Da hurriedly followed. Lang woke up. As soon as Jiyu Zhuting entered Yang Fan's bedroom, she quickly asked Jiyu and Jiyu San, who had already stood up at the sound of her voice. Jiyu replied, yes. Lang woke up, but now he's asleep again. Jiyu Zhuting quickly rushed over to the bedside and looked at the still pale Yang Fan who was fast asleep. She twirled her fingers happily and said, it's good that he's awake. It's good that he's awake. What did the doctor say? Actually, even though Yang Fan had woken up, he was still in critical condition. However, Jiyu was afraid that his little sister would worry. He was even more afraid that she would go on a rampage alone to kill and burn everything down. Thus, he comforted her and said, the doctor said, Lang has already woken up. His life is no longer in danger, but he still needs a long period of rest. Thank the heavens. Jiyu Zhuting couldn't help but kneel down in front of the bedside. She exclaimed joyfully, then covered her face with her hands as tears rolled down her cheeks. Jiyu Da chased after her into the bedroom and stood by the bedside. He gently patted Jiyu Zhuting's shoulder and said in a low voice, don't cry. If Lang were awake, he wouldn't want you to be so sad. Ren Wei coughed lightly and said, Miss Jiyu, when Lang woke up earlier, he instructed me to do something. He needs Miss Gu's cooperation. Jiyu Zhuting abruptly turned around and asked, what is it? Ren Wei gestured outside. Jiyu Zhuting understood and stood up gently. She gazed longingly at Yang Fan for one last time before following him out. In a small courtyard within the second winding alley of Chang'an Workshop, the living king of Hell Yang Suzhuan quietly opened the door. He looked outside for a moment, then walked out. As he stepped out of the door, the water droplets dripping from the eaves dripped onto his neck, making him shrink back subconsciously. The walls of the small courtyard were very high, and the door was made of wood so that one couldn't see the situation in the courtyard at a glance. From the outside, it looked like a middle-class family. This was the place Yang Suzhuan had chosen to stay. After a while, someone knocked on the courtyard door. 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. Yang Suzhuan pulled out the dagger from his waist and hid it in his sleeve. He walked quickly and looked outside through the crack of the door before opening the door. The person outside the door immediately dashed in. This person was about 30 years old, with a thin face and a shrewd look. This person was Yang Suzhuan's confidant, Luo Jiahao. Because he was proficient in the local dialect of Chang'an and was familiar with the local situation, he was sent out to gather information. As soon as Luo Jiahao saw Yang Suzhuan, he said, Big brother, the situation is not good. The Western Alliance's gangs on BA are not willing to take the blame and have sent people to block all the main roads in Chang'an. These local gangsters are even more shrewd than the government. It's difficult for us to leave now. Moreover, it's not just BA who is looking for us. Yang Suzhuan frowned and said, it's not just BA? Ah. Yang Suzhuan suddenly understood and said, their Tsaoko's helmsman is surnamed Dugu. Naturally, the Dugu family won't let it go. They are also a local gangster. Luo Jiahao nodded and said, yes. Big brother, what should we do now? Yang Suzhuan frowned and slowly paced for a while. He said resolutely, this is our last deal. We can't take any risks. Tell everyone to split up and stay in different inns and rented rooms. Otherwise, it'll be too conspicuous with so many people gathered together. We can't underestimate these city rats. They're 100 times better than the government when it comes to finding people. They can dig them out even if they hide in a hole. Luo Jiahao said hesitantly, Crow and the Great Immortal both caught a cold and are now feverish. If we let them hide separately, I'm afraid. Besides, we haven't split the reward yet. Won't they be worried? Yang Suzhuan looked at him and said coldly, them? I'm afraid you're also worried, aren't you? Luo Jiahao hurriedly said, how can I? Big brother, we've been brothers for so many years. How can I not know what kind of person you are? I have absolute trust in you. All right, all right. Yang Suzhuan impatiently interrupted him. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, temporarily separating is the safest. If they don't want to, we can't let them live in the room so openly. It's too conspicuous. Tell them to hide in the cellar. Even the medicine should be brewed in the cellar. It's better to be safe than sorry. After Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli refused to go to the Lotus banquet and completely broke off with the local forces in Chang'an, the fight between the two sides began to move from the dark to the open. The Chang'an local government began to take an uncooperative attitude towards the imperial envoys of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. They began to delay and neglect the files they read and the manpower they deployed. The people sent by the Chang'an local government to the censorate and the Ministry of Justice to cooperate with the imperial envoy became their best eyes and ears to monitor the imperial envoy. The suspects in prison also began to receive information from the outside. They colluded with each other, 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 retracted their confessions, and fabricated false evidence. At the same time, the various factions in Chang'an began to spread unfavorable rumors about the imperial envoy. They used their various connections to impeach and accuse Luoyang. These local factions could not be underestimated. They would not easily make an enemy out of court officials, but once they were forced into a corner, the power they could unleash was enormous. In view of this, Hu Yuanli hurriedly met up with Chen Dong. For the sake of safety, the two decided to abandon all the attendance provided by the Chang'an local government and bring all the suspects and witnesses into the military camp of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. As soon as the two of them made their decision, the news was made known to the Chang'an gentry, celebrities, officials, and nobles. At noon the next day, the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion sent out 300 soldiers led by the loyal General Yang Fan, who had not shown his face for a long time. They first went to the Ministry of Justice and then to the censorate to pick up the imperial envoy and all the attendants from the capital. They detained all the criminals and brought all the witnesses along the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed for the Kaiyuan Gate in the north of Luoyang. Yang Fan rode in the middle of the team, with Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, Shi Yu, Wen Ao, and the others on his left and right. The group was talking and laughing, as if they were not worried about becoming the public enemy of Chang'an. As the troops and horses were traveling on the long street, human heads suddenly popped out from the walls on both sides. Before the armored soldiers could react, they saw arrows raining down on Yang Fan, Chen Dong, and Hu Yuanli's positions. "Watch out! There are assassins." General Yang reacted quickly. He suddenly pulled out his sword and took a step forward on his horse. He stood in front of Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli and quickly deflected the arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The arrows poured down like a torrent. The guards in front of Yang Fan were hit by the arrows one after another and screamed in pain. Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli took the opportunity to roll off their horses and crawl on the ground. "Raise your shields and protect the general," someone shouted and took off his shield to rush to where Yang Fan was. But it was too late. Who could resist the dense shooting of sharp arrows at such a close distance? Under the eyes of the people of Chang'an, Yang Fan screamed in pain. He was hit in the chest and fell off his horse. Chapter 979. In the Ministry of Revenue's office, Qiu Lingji and a few confidants had just finished discussing the last few charges against the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. He was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had no direct conflict with the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. But since he was on the Wu family's side, he had to plan for the Wu family. The Ministry of Justice and the censorate were obviously not on the same side as the Wu family. If he could take this opportunity to bring them down, then the Wu family would no longer have anyone to cause trouble in Chang'an. They could then smoothly lay out their plans and subdue all the other forces. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were in charge of grain and transportation, and the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate had chosen to start with the Baishong Plain fishermen. This gave Assistant Minister Qiu an opportunity to take advantage of. The blackmail was written in a thick book. Qiu Lingji patted the material he was preparing to send to Luoyang and revealed a proud sneer. "Tonight, I will write a memorial to the Imperial Court with this evidence attached to it." Just as Qiu Lingji finished speaking, Zheng Zhongbo walked in from outside. Zheng Zhongbo was thin and withered. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyebrows were inverted. He always had a worried look. Qiu Lingji glanced at him and asked disapprovingly, "What's the matter?" Zheng Zhongbua frowned and said, "Assistant Minister, Yang Fan was assassinated." Qiu Lingji was stunned at first and then reacted. He jumped up and said loudly, "What did you say? What happened to Yang Fan?" Zheng Zhongbua frowned and said, "Yang Fan was escorting the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate to the 1,000 Cavalry Camp and was assassinated on Juqiu Avenue. The assassin's target was Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli. In the end, Yang Fan was protecting them and was shot in the chest. No one knows if he is dead or alive." Barda. The blackmail material that Qiu Lingji had painstakingly concocted with the help of his advisors for several days smashed heavily on his feet. Qiu Lingji slumped back into his chair, his eyes staring blankly as he said, "How did I get assassinated? Who did this? Who did this?" The thick pile of materials at his feet was the result of his hard work, but he was too lazy to pick them up. The assassination of Yang Fan meant that all the materials he had concocted were meaningless. Not to mention the fact that there were many groundless accusations, taken out of context, and distorted facts. Even if all the things listed above were true, it would still be meaningless. There was nothing more serious than the assassination of a high-ranking member of the imperial court. It involved the law, involved politics, involved the reputation and authority of the imperial court. It was not something that could be provoked. Even if everything he accused of Yang Fan was true, even if the Baishang Cao Fu really was not guilty of any wrongdoing and was persecuted and suppressed by the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, this public assassination case that happened on Vermilion Bird Avenue had already turned all of their grievances into the river. Even if the emperor delayed or did not move the capital, he would not accommodate the matter of an imperial envoy being publicly assassinated. If this matter was not dealt with, there would be nothing left of the court's dignity. From then on, imperial power would face countless challenges. The fact that he was assassinated was the most powerful weapon of the Ministry of Justice and the imperial censorate. It could defeat the countless crimes he had carefully prepared. Bastard. Stupid. Impossibly stupid. Who did this? Who did this? From the depths of the Chang'an government came a roar that shocked the entire government. The veins on Liu Qiantian's forehead bulged like earthworms. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. All the counterattack strategies he had carefully prepared were useless. From now on, the only thing he needed to do was to prove to the emperor that under his rule, there were not so many lawless madmen in Chang'an. He needed to catch the murderer and prove that he was not someone who did not do anything. He might have to do a lot of things, wipe his own butt, wipe other people's butt, but he could not attack Yang Fan. If he did this kind of thing now, he would be sending himself to the emperor's blazing anger and burned to ashes. He hated Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli for not understanding the situation. He wanted to completely knock them down so that they would never be able to rise again. He wanted to prove to all those who tried to challenge his authority that his fangs were not dull. But all the means must be within the rules of the officialdom. Using violent means to challenge the authority of the imperial court and the imperial power was the stupidest thing to do. He was confident that he could completely destroy Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli, the two dragons crossing the river. He had integrated the forces of the aristocratic families, officials, and nobles in Chang'an, and was ready to complete the task in one battle. Unexpectedly, a pig-like teammate popped up at this time and did such a thing that hurt his friends and pleased his enemies. If in the officialdom, using violent means to get rid of opponents could solve all problems, then everyone could just raise a group of assassins to kill each other. Why would they need to figure out the ways of flattery, and flattery? Why would they need to practice the heart sutras of being ruthless, accurate, steady, and patient? Why would they need to talk about weighing the pros and cons? Why would they need to keep a low profile? Ruined. Everything was King ruined. All the plans were ruined by this idiot who assassinated the imperial envoy. Especially, the assassin was using a military crossbow. Thinking of this, Liu Qiantian felt a chill in his heart. He could completely imagine how the emperor would react when he heard this news. Liu Qiantian paced around the detention room like a trapped beast. He gritted his teeth and gave an order with a sinister smile: investigate immediately. Find the murderer even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Commander-in-Chief Dai, Judge Xing, and Constable Wu wiped their cold sweat and retreated. Liu Qiantian opened the drawer, took out the written memorial and threw it into the brazier. Watching it burn to ashes, he secretly rejoiced that he did not have time to send it to Dongdu. A moment later, Liu Qiantian arrived at the 1,000 horseman camp, dressed in his official robes. He paid a visit to General Yang, who was on the verge of death. This sly old fox had a keen sense of smell. When the news of Yang Fan's assassination came, he decisively switched sides and stood on the side of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Who cares about the frost on other people's roof? Those aristocratic families, nobles were all blown away by him like he was blowing snot. The King of Hanoi and the great general of the Jinwu Guards have arrived. Before the echoes of the announcement died down, Wu Yizong rushed in like a spark. A pair of military boots clanked against the green brick floor. He was wearing a military uniform with 3 layers of soft armor underneath. His originally short and thin body seemed much stronger because of this. Xu Liang led a group of generals out to welcome him. Wu Yizong did not stop and asked with a gloomy face, "Where is Yang Fan? How is he now?" Xu Liang said with a heavy expression, "The military doctor has just finished bandaging the general's wounds. The general is currently unconscious and his life is in danger." Wu Yizong did not stop when he asked the question. After Xu Liang finished speaking, Wu Yizong said, "Quickly take me to see him." As he spoke, he was already in front of the commander's tent. The door opened and a soldier came out with a basin of water. Seeing that the newcomer was a great general, he quickly moved to the side. Wu Yizong glanced at him and saw that the basin of water was already red. It was clearly half a basin of blood. He stepped into the commander's tent and went straight to the small tent at the back. In front was the guest hall. Although Wu Yizong had been there before, he knew the layout of the room. Without stopping, he turned and went around the screen. On the ground behind the screen, there were balls of soft cloth, all of which had been stained with blood. Many people in the room were busy, but they were moving quietly. Their expressions were heavy and they did not say a word. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Wu Yizong's military uniform was the best proof of his identity. Regardless of whether the people in the room recognized him or not, when they saw this commander's uniform, they hurriedly saluted and gave way. Wu Yizong strode like a shooting star until he reached the bed. Focusing his eyes on Yang Fan lying there, he could not help but suck in a cold breath. If he still suspected that Yang Fan was faking it on the way here, at this moment, all his doubts vanished. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Fan only had half a life left at most. Yang Fan's injuries were real. Even his coma was real. There was not a single flaw to be found. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance, Wu Yizong was so angry that he wanted to curse. He and Yang Fan had a grudge. Even the emperor knew about this. The two of them had come to Chang'an together and there was a competition of interests. Now, Yang Fan had been assassinated. Moreover, the assassin had used a crossbow. He was the biggest suspect. This time, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xu Liang, Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, and the others followed in and stood on the left and right. They did not lack any of the necessary etiquette, but the way they looked at him was a little. Wu Yizong could not explain it clearly, but he understood what that look meant. It was the look of looking at the murderer. Now he was yellow mud on his crotch. Even if he was not shit, he was shit. The open and secret struggles in Chang'an would eventually be reflected in the imperial court. That was because the key to victory or defeat would be there. It was in the center of the imperial court. The Lantern Festival had just passed, and the officials opened the yamen to take care of official business. After a long holiday, people were still lazy. There was not much official business in the yamen. Even the emperor did not receive many memorials. However, within a few days, all kinds of memorials from the 6 ministries of the imperial court, the 3 departments of justice, and the Chang'an region flooded the front of the emperor. The memorials described different matters, and the officials who were impeaching them were also different. However, the many memorials that suddenly appeared all had one thing in common: Chang'an. All the memorials, no matter the topic, were related to Chang'an. Some of these memorials were the result of the open and secret struggle between Wu Yizong's faction and Yang Fan's faction. Some were the result of the struggle between Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli and the Chang'an gentry and the aristocratic families whose interests had been harmed. In addition, there was no lack of obvious and hidden sects adding fuel to the fire. When Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli refused to attend the Lotus Banquet, the struggle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage. Shun Mu, who had been staying in Luoyang under the guise of rescuing the officials involved in the corruption case in Yangzhou, made a timely move. He suggested to the emperor that moving the capital was not a good time and should be postponed. Officials paid attention to figuring out the intentions of their superiors. Figuring out the intentions of their superiors was to achieve their own goals. However, figuring out the intentions of their superiors did not necessarily mean that they had to cater to their superiors. Sometimes, doing the opposite would lead to unexpected results. The ingenuity of this so-called application depended on one's heart. Wu Zetian had always been a dictatorial person. When she made a decision, anyone who dared to go against her decision would be touching her reverse scale. If someone suggested that they stop moving the capital, it was easy to imagine what kind of effect that would have on Wu Zetian. The group of boatmen on BA influenced some of the middle and lower class officials in Chang'an, the Directorate of Studies, and some scholars in the Imperial College who had no hope of entering officialdom. These middle and lower class officials and scholars influenced the high-ranking officials, aristocratic families, and nobles in the capital. These high-ranking officials, aristocratic families, and nobles in the capital could also influence the influential officials in the imperial court who could establish their own offices and establish their own government. The small Jianghu on BA had finally affected many of the important figures in the imperial court. Each faction had their own objectives and joined the fray. At this time, the news that an official from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate had been assassinated, but the assassin had accidentally hit the secondary carriage, seriously injuring Yang Fan. Moreover, the weapon used by the assassin was a military crossbow. The noisy officialdom in Luoyang suddenly became stagnant and silent. In the officialdom, assassinations had been used to achieve their goals since ancient times. However, those who did this were extremely stupid. If the basic rules of the officialdom were broken, no official could guarantee that the next person to be treated the same way would not be him. Therefore, doing this was equivalent to becoming the public enemy of the officialdom. When the news that Yang Fan had been assassinated spread, the attacks on the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate in the imperial court immediately disappeared without a trace. Two huge waves continuously collided and offset each other's tremendous power that could destroy heaven and earth. If one of the huge waves suddenly disappeared without a trace, what would happen to the other? It would topple mountains and overturn seas, unstoppable. Chapter 980. When the news of Yang Fan's assassination reached the Yang mansion, the teacup in Butch's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yang Fan's journey west to Guanlong, south to Barbarians' territory, north to Khitan, he had braved fire and water, but each time he was more scared than hurt. Not to mention such a serious injury, when he went west to Guanlong and south to Barbarians' territory, he did not even have a scratch on his skin. When Khitan fell into the enemy's camp, he only suffered a minor injury on his leg. Who would have thought that he would be seriously injured in Chang'an, the capital of the imperial court, the heart of the imperial court? Xiao Man composed herself and slowly stood up. She said to the messenger who came to report, "Steward Nyo, this messenger has worked hard. Please go to the cashier's office and withdraw 5 coins as a token of gratitude." When the official heard this, he was unable to contain his joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After Steward Nyo led the official away, Dao Mai and third sister, who were waiting on the side, immediately rushed over. Their voices changed as they said to Xiao Man, "Eldest lady, our Lang was attacked by an assassin, his life and death are unknown, what should we do? Why are you panicking?" Xiao Man stopped him with a stern voice and said, "Our Lang is far away in Chang'an. What's the use of being anxious?" Dao Mai and third sister could only lower their heads. Xiao Man lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Even if we don't say it ourselves, I'm afraid there will soon be rumors spreading. You too, immediately inform everyone in the mansion to keep this news a secret, especially ANU, Whoever dares to leak a word will be severely punished. Dao Mai and third sister hurriedly acknowledged and retreated. As soon as the two of them went out, Xiao Man's knees went weak and she fell onto the chair. How could she not panic? How could she not be afraid? She was more worried and scared than anyone else when she heard the news. However, she was the head of the family now that her Langjun was not here. She could not panic, or else how could she maintain the family? Beep, beep beep, do 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 do. A rhythmic whistle sounded. Yang Yanzu, with his peach heart hairstyle, dressed in a cute little robe, rushed into the reception hall with a stick in his hand. He had just learned some martial arts from his mother. Although it couldn't even be considered a showy but impractical move, the little fellow had fallen in love with brandishing a spear and a stick. In his mouth was a colorful porcelain whistle made from the Tongguan kill. The whistle was shaped like a cute bird, and when it was blown, it produced a pleasant sound. Mother! Hey! Did Mother cry? Yang Yanzu's mouth loosened and the whistle fell to the ground. There was a red string on the whistle that hung around his neck. When the whistle fell down, it swayed in front of his chest. Yang Yanzu quickly ran to Xiao Man's side and nestled in her arms. He looked at Xiao Man with his big eyes and said timidly, "What's wrong with our Niang?" Xiao Man hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and forced a smile. "Silly boy, I'm not crying. I was just blinded just now." Yang Yanzu blinked his big eyes and said, "There's no wind in the room, where did the sand come from?" Xiao Man bent her finger and scratched his little nose, and said angrily, "You're so clever. There's no sand, but there's dust on the dust." "Oh." Yang Yanzu suddenly understood, nodded, and asked in a simple voice, "Mother, when will Daddy come back?" Xiao Man's heart ached, and she faintly said, "Baby Mrs. Daddy." Yang Yanzu pouted and said, "Yes, baby Mrs. Daddy. Daddy doesn't come home during the Upper Yuan dynasty, and doesn't accompany others to watch the lanterns. Other people's children have Daddy to carry them. I want to go to the big lake to catch big fish with Daddy. Daddy promised baby before." Xiao Man's tears almost flowed out again, and she hurriedly said, "Soon, soon, your father will be back soon. You, don't blindly play around. Your father told me that when spring comes, he will find a teacher for you to teach you and your sister to read and write." As soon as Yang Yanzu heard that, he hurriedly said, "Baby still wants to go play with my sister. Goodbye, Mother, baby is leaving." After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Man broke into a smile and said, "This brat." The flower hall quieted down again. Xiao Man stared at it for a while, and then stepped out of the flower hall and rushed to the courtyard where Anu lived. At this time, Anu was about to give birth. Her belly was protruding high, but she didn't look fat at all. Especially her thin waist, it was like a big fruit on a thin branch that was cut off. Contrasted by her big belly, it looked like it was about to break. After a winter, spring finally came. At this time, Anu was sitting comfortably in the back garden, lazily basking in the sun. As soon as she saw Xiao Man, Anu hurriedly stood up from the chair, and Xiao Man rushed forward to hold her down, and said reproachfully, "We're sisters. Why are you always so polite? You lie down." Anu said oh and couldn't wait to ask, "I heard that someone brought a message from Lang Jun from Chang'an?" Xiao Mang was secretly shocked. Whenever there was a big or small matter in the family, the considerate servant would immediately run to report to the master. Fortunately, she reacted quickly this time and gave a sealing order in time. Otherwise, how could she explain to Lang Jun if Anu, who was pregnant with a big belly, heard the news and was frightened and worried that something bad would happen to her? Xiao Man pretended to be calm and said, "Well, he sent back a message saying that he misses you very much. He calculated that your birth date is coming, but he can't come back because of business, so he is very sorry. He asked me to prepare more delicious food for you, and pick a few older women who have experience in childbirth to serve you." Anu felt sweet in her heart, and very happily asked, "What else did he say?" Xiao Man's nose was sour, and she forced a smile. "He also said that he likes you, and hopes that you can give him a beautiful and obedient daughter." Anu snorted, wrinkled her nose, and said, "What's so good about a girl? I just like boys. Look at how cute Nianzu is. This time, I want to give birth to a big fat boy." Anu said with a smile, and stroked her bulging belly, feeling the wonderful feeling of the child's movement. Although it was a pity that her Lang Jun couldn't see the birth of the child at the first time, a little life had been bred in her belly, and was about to be born. As a mother, there was nothing more satisfying and expectant than this. Princess Yongtai Li Xianhui stroked her bulging belly with a serene face, and there was a kind of soft charm unique to pregnant women on her face. Wu Yenji smiled as he looked at his beloved wife, his heart also incomparably satisfied. His wife wasn't just beautiful and generous, she was also gentle and virtuous. This was his good fortune. The crown prince's father-in-law's daughters had grown up in the mountain villages. Even though they studied and learned to write, most of them didn't know much about etiquette. Now that they suddenly became noble, some became arrogant and licentious, some became arrogant and domineering. But his wife, even though she was Empress Wei's Di daughter, her personality was extremely gentle and well-educated. She could be considered an anomaly among the sisters. The emperor's eldest grandson, Li Zhongruan, accompanied them and chatted. Wu Yenji, husband and wife, had entered the palace to pay their respects to imperial grandmother. In the end, news came from the lovely spring platform that the emperor was reading through an important memorial, so the two of them waited outside. Coincidentally, Li Zhongruan was going to the imperial garden and passed by. He saw his Mai and brother-in-law, and started to talk with them. As the three were talking, they suddenly saw a person coming from the direction of Feng Chenjian. Arriving at Li Chuntai, he didn't need to be announced and walked in openly. Li Xianhui asked in surprise, "Who is that person? How can he enter and leave the palace so casually?" Li Zhongruan glanced at the person's back and said scornfully, "That person is Feng Chenjian, Zhong Changzong." Li Xianhui had heard the rumor that the imperial grandmother and Na6 youths filled the inner palace. She knew that among them, the Zhong brothers were the most favored. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "So this person is Zhong Changzong, the one people call Lianhua Liulang? He really is as handsome as jade, and even more handsome than a woman." Wu Yenji said disdainfully, "He's just a gigolo who amuses people with his looks. So what if he looks good? Speaking of which, he is also a descendant of an aristocratic family and the prime minister's descendant. Such behavior is not a disgrace to his family's reputation. If his grandfather in the underworld knew about the family's misfortune to have such an unfilial descendant, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the face to see people as a ghost." Wu Yenji and Li Zhongruan spoke one after another, mocking Zhong Changzong's behavior of using his body to serve the emperor for wealth and glory. They didn't expect that one of the little eunuchs beside them was the second Zhong's spy. This little eunuch heard their words and quickly left quietly, north of Chang'an, in the commander's tent of the 1,000 cavalry camp. Yang Fan leaned against a pillow, with a soft blanket over his body. Jiyu Zhuting sat sideways by the bed, holding a bowl of caterpillar fungus whole duck soup in her hand. Her spring dress was thin, showing off her slender waist and plump buttocks. Because she sat sideways, the undulating and moving curves of her waist and buttocks were like a beautiful and smooth melody. Yang Fan had already passed the critical period. After 7 consecutive famous doctors confirmed that he really wouldn't die, Jiyu Zhuting almost thanked all the gods and Buddhas she could think of. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't bear to leave Yang Fan reckoned that she would really go to all the temples and Taoist temples in Chang'an. Now that Yang Fan didn't dare to eat porridge or drink water, Jiyu Zhuting couldn't wait to stuff all the good things into Yang Fan's stomach to make up for his losses these days. In fact, although Yang Fan felt that he was weak, he didn't seem thin. But in Jiyu Zhuting's eyes, her husband seemed to be emaciated. With Yang Fan's financial resources, he could naturally buy all the best food, but some things could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. The Dugu family had such things, and Dugu Yu wasn't stingy either. He gave everything he had, and as long as he could get it, he sent it all in one go. Because Dugu Huaiji was the commander of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion, the Dugu family's actions could be interpreted as Dugu Huaiji fawning over his superior. Therefore, these tonics didn't need to be secretive, and they could be openly brought over. As for the Dugu family's decision to delay the operation during Yang Fan's critical period, Yang Fan didn't mind. The Dugu family was his business partner, not his subordinates. This matter concerned the survival and future of the entire Dugu family, so Dugu Yu's choice at that time was understandable, and could even be considered wise. But Dugu Yu felt guilty, and when he saw that Yang Fan didn't blame him, he felt even more guilty. Perhaps it was to make up for it, but not only did he search for all the natural treasures to nourish Yang Fan's body, he also went all out in the subsequent operations. With the cooperation of a local tyrant like him, the incomparably large and complicated network of relationships that shrouded Chang'an was slowly revealed in front of Yang Fan. "Come, drink another mouthful." Jiyu Zhuting pouted her thin and tender lips, and lightly blew at the soup in the spoon to cool it. Her red lips, which were as translucent as freshly peeled carrots, were a feast for the eyes, and when paired with the delicious tonic soup, they were even more delicious. Yang Fan leisurely took a sip of the sweet and fragrant soup, and gently shook his head. Jiyu Zhuting immediately picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped away the water stains at the corners of his lips. That pair of elegant and beautiful hands could be like steel that killed countless people, or they could be gentle and considerate. Between the clouds and the rain, it all depended on who they were facing. Other than her father, the only person who could be so gently served by the great killer Jiyu was this arrogant master beater Percy. Chapter 981. I want to go out for a walk. The doctor said that Lang still needs to rest. The room is so stuffy. Miss Jiyu must have owed Yang Fan a lot of money in her previous life that she could never repay. Therefore, she had to repay her debt in this life. She could not resist any of Yang Fan's requests. Yang Fan's tone was only slightly pleading when a wheelchair was pushed to the front of Yang Fan's bed at the fastest speed possible. The wheelchair was similar to a modern wheelchair in terms of structure and shape, but the wheels were not tall. This was because the wheelchairs in this era were not pushed by humans, but by others. The wheelchair was padded with a thick mattress. Jiyu Zhuting rejected Ren Wei's kind offer of help and carefully carried Yang Fan to the wheelchair with her own hands. Then, she pushed him out of the door. The mattress in the barracks was very smooth. Jiyu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair very slowly. The wheelchair was not bumpy, and Jiyu Zhuting heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as Yang Fan stepped out of the door, the bright sunlight shone on his body. He squinted his eyes slightly and sniffed the fresh air. However, he did not dare to take a deep breath. He could only greedily taste the fresh air in small mouthfuls. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. There were soldiers training in the distance, but they were very far away. Their shouts were so soft that they could not be heard. It was obvious that they were afraid of disturbing the general's rest. There were a few trees nearby. The tender yellow of the new green was like fog. The wheelchair was driven under a tree. The sunlight shone through the tree's shadow, creating a beautiful scene. On a mound overgrown with mugwort, ban-dove and grey sparrow were strolling peacefully. They were enjoying the scent of spring with Yang Fan, who was sitting quietly under the tree. In the distance, Ma Qiao, who was dressed in military attire, saw Yang Fan coming out and quickly walked up to him. As Yang Fan's good brother, he had always felt that he was the one who should be by Yang Fan's side. Unfortunately, this right was taken away by Miss Jiyu. Not only could he not stay by Yang Fan's side, but Miss Jiyu, who was standing beside him, would look at him with a hidden bitterness when he visited Yang Fan for a long time. Even Ma Qiao, who had always been careless, could not ignore the resentment on the beautiful woman's face. He could only shut his mouth and stop chattering. He clumsily found an excuse and then fled, leaving the time for them to be lovey-dovey. After so many times, Ma Qiao was somewhat afraid to visit Yang Fan. Every time he went in, he would brace himself as if he had a guilty conscience. At this moment, it was rare to see Yang Fan come out to bask in the sun. How could Ma Qiao let go of such a good opportunity? Yang Fan smiled as he looked at Ma Qiao, who was happily walking over. He turned to Ren Wei and said, "Because of my injury, we have to make some adjustments to our plan. Go tell Hu Chenxian and Director Chen that there is no need to rush to settle accounts with them. The Imperial Court will definitely make a move. Now is not the time to alert them. Tell Director Chen and Hu Chenxian to bluff to attract attention. The Dugu family will secretly gather all the information. Now, we are just waiting for the Emperor's horse-slaying sword." At this point, the sickly young Fan's eyes revealed a sharp glint, like the edge of a blade. Ren Wei nodded and left quickly. After Yang Fan was seriously injured, Ren Wei and the other guards had gained Yang Fan's full trust. They were officially his confidants and could participate in many secrets. Yang Fan patted the back of Jiyu Zhuting's jade-like hand on his shoulder. He said softly, "Dugu Wentao is dead. You haven't shown up for a long time. Xiao Mu can't hold it anymore." Speaking of Li He, this person is quite a character. The problem is that he is not like Xiao Mu, who can only stand on our boat. He knows too little about us, so it is inevitable that he will have disloyalty. You have to go back to BA immediately to calm people down. You can ask Hu Chenxian and Chen Shenlang to put pressure on Liu Chentian and cooperate with you to send out the transport ships as soon as possible. The old fox surnamed Liu will not make things difficult for you anymore. Besides, this is also a great benefit for him. If Chang'an's transport is affected again, his position as the prefectural magistrate will really come to an end. When Yang Fan asked Jiyu Zhuting to go back to BA, her face was full of reluctance. But she dared not let Yang Fan see it. When Yang Fan said this, she had already obediently answered, yes. Her answer was very natural. Yang Fan then said to Jiyu Zhuting, "How to fight in Chang'an now depends on Luoyang and the Emperor. It has nothing to do with BA. But the transport of the water is related to the millions of people in Chang'an. It will also directly affect whether the Emperor will move the capital or not. You must be careful. Go quickly." At this time, Ma Qiao had already approached. He raised his voice to greet Yang Fan, "Erlang, are you feeling better?" But his eyes were looking at Yang Fan's housekeeper with a hint of flattery. On the lovely spring stage, Wu Zetian looked at the memorial in her hands. Her heart was burning with anger. Assassinating an imperial envoy was simply lawless. Just thinking about the use of military crossbows was secretly frightening. Who was the one who used military weapons? How dare they use military weapons to assassinate an imperial court official? What did this mean? This meant that the imperial power and the laws of the country had no restraints on these fugitives. The murderers had completely lost their respect for the laws of the imperial court and the authority of the imperial family. If they dared to assassinate an imperial official today, they would dare to assassinate the emperor tomorrow. Wu Ziyi had been assassinated before, so he was especially afraid of this kind of thing. Looking at the memorial jointly submitted by Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, and Sun Wenyu, Wu Zetian immediately thought of Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong was the one who had the motive to commit the crime and the conditions to use a large number of people and military crossbows. Wu Yizong was the most suspicious. However, Wu Yizong had already submitted a memorial to defend himself in time. The words in the memorial were sincere. He described in detail all of his actions after he arrived in Chang'an. He was even not afraid of making a fool of himself. He took the initiative to confess that when Yang Fan first arrived in Chang'an, he deliberately invited the Chang'an officials to a banquet in order to embarrass Yang Fan. Instead, he was humiliated by Yang Fan. Based on Wu Zetian's understanding of her nephew, since he was even willing to talk about this kind of scandal, it was not very likely that he was the one who did it. After that, he and Yang Fan did not cross paths again. It was not very likely that he delayed until today to take action. Moreover, the murderer's original target was Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli. The person who had the biggest grudge with these two wasn't Wu Yizong. If this still couldn't remove Wu Yizong's suspicion, then Wu Yizong's following request was enough to prove his innocence. He took the initiative to remove himself from the imperial envoy position to avoid suspicion. It didn't matter if the person who died was Yang Fan, Chen Dong, or Hu Yuanli. If he was the mastermind and asked to resign after the assassination, then the gains would not make up for the losses. If he firmly denied it, Wu Zetian wouldn't be able to do anything to him because she didn't have any evidence in her hands. The reason he made such an extreme reaction was obviously because he didn't want to be a scapegoat for someone else. He didn't want to become the public enemy of the officialdom. If he was the murderer, why did he need to assassinate her back then when he had such a reaction today? Judging from her experience, Wu Yizong wasn't the murderer. From her feelings, she also didn't want to believe that this lawless murderer was from the Wu family. However, she still had to show the proper attitude. Wu Zetian thought for a long time and then ordered in a low voice, Wu Yizong, as the general of the Jinwu guards, is now in charge of the security of Chang'an. However, he allowed rebels to run amok and killed officials. Wu Yizong can't escape the blame. Immediately remove him from the imperial envoy position and transfer him back to the capital. Order Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice and Hu Yuanli of the Censorate to immediately rectify the Chang'an officialdom. No matter who is involved, those who use their power for personal gain, those who take bribes, those who fill their own pockets, and those who violate the law, no matter who it is, punish them all. Order Liu Qiantian to investigate the murderer and bring the murderer to justice. Also, I don't care how much trouble they make, but the Baishan Canal must start on time. If he doesn't do these two things well, he will be punished for dereliction of duty. Wan memorized all of Wu Zetian's orders and respectfully responded. Wu Zetian slowly stood up and raised her eyebrows. She laughed coldly and said, "If the Guanay Dao is rotten, I will cut out this rotten piece of meat. If the Mingtang falls, I can rebuild it. I can also rebuild the Guanay Dao. If they think that I don't punish the masses and that I am afraid of harming the innocent, then they are gravely mistaken." At this moment, Zhong Changzong walked in with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Wu Zetian saw her little lover and said to Wan, "Go and draft the edict." Shangguan Wan bowed and retreated swiftly. Zhong Changzong spread out his sleeves and bowed to Wu Zetian. He said, "Changzong greets the sage." Wu Zetian put down the memorial and used a white jade paperweight to hold it down. She smiled at Zhong Changzong and said, "Liu Lang is slacking off again. Is the pearl of the three sects finished?" Zhong Yizhi wanted to quickly expand his influence, build up his meritorious service, and increase his seniority. He was not good at martial arts, so he could only start with literature and education. Therefore, he asked the empress for permission and gathered Song Jiwen, Shen Wenqi, Du Shenyang, Zhong Shuo, Li Jiao, Wei Zhigu, Liu Zhiji, Kui Shi, and other famous scholars to compile a book. This book would collect the poems of famous scholars since the early Tang dynasty, as well as the scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism. Therefore, it was named Three Sects. Writing a book was a shortcut for a scholar to become famous. Once the book was completed, he would be a great scholar in the literary world and would have the capital to compete with a group of famous officials in politics. This was also used by Wu Zetian when she was competing for the throne of the empress. Zhong Changzong said with a smile, "This matter has Wulang in charge and many scholars to help me. Changzong's talent is shallow, so why do I need to do this? When the book is completed, Changzong will follow all the scholars and just hang my name behind them." Changzong feels that accompanying the sage is more important. Wu Zetian laughed and said, "Xiaodong Shi, you have a sweet mouth. Come, sit beside me." Zhong Changzong walked to Wu Zetian's side and sat down next to her. Wu Zetian picked up the half-drunk fermented rice and personally fed him a few mouthfuls. The two of them whispered and laughed very intimately. They also touched each other's ears and temples. Only then did Wu Zetian remove the paperweight and start reading the memorial again. Zhong Changzong sat on the side and gently massaged Wu Zetian's shoulders. The little servant tiptoed into the main hall and stood behind a huge pillar that was as thick as a person's arms. Zhong Changzong saw him and knew that he had something to tell him. He excused himself from urinating and left the main hall. The little servant quickly followed him. As soon as he left the main hall, Zhong Changzong said impatiently, sneaking around, "What's the matter?" Chapter 982. Wu Yenji also said, "Pa." A heavy slap to the face caused the little attendant to spin twice on the spot. He was dumbfounded. Zhong Changzong's face alternated between red and white as he angrily said, "Shut up. Don't say any more." The young attendant covered his face and answered embarrassedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhong Changzong's face was burning. He was still young. Even though he had served a 70-year-old woman as a youth and knew that the world was secretly laughing at him, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was being ridiculed and humiliated by others. It was as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He even had the intention to kill. Li Zhongruan, Wu Yenji, Princess Yongtai, Zhong Changzong's handsome face was distorted. His eyes were filled with hatred. He wished he could smash these three people into pieces. He raised his head to look at the young attendant who was at a loss and shouted, "Scram!" The young attendant originally wanted to snitch on his master, but he didn't expect Zhong Changzong to fly into a rage at him. He didn't dare to let out another fart and hurriedly slipped away. Zhong Changzong flicked his sleeves and walked toward the lovely spring stage. Sixth Lang is back. We are a little tired and want to sleep for a while. Come and massage my head. When Wu Zetian saw Zhong Changzong, she put down the memorial and leaned back on the soft couch with a smile. She slightly closed her eyes. In the end, she didn't wait for the gentle massage of 10 fingers on her head. Instead, she waited for a low sob. Wu Zetian opened her eyes and saw Zhong Changzong kneeling on the ground with his forehead touching the ground and his shoulders shaking. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What happened to Sixth Lang?" As Wu Zetian spoke, she quickly got up from the couch and walked over to help him up. As she did so, she saw Zhong Changzong's face covered in tears. Wu Zetian felt very distressed and hurriedly said, "Sixth Lang, why are you crying? Quickly get up. If you have any grievances, tell us. We will take care of it for you." Zhong Changzong choked with sobs and said tearfully, "Changzong can no longer serve the saints. Please have mercy and let Shi Changzong leave the palace." Wu Zetian panicked even more. She hugged him and said, "Zhen's little sweetheart, you were fine just a moment ago. What happened to you?" As she spoke, Wu Zetian swept her gaze across the hall, thinking that one of the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall had offended Zhong Changzong. Her gaze was very fierce, and the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall all knelt down in fright. Zhong Changzong said with tears in his eyes, "Everywhere under the heavens, everywhere belongs to the king, everywhere belongs to the king. It is Changzong's great fortune to be doted on by the saint, but now there are people making irresponsible remarks. Changzong can ignore these rumors, but I can't let the saint's reputation be damaged, and I can't bear to let my late grandfather be shamed." Wu Zetian vaguely guessed something. She asked in a stern voice, "Just tell me, Liu Lang. Who humiliated you? Who slandered the monarch and offended his superiors? Speak. This emperor will help you." Zhong Changzong told Wu Zetian about the matter of Wu Yenji, Li Zhongruan, and Princess Yongtai, adding oil and vinegar. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was enraged, and her cheeks glowed green. In recent years, she was getting on in years, and her temperament had become more benevolent, so she rarely had any murderous intent. Now, this long-lost cruelty had resurfaced. "Come." Little Hai, who had been promoted to the chief steward of the inner attendants, quickly stepped forward and bowed to receive the order. Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and said, "Go, arrest Li Zhongruan and Wu Yenji, and beat them to death in the palace." Of these two people, one was her own grandson, and the other was her grandnephew. Little Hai knew that these two people were going to have bad luck, but he didn't expect that the order was to beat them to death. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright, but the emperor was in a rage, so he didn't dare to say another word. He quickly complied. Wu Zetian added, "Take Yongtai to the crown prince's palace. Tell the crown prince that if he can't even raise a daughter, how can he be the heir apparent? We will now send his daughter over and have him properly discipline her. If we are not satisfied, we will personally teach his daughter for him." Little Hai obediently complied, then turned and left. Li Zhongruan had lived in Fangzhou since he was a child. Although he knew that this grandmother of his was formidable, he had never seen her since he was a child. Everything he knew about his grandmother came from his parents and the soldiers who had imprisoned them. As a result, he was not as clear as the Prince of Xiong's sons, who had been imprisoned in the crown prince's palace since they were children, of his grandmother's personality. He had underestimated Zhong Changzong's position in the heart of an old woman who had never valued family. When he was captured by the ruthless palace warriors, he still believed that he was still a prince, an imperial grandson, the grandson of the current emperor. At most, he would be detained and given a few words of reprimand. His grandmother would never heavily punish him just because of a few words of disdain for Zhong Changzong. It was only when he heard Little Hai say death by flogging that he paled in fright. Perhaps it was only now that he remembered that he, the imperial grandson, was worthless. Perhaps it was a rumor that his fifth uncle Li Hong and sixth uncle Li Xian had died at the hands of his imperial grandmother, but his sixth uncle's two sons had been whipped to death on his grandmother's orders. Why did he only think of this now? In the Eastern Palace, the heavily pregnant Princess Yongtai struggled to kneel on the ground. She did not understand why her imperial grandmother was so angry. Was it just because she had criticized her gigolo? When Princess Yongtai was escorted to the Eastern Palace, she still did not know what had happened to her husband and brother. In the palace hall, Li Xian and Wei Yifei stood side by side. In front of them stood a eunuch who had rushed over from lovely Spring Terrace. In a completely calm tone, the eunuch repeated Wu Zetian's words. The emperor said, "If the crown prince can't even teach his daughter well, how can he be the heir apparent of a country? Now that Princess Yongtai has been sent here, I ask His Highness the Crown Prince to discipline her well. If His Majesty is not satisfied, the Emperor will personally teach his daughter for the Crown Prince." After the eunuch finished speaking, he raised his horsetail whisk and turned to leave. Gong gong, wait. Wei Yifei suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly chased after him. With a smile, she asked, "Gong gong, how did the sage deal with Chongrun and Yenji?" The eunuch glanced at her and faintly replied, "Death by flogging." Wei Yifei staggered back 2 steps. She stared in a daze as the eunuch left the palace hall, her face ashen. Li Chongrun was her own son, and Princess Yongtai Li Xianhui was her own daughter, but now, Li Xian stood in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he cried out involuntarily, "Chongrun, my son." Tears gushed out like spring water. Wei Yifei grabbed Li Xian, who was about to run out of the palace hall, and asked in a trembling voice, "Langjun, where are you going?" Li Xian sobbed, I'm going to plead with the Empress." "Plead?" Wei Yifei said. "Didn't you hear that Chongrun has already been flogged to death?" At this point, Wei Yifei's face was also covered in tears. Li Xian's face was gloomy as he replied, "I heard, but Xianhui is still alive. The Empress wants me to discipline her, but how can I discipline her? I'm going to plead with the Empress." Wei Yifei gritted her teeth, her eyes blurred with tears. "Do you still not understand? Wu Yenji and Chongrun have both been flogged to death. Do you still not understand the Empress's intentions?" Li Xian's body shook. He turned around in shock and looked at Wei Yifei in disbelief. He roared, "That's your own daughter. She's a piece of flesh that fell from your body. She's pregnant, she's only 17 years old, she." Wei Yifei suddenly cried out as if she had gone crazy. I know. Of course, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Do you think I'm willing to give up my daughter's life? But even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. The human heart is even more vicious than the tiger." At this point, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered her mouth. The palace maids and eunuchs in the palace were all sent by the emperor. Who knew how many eyes and ears there were among them? Wei Yifei lowered her voice and said to Li Xian with tears streaming down her face, "Langjun, do you think that if it was possible, I wouldn't want to save my own daughter? It's useless. The Empress's heart is as hard as iron. How could she allow others to change her decision? If you go, you won't be able to save your daughter. You'll only be sending yourself to your grave." Wei Yifei hissed, "Langjun, Kier isn't that ruthless. That's Kier's own flesh and blood. But Kier has no other choice." As Wei Yifei spoke, she collapsed to the ground. Hugging Li Xian's thigh, she began to cry bitterly. Li Xian stood in a daze for a while, then also collapsed to the ground like a pile of soft mud. Not only was Princess Yongtai being punished, but her parents were also forced to personally give the order. How tragic was this? In the courtyard, Princess Yongtai was pressed to the ground. The eunuchs raised their large staffs and began to carry out the punishment. It wasn't until the staff landed heavily on her buttocks that Princess Yongtai came to her senses. This was real. This was actually real. Princess Yongtai screamed, "Father, mother, your daughter was wrong. Your daughter deserves to die. But your daughter already has a child in her stomach. Please, father, mother, help your daughter ask grandmother for mercy. As long as your daughter can give birth to the child, please let your daughter give birth to the child first. Father, mother, pa. The eunuchs raised their large staffs and struck Princess Yongtai's body again and again, causing her skin to split open. What made her even more frightened was that her abdomen was cramping with pain. Li Xianhui was both in pain and afraid and actually fainted. In the main hall, Li Xian and his wife collapsed to the ground. Wei Yifei tightly clenched her teeth, her fingers already digging into Li Xian's arm. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Li Xian tightly held his head. He was in unbearable pain, his entire body trembling. However, the sound of the punishment outside the hall and his daughter's miserable cries still entered his ears like a demonic sound piercing through his brain. When a palace maid who sympathized with Princess Yongtai brought the news that she had fainted, Li Xian jumped up as if he had gone mad. He screamed, "I want to see Mother Empress. If I have to die, then let me die. I want to see Mother Empress." Li Xian crazily pushed aside Wei Yifei, who was crying and trying to stop him, and ran for his life toward Lovely Spring Terrace. When Wu Yenji and Li Zhongruan became two badly mutilated corpses, the hostility in Wu Zetian's chest slightly lessened. Li Xian rolled and crawled, crying loudly as he rushed into Lovely Spring Palace. Then, he kowtowed with each step he took until he crawled in front of Wu Zetian. With blood dripping from his forehead, he banged his head on the golden brick floor, wailing and begging for his daughter's life. Only after Zhong Yizhi, who had just arrived, interceded on her behalf did Wu Zetian show mercy and pardon Li Xianhui's death sentence. Li Xian was wild with joy. From Lovely Spring Terrace to the Eastern Palace, the palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and warriors all saw this crown prince of the Great Jew with disheveled hair and bloody forehead running back and forth like a madman. Wu Yenji's bloody corpse was sent back to the Wei prince's mansion. Wu Chengxi, who had been bedridden with a serious illness, was shocked to hear the grievous news. He hurriedly called for someone to help him out. When he saw his son's corpse, his heart suddenly ached. With a loud cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xian ran back to the Eastern Palace, gasping for breath. Li Xianhui was unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood still flowing out from under her. Li Xian turned pale with fright. He staggered and threw himself forward, holding his unconscious daughter in his arms. He wailed miserably, "Someone come quickly, save me. My son has a miscarriage. Someone come and save me." Chapter 983. Zhong Yizhi was presiding over the compilation of the 3 teachings Zhu Ying in Fengchen prison. These days, he did not go to Wu Zetian's place as often. However, today the emperor had beaten the imperial grandson and a Junwang of the Wu family to death because of a few words of gossip. The matter was too sensational, so the news quickly spread to Fengchen prison. Zhong Yizhi, who was busying himself amidst the ink-scented manuscripts, turned pale with fright when he heard the news. He hurriedly rushed to the Lovely Spring Terrace. When he rushed into the courtyard of the Lovely Spring Terrace's palace, a few little eunuchs happened to be carrying Li Zhongruan and Wu Yenji's corpses out. When Zhong Yizhi saw this, he immediately complained incessantly in his heart. He then entered the palace and saw Wu Zetian. They had only exchanged a few words when Crown Prince Li Xian barged in like a madman. Zhong Yizhi kindly persuaded Wu Zetian to appease her thunderous fury and promised to pardon Li Xianhui. Li Xian then madly ran away. Although Wu Zetian was standing up for Zhong Changzong, she had killed a grandson and a grandnephew in one fell swoop, and the life and death of a pregnant granddaughter was still unknown. The atmosphere in the hall was inevitably strange. The 2 brothers felt very uncomfortable standing there, so Zhong Yizhi found an excuse to take Zhong Changzong away. With a gloomy face, Zhong Yizhi led Zhong Changzong back to Fengchen prison. Zhong Yizhi said coldly, "Liu Lang, we've offended both the Wu and Li clans." Zhong Changzong resentfully said, "Wulang, if someone insults your mother, what will you do?" Zhong Yizhi said sternly, "Whoever dares to humiliate my mother will be spilled with blood." Zhong Changzong said, "That's right. They slandered and humiliated me. Not only that, they even insulted our Zhong family and our deceased grandfather. If I didn't know about it, it would have been fine. But now that I know, how can I not retaliate?" Zhong Yizhi sighed heavily and said, "A small punishment is fine. There is no need to kill him. Now, you and I are the target of public criticism." Zhong Changzong said indifferently, "So what? With the saint doting on us, who can do anything to us?" Zhong Yizhi lowered his voice and said, "The hatred is too deep, it can't be resolved. The sage is already very old. If anything were to happen to him, you and I would die without a burial ground. Zhong Changzong could not help but be moved when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and became angry. He said, the Luling family was able to return to Luoyang and become the crown prince. If we did not put in a good word for them in front of the saints, how could they have returned so easily? They actually look down on us. I really can't take this lying down. Zhong Yizhi said coldly, what's the point of saying all this now? Since the enmity had already been formed, he could only think of a way to face it. We must hasten the process of seizing power, of forming cliques, of building up support. The favor of a saint is not to be relied upon. We must have our own strength to protect ourselves. But for now, you have to escape first. Zhong Changzong's eyes widened. Why? Zhong Yizhi said, because of some rumors, you instigated the saint to kill a grandson of the emperor and a prince of the Wu clan. Is this a small matter? Even if Li Xian and Li Dan dare not say anything, it does not mean that Princess Taiping will turn a blind eye. Some ministers in the imperial court will inevitably impeach you, and the Wu clan will be more sympathetic. Although you have the protection of the saint, it is good for you to temporarily avoid the limelight. Zhong Changzong heard this and said angrily, avoid? Where can I avoid? He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he said, I remember. Just now when I went to see the saint, there was a memorial on the saint's desk. It was dealing with the case of Yang Fan's assassination. How about I ask the saint for an edict and go to Chang'an to supervise the case? Zhong Yizhi's expression changed. He quickly asked for the details. When he learned that Wu Yizong had been removed from his position and transferred back to the capital, his eyes brightened. He blurted out, good place. I will stay in the capital and continue to compile the 3 schools pearl. You go to Chang'an to replace Wu Yizong and take the opportunity to control the military. At that time, our positions will be as stable as Mount Tai. Zhong Changzong was overjoyed and said, that's good. I will go tell the saint now. Wait. Zhong Yizhi pulled him back and smiled meaningfully. We cannot let the saint understand our intentions. We have to go in the name of avoiding disaster. Let's wait a little longer. When the memorial to impeach us reaches the emperor, it will not be too late to bring it up to the saint. In the Eastern Palace, Li Xian and his wife did not sleep a wink. The imperial physicians came in and out, and the Eastern Palace was brightly lit. In the middle of the night, Li Xianhui, who was only 17, gave birth to a stillborn child that was not yet fully formed. When it was almost dawn, the oil lamp was completely extinguished. This young and beautiful princess used up the last of her life force and left this world with her husband and child who had just died. Li Xian sat in the palace with a haggard appearance. It was as if he had aged 10 years overnight. His hair was much whiter. Concubine Wei's own son and daughter had died in one day and one night. She cried until her eyes were red and swollen like peaches. When the sky brightened, the majestic and loud bell above the gate of heaven began to ring. The sound of the bell drowned out the faint cries of the Eastern Palace. In the Wei Palace, in Wu Chengxi's bedroom, Wu Yenni, Wu Yanan, and Wu Yenshou knelt in front of the bed. Wu Chengxi lay on the bed, his face as pale as gold paper. Wu Chengxi had 6 sons. The 5th son had died young. The eldest, Wu Yenji, had been beaten to death yesterday. The youngest, Wu Yenshou, had gone on a diplomatic mission to the Turks. In the end, he had been detained on the plains and had not been released. He only had 3 sons by his side. The 3 sons looked at their father with tears in their eyes. When Wu Chengxi had been exiled to Zhenju, Hainan Sonya, by Wu Zetian, he had suffered from an illness because of the harsh environment and poverty. In the past few years, his illness had flared up and his health had worsened. Now that he had been aggravated by the death of his son, he was on the verge of death. Wu Chengxi, who had long been as thin as a stick, lay on the bed like a dried corpse. His unfocused eyes gazed at the ceiling of the tent as he muttered to himself, "My father died in her hand. My son died in her hands. This evil woman more poisonous than a snake, cough 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 cough." Wu Yenni said uneasily, "Father." He waved his hand and chased the servants out. With tears in his eyes, he said, Father, the dead cannot come back to life. Eldest brother has passed. Father, please take care of yourself. Wu Chengxi was already on the verge of death. He did not seem to hear his son's words and only stared at the ceiling of the tent. His face swelled red for a while before he suddenly shouted, "She is the bane of all existence. She is the bane of all existence. This evil woman, punishing her husband and punishing her children, punishing her relatives and friends, she is the bane of all existence. Father." Wu Chengxi shook off Wu Yenny's hand and cursed at the top of his voice, "This evil woman, she is destined to have no relationship with her 6 relatives and live alone for the rest of her life. She is destined to be miserable in her later years and be deserted by all. She is not fit to be the daughter of the Wu family, not the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Even if she goes to the netherworld, she will not have the face to see her relatives. Even if she becomes a ghost, she will still be a lonely ghost. Father, please don't say any more. Father. Father." Wu Yenny stared blankly at Wu Chengxi. Wu Chengxi's eyes were bulging with anger as he stared at the empty ceiling of the tent. He had actually died. When the 800th bell in the morning rang for the last time, a luxurious carriage drove onto Ding Ding Street. The tassel curtain swayed gently. Princess Taiping, who was sitting upright in the carriage, had a gloomy expression. She had been staying in Zizi Yuan for the past few days. Although someone had informed her of what happened in the palace yesterday, she did not have the time to return to the city that day. Therefore, she rushed back early this morning. As soon as Princess Taiping entered the city, she ordered the carriage driver to go straight to the palace. The carriage was spacious. An old man in a black robe was sitting on the side. His hair and beard were half white and his face was delicate. His expression and temperament were elegant but steady and resolute. The old man stroked his long beard and said in a deep voice, "The emperor is going to attend the court early in the morning. If the princess enters the palace at this time, it will be too aggressive. In my opinion, the princess should not be so impatient. Do not panic when you encounter something, otherwise you will be in a mess." Ever since she received the tacit consent of Wu Zetian, Princess Taiping could build a government office and accept people under her. After she formed her own power, her power expanded rapidly. Every day, there were more and more things that she had to deal with. Even though Taiping was smart and capable, she could not bear it. The steward of her mansion, Li Yi, could only listen to orders and run errands. They could not do this kind of thing. The ministers under Taiping had their own official duties and could not often go to the mansion to discuss business. Therefore, Taiping urgently needed a capable advisor. This old man was the advisor that Princess Taiping currently relied on the most. The old man's surname was Mo Yuhan. He was from Fuzhu. He was originally the advisor of Li Qianli, the son of King Wu Li. When Li Qianli was transferred back to the capital, he brought him with him. Li Qianli was originally a provincial governor. He was in charge of military and political affairs. Although he ignored all government affairs to avoid arousing Wu Zetian's suspicion, there were still some things that needed his approval and seal. These things were all handled by Master Mo. Now that Li Qianli had returned to the capital and become a general of the imperial army, he no longer needed this advisor at his side. Once, when he attended a banquet at Princess Taiping's house, he heard that Princess Taiping was in need of someone, so he recommended this old man to Taiping. Master Mo was extremely knowledgeable, wise, and far-sighted. He was highly regarded by Taiping and was now Taiping's #1 advisor. Upon hearing Master Mo's words, Princess Taiping shot him a somewhat displeased glance. Does Master Mo mean that this princess should not be involved in this matter? Mo Yuhan harshly replied, "You shouldn't. At the very least, you shouldn't be the vanguard. If there is a need to appear, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiong should appear before the princess. If the princess barges into the palace early in the morning to see the emperor, isn't there suspicion of relying on favor and arrogance? The Son of Heaven is going to attend court early in the morning. If the princess is so impatient, isn't this too overbearing? Princess, please do not forget that this is the princess's mother, the current Son of Heaven. Moreover, because of a few offensive words, the emperor has caned a crown grandson and a prince to death, treating the lives of his sons and grandsons like grass. This matter is certain to shake all levels of society. In today's court assembly, all the officials are certain to take action. If the princess goes to see the emperor early in the morning, what will the emperor think? Will he think that these officials have all received the princess's orders? Princess, be careful not to overreach yourself. Princess Taiping was startled. As the carriage rumbled, the ornament on Taiping's head trembled. Suddenly, Princess Taiping called out, "Turn around and return to the estate." Master Mo saw that Princess Taiping readily accepted his advice, so he smiled and stroked his beard, nodding his head. The carriage had already reached the bridgehead of Tianjin and came to a stop, turning toward Shongshan Lane. The carriage entered Shongshan Lane. Not long after, Master Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and loudly declared, "Stop the carriage." Princess Taiping looked at Mo Yuhan in surprise. Master Mo said, "The Liang estate is just ahead. Does your highness not wish to pay a visit?" Princess Taiping's eyes slowly sharpened as she said, "Teacher is saying." Master Mo enunciated each word clearly, "The harm caused by the second Zhong is gradually getting out of hand. The Li and Wu families, at least on this matter, can walk together." Chapter 984. In the northwest corner of Luoyang, across the Luo River was Luo Bin Workshop. The muddy courtyard that had once suffered a flood had long been cleaned up. It was spring and the flowers were blooming. The courtyard was full of fragrance and butterflies and bees danced. It was a lively scene. Shunmu paced between the lush greenery and the blooming flowers. His advisor Lan Jinhai accompanied him. In front of him was the Luo River. There were few boats on the water. There were only a few merchant ships, cargo ships, and passenger ships. Not a single large transport ship could be seen. Compared to the bustling transport scene in the past, it was much more deserted. "How is Erlang's injury?" Chang'an just sent news that he is out of danger. Now they are working on restoring the transport to normal. Shunmu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's good. This fellow is really lucky. However, as the son of a rich family, he should not sit under the eaves. He really should not take the risk lightly. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own martial art skills, so it was inevitable that he would be careless. Look at me, I never take the risk lightly. Every time I go in and out, there are always imperial bodyguards like clouds in the open and in the dark. Hee, I am afraid of dying." Shunmu joked for a while before his expression turned serious again. He said, "Second Lang was shot by an arrow and almost caused our entire plan to fail. Fortunately, he was able to set up another assassination and turn the unfavorable situation into an advantageous one. With this, we can abandon many of our original arrangements and cut the Gordian knot." Lan Jinhai nodded. "Headmaster is right. But when do you plan to leave for Chang'an?" Shunmu smiled and said, "With Erlang in Chang'an and Abdullah secretly assisting us, the official situation is now very favorable to us. What's the harm in me not going?" Lan Jinhai said, "But Headmaster has no choice but to go. Yang Fan's clever reversal may have increased the imperial court's efforts to control Chang'an, but it has also alerted the enemy. The aristocratic families are now alert and aware that if the situation in Chang'an continues to develop, it will seriously affect their interests. They will definitely want Headmaster to settle this matter." Shunmu sneered. "This is the imperial court's matter. What can I do?" "The imperial court sent Zhong Changzong to replace Wu Yizong?" "That's right. Ha. That would be even better." This person was fond of grandiose achievements and did not have a shrewd mind. It was very easy for him to be manipulated by Erlang. Back then, the trip to Yangzhou helped him achieve some merit. This person has tasted the sweetness of success. This time in Chang'an, he will definitely use the same trick again. Behind him, Erlang will add fuel to the fire. Hee. Lan Jinhai sighed softly and said, "Because of this person, he killed an imperial grandson, a Jun Wang, and a pregnant princess." Everyone in the court felt insecure, and the righteous people were indignant. They could not directly accuse the Son of Heaven, so they all began to impeach Zhong Changzong. Who would have thought that Zhong Changzong, who was clearly trying to avoid trouble, would be given such a heavy responsibility? It was really unexpected. Shunmu's gaze turned towards the palaces on the other side of the river. Under the sunlight, the arched eaves shone with golden light. The huge dub pillar in front of the palaces and the golden phoenix at the top of the hall could be clearly seen. Shun Mu said solemnly, "The one who complained was Zhong Changzong, but the one who killed was the female empress. Such a venomous woman is rarely seen in the world. Although the imperial family is the most heartless, it is unprecedented for someone as vicious as her to act so viciously just because of a verbal offense." Shun Mu was silent for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up. The crown prince and the prince of Xiong did not impeach Zhong Changzong. Lan Jinhai's face also revealed a contemptuous and cynical expression. No. Instead, it was Wu Sanxi, who had always been at odds with Wu Chengxi, who gathered many people to impeach Zhong Changzong and strongly requested that the traitor be severely punished. Shun Mu said, "No matter how fiercely the Wu family fought among themselves, it was still their own business. They did not want to see the Wu family members killed like dogs. Wu Sanxi is a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. With the crown prince and the prince of Xiong's performance, Princess Taiping must be very disappointed." Lan Jinhai sneered. Princess Taiping should have been disappointed in her two useless brothers long ago. Shun Mu sighed. "You can't say that. The Empress's 4 sons are Li Hong, Li Xian, and Li Dan. Li Hong and Li Xian were intelligent, astute, and daring to speak up. They had the bearing of an emperor, but what was the result? Li Dan and Li Xian had long been frightened out of their wits by the tragic deaths of their 2 brothers. In these circumstances, it was not wrong for them to play it safe." Lan Jinhai said, however, Princess Taiping's reaction this time was unexpected. She only imitated Wu Sanxi's method of impeaching Zhong Changzong and did not personally enter the palace to complain tearfully to the emperor. In the past, Princess Taiping would never have acted like this. This is not Princess Taiping's usual behavior. Shun Mu lightly nodded his head. I have already received news that the one who persuaded Taiping not to enter the palace and persuaded her to join forces with Wu Sanxi to deal with Zhong Changzong was one of her trusted aides. This person's surname is Mo Yuhan. Keep an eye on this person. Lan Jinhai replied, "Yes." At this moment, an imperial guard hurried over and bowed. "Young master, Kui Lin of Clear River requests an audience." Shun Mu turned his head and smiled at Lan Jinhai. "Look, the person who urged me to go to Chang'an to put out the fire has arrived." Chang'an Square, an old shop. The mottled signboard spoke of its long history. This was truly an old shop. The shopkeeper sat by the counter, bored to death. When he saw acquaintances, he would greet them. The accountant sat on a high stool and leaned against the counter, calculating on his abacus. Even though there were not many customers at this time of the day. When Luo Jiahao arrived at the front of the shop, he vigilantly looked around and pressed his bamboo hat down to his eyebrows. Only then did he quickly walk into the old shop. In one breath, he ordered 20 hu biscuits, 3 catties of braised donkey meat, and 3 catties of braised dog meat. With business knocking on the door, the kitchen immediately bustled with activity. The shopkeeper glanced at him with his old eyes and immediately looked away. However, his heart was already filled with suspicions. This was the second time Luo Jiahao had come to this shop to buy things. Every time, he would buy as much as possible to avoid going to the shop too often. Moreover, he would go to different restaurants in the square to avoid buying things from the same restaurant. Such behavior could not be said to be careless. However, this square was relatively remote and there were not many unfamiliar customers. Therefore, although he had come for the second time after many days, he still attracted the attention of the old shopkeeper. With his rich experience and extraordinary eyesight, the old shopkeeper immediately analyzed a lot of things. This customer bought a lot of food, which meant that it was not for 1 or 2 people. He came to buy food again after a long time, which meant that this group of people had been living in the shop for a long time. They were not guests of a certain family. If they were guests, the owner would not let the guests buy food by themselves, nor would they not come with them. The old shopkeeper yawned and leisurely strolled into the kitchen. When Luo Jiahao packed the food and left in a hurry, a young waiter of the old Chang'an shop had already changed his clothes and quietly followed behind him. In the square, there was a tailor shop, a small food shop, a general store, as well as a painting and calligraphy shop, a flower shop, and a hairdresser shop. It was bustling with people coming and going. The young waiter looked like a child, walking through the crowd without attracting any attention. Luo Jiahao arrived at the entrance of the second alley and quickly dashed in. The waiter chased him to the entrance of the alley and immediately squatted down. There were a few children squatting on the ground playing games. In the eyes of the children, the waiter was watching them play games, but in the eyes of Luo Jiahao, the waiter was a child playing games. Luo Jiahao knocked on the courtyard door and went in. Soon, the young waiter also left. Vehicles and ships, foot and teeth, had always been one of the most closely related industries. The Baishang cow gang was determined to find those assassins, these city foxes and rats, fish, shrimp, turtle and crab. When they displayed their abilities, it was also very astonishing. What the government could do, they could not do. What the government could not do, they could do. Soon, the news was sent to BA, and the Five Elements Association immediately sent a group of experts to Chang'an City. Longqing Square was located in the east of Chang'an City. This square was originally the same as other squares, with many families, neat streets, and neatly planned houses and buildings. But a few years ago, a family in Longqing Square dug a well and accidentally touched an underground spring. The spring water gushed out and the ground sank. After a few years, it actually formed a pool the size of 10 hectares. The people who were drowned by the water moved away. The aristocratic families were very happy about the appearance of such a water feature in the city, and they all built houses around the lake. There was a place protruding out of the water, forming a small island in the middle of the lake. There was only one road connected to the land. This island in the middle of the lake became a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Now, there were only villas built by the Chang'an local magistrate, Liu Xiantian, and a marquis. There were no other houses on the island. The island was covered with trees, green grass, and flowers. Coupled with the ripples of the lake, it became a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. After Yang Fan's condition was stabilized, Liu Xiantian, who visited him many times, warmly invited him to live in his villa to recuperate. The Longqing Pond was beautiful and the environment was elegant. Moreover, it was located in Chang'an City, so it was convenient to come and go, so it was suitable for recuperation. Moreover, if Yang Fan continued to live in the military camp, it was obvious that he was wary of the Chang'an officials. This was very disadvantageous to Liu Xiantian, who was eager to clear his name. Liu Xiantian was eager to show his attitude, so he needed Yang Fan to respond. Yang Fan knew what he was thinking, and he also knew that the island in the center of the Longqing Pool Lake was indeed elegant, and it was surrounded by water on 3 sides. The island was quiet, and it was convenient to recuperate and defend. Therefore, Yang Fan generously agreed, and now Yang Fan lived on the island in the center of the Longqing Pool Lake. When a group of murderous masters of the cow gang rushed to the Chang'an Lane, a group of fast horses also arrived at the Longqing Lane. There were 8 horses at the back, and 8 horsemen in black were very strong. There were 4 horses in the middle, and 4 female horsemen in green were riding on them. They looked delicate and pretty, and wore tight clothes. But there was only one person at the front, dressed in red like blood. There were a total of 13 horsemen, all carrying long swords on their shoulders. The swords were as long as Tai, and they were worn on their shoulders. The blood-red tassels on the swords fluttered in the wind, looking majestic in all directions. The woman in red was standing straight, looking very spirited. She took the lead, and the 13 horsemen were intimidating, as if they had filled the entire long road. It was none other than the eldest daughter of the Gongsun Mansion, Gongsun Lanji. Chapter 985. The aristocratic families were not aware of the turmoil in BA. When the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate were fighting with the various forces in Chang'an, they thought it was the Wu and Li families fighting for territory. When the situation became more and more serious, they realized that they had become the unlucky fish in the pond. The battle in Chang'an was out of control. If it continued, it would harm their interests. That was why they were busy and urged Shen Mu to clean up the mess. After Kui Lin paid a visit to the Shen family, Shen Mu readily agreed. Because they still had to travel a long way to Chang'an, he was afraid that something might happen during this period. He also wrote an urgent letter, asking his confidant, Miss Gongsun, to visit young Fan on his behalf. Miss Gongsun was his confidant and from the same sect as young Fan's legal wife, Xie Xiaoman. With such an identity, no one was more suitable than her to be the mediator. The aristocratic families were pleased with Shen Mu's reaction, but they did not understand Miss Gongsun's temperament at all. There was a Li Tian in Lantian County of Chang'an. He thought of filling explosive rods with saltpeter so that firecrackers would go off with a loud noise. There was a Miss Gongsun in the Gongsun family of Chang'an. Her temper was like the firecrackers in Lantian. Longqingqi's island in the middle of the lake was not a forbidden area, but it had become a forbidden area since a marquis and Liu Qiantian, the magistrate of the Chang'an local government, built villas there one after another. High officials and nobles used this place to feast and enjoy the spring, so it became a forbidden area. Gongsun Lanji had not seen a single pedestrian along the way. It was even quieter on the island. As soon as they entered the forest, they could only hear the chirping of birds and the rustling of pines. However, young Fan had already been assassinated once. Since Liu Xiantian invited him here to recuperate, he would definitely increase the security. However, at young Fan's request, only young Fan's men were left on the island. The guards of the government were set up outside. There were a few boats around the island that seemed to be leisurely. Other than the boat operators, there were also masters from 6 Fan School. When Miss Gongsun and her group went to the island, no one stopped them. This was because their identities had been confirmed before they stepped onto the only path leading to the island. Jiyu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair and carried young Fan on a stroll on the green grass. Now that young Fan had moved to Longqing Lane to recuperate, she was closer to BA. She would come over whenever she had time. The Jiyu brothers, Ren Wei, and the rest were scattered all over the place, seemingly very casual. Young Fan seemed to have received news from outside the island in advance. He knew that someone was coming and knew who it was. When he saw Gongsun Lanji, there was no surprise on his face. Gongsun Lanji came out of the forest. When the sun shone on her red dress and white horse again, she saw the smiling young Fan. Gongsun Lanji subconsciously pulled on the reins, but immediately felt that this was a little weak, so she pressed her slender legs against the horse's abdomen and stepped towards young Fan. She had a slim waist and long legs, and her figure was very healthy and beautiful. Coupled with her fiery red clothes and the long sword on her shoulder, she looked very valiant and formidable as she rode on the horse. "Greetings, eldest senior sister." Young Fan covered his mouth and coughed lightly. He said, "Eldest senior sister, did you hear that I was injured and specially came to visit me?" Young Fan was older than Gongsun Lanji, but from Xiaoman's perspective, he indeed had to call her senior sister. Gongsun Lanji snorted and pursed her pink lips. She raised her slender and round chin and ridiculed, "I thought you were going to die, you ungrateful guy. But who knew that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years? Even an arrow piercing through your heart can't kill you. You're really lucky." Jiyu Zhuting's expression suddenly changed, and her willowy eyebrows gradually raised. Young Fan inadvertently frowned and said with slight displeasure, "When I first saw eldest senior sister, I really didn't know that you were unruly and unforgiving. I think brother Shen Mu was probably deceived by your appearance and now he is regretting it. That's why he repeatedly refused to marry you." When Gongsun Lanji heard this, her complexion changed. She hated this the most. Her heart had been tied to Shen Mu for a long time, but she didn't know why this guy, who had always been dissolute and lecherous, had turned into a blind man. He put her, a great beauty, on hold, and refused to marry her. Young Fan's words just happened to poke at her sore spot. Gongsun Lanji immediately grabbed the hilt of her sword and glared at him. "You dare to be so rude to me?" The 3 Jiyu brothers stood at a distance. They saw that behind Gongsun Lanji, there were 4 female riders in green and 8 male riders in black standing at the edge of the forest. They didn't lower their heads and the horses didn't wag their manes. They stood in an orderly formation and didn't move forward, so they also didn't move. Young Fan's face turned cold as he said, "Eldest senior sister put up such a big formation and it's not to visit this young's illness. The moment we met, you first ridiculed me and then blamed this young for being disrespectful." Gongsun Lanji said in a carefree manner, If it wasn't for the fact that you are ungrateful, why would I speak so rudely? Speaking of extravagance, when has this young lady ever had an extravagance? They aren't even members of my Gongsun family. My family doesn't have such an extravagant style. Yong Fan's heart moved. He quickly swept a glance at those obviously well-trained male and female riders and suddenly understood. Gongsun Lanji admittedly liked to fight. Now that he was in a hostile state with Shenmu and she had fallen in love with Shenmu, it was inevitable that she would have enmity towards him. However, she wouldn't use such malicious words to ridicule him the moment they met. This was no longer a matter of temper but a matter of upbringing. Although eldest young Lady Gongsun's temper wasn't good, her upbringing wasn't that bad. Then with her current attitude, could it be that she was simply looking for a fight? Yang Fan anxiously calculated in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He indifferently asked, "Ungrateful? I wonder what kind of gratitude Miss Gongsun is talking about." Gongsun Lanji cast a glance at the hostile Jiyu Zhuting. Yang Fan understood and said, "It's fine. You can speak freely. There are no outsiders here." Gongsun Lanji nodded and arrogantly said, "Back then, if it wasn't for Brother Shenmu's discerning eyes, you wouldn't have entered the eyes of the various aristocratic families. If it wasn't for Brother Shenmu defeating young Master Jiang, you wouldn't have been able to sit in your current position. A person should know how to repay kindness, but what about you? Once you grasped power, you and Brother Shenmu started to fight openly and covertly." Yang Fan interrupted her words and said, "I can also repeat Miss Gongsun's words to Brother Shen. However, the discerning bowl will be replaced by young Master Jiang and the one who is supported by others will be replaced by Brother Shen. I wonder how Brother Shen will feel after hearing this." Gongsun Lanji flew into a rage out of humiliation. She forcefully suppressed her anger and said, "Brother Shenmu is about to rush to Chang'an from Luoyang." Yang Fan raised his brows and said in a carefree manner, "So what?" Gongsun Lanji said, "That's why I'm here to advise you. You better behave yourself." Yang Fan was so angry that he smiled and said, "I don't quite understand Miss Gongsun's words." Gongsun Lanji said, "You are fighting with the King of Hanoi for power, but you shouldn't implicate the innocent. Now that the imperial court has decreed that the King of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, will be transferred back to the capital in a few days, there is no one here to fight with you. You better give up now. Otherwise, the imperial court will make a big move and the entire Guanay will be in a reign of terror. In the end, you can only end up with mutual destruction." Jiyu Zhuting couldn't hold it in anymore and reprimanded, "Maya Lang was plotted against. If it wasn't for heaven's help, he would have died on the streets. Miss Gongsun, you want Maya Lang to stop with just a few words. Even if young Master Shen was here, he wouldn't dare to order Maya Lang around like this. Miss Gongsun, you are too arrogant." Yang Fan continued, "Back in Luoyang, with Kui Lin as a witness, I have already reached a compromise with Brother Shen. I have been in Chang'an for so many days, and I have always been well behaved. I didn't do anything against the hidden sect. This time, the Emperor is about to move to the west. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate are the vanguard to rectify Chang'an and please the Emperor. Unexpectedly, it affected the interests of the Chang'an officials, and there was a lunatic who tried to assassinate the Imperial envoy. Yang Fan just happened to be caught in the crossfire." Yang Fan coldly glanced at the 12 male and female knights and said in a deep voice, "As far as I'm concerned, I hope that the officials of Chang'an can hand over the murderer and give me justice. As for other matters, they have nothing to do with me and I won't interfere. As for the various aristocratic families' concerns, hihi, do you think that the imperial court will let the matter rest after an imperial envoy was assassinated? Or perhaps, if I submit a memorial to the emperor and state clearly that I don't want to pursue the murderer in order to maintain the stability of Chang'an, the emperor will listen to me and listen to me? Childish. Miss Gongsun, if you are arrogant, you can still be treated. If you are arrogant and stupid, then you can't be treated." Gongsun Lanji really had a temper that flared up at the slightest provocation. A red shadow flashed, and she had already leaped down from her horse like the wind. She stretched out her fingers and grabbed at Yang Fan. Her almond-shaped eyes were spewing fire as she said angrily, "Who are you calling stupid?" Pa, Pa, pa. Like a burst of firecrackers, Jiyu Zhuting swiftly spun out from behind Yang Fan. Like a phantom, she blocked in front of him and slapped at Gongsun Lanji's forearm, knocking her palm away. If the first impression between beautiful girls was not good, then the more they looked at each other, the more they disliked each other and inexplicably became enemies. Moreover, Gongsun Lanji had cursed Yang Fan for not dying early. Jiyu Zhuting had long since hated her to the bone. Once her move succeeded, she immediately used the rebounding peeper to slap Gongsun Lanji's pretty face. This eldest Miss Jiyu would only pretend to be an obedient little white rabbit in front of Yang Fan. In front of others, she did not have the slightest bit of good temper. Seeing this, Gongsun Lanji became even angrier and immediately launched a counterattack. Their fists and palms clashed, and their legs collided. In an instant, they were entangled in a fight. The 12 horsemen were indeed not from the Gongsun mansion. They were sent by the aristocratic families to boost their morale. As for whether or not they had the intention of monitoring, only they themselves knew. Since the news of the Empress's intention to move to the west spread, the elders of the aristocratic families who had been entrenched in Chang'an all year round returned to their respective counties. Some things that were in the open also went underground. Those officials who were close to them also temporarily cut off contact. These old fellows had very sensitive noses. It was precisely because of this reason that when the sudden accident occurred in Chang'an, it was already too late for them to intervene. There was no great general in Sichuan, so they put Zheng Yu out to be the vanguard. In the end, Zheng Yu was muddle-headed and failed miserably without even finding an opponent. Only then did they find Shen Mu. Shen Mu hurried back, but he was afraid that something might change midway. Therefore, he entrusted Gongsun Lanji to appease Yang Fan first. Gongsun Lanji was the senior sister of Yang Fan's legal wife. The last time Yang Fan came to Chang'an, he stayed in the Gongsun mansion. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Gongsun Lanji was indeed the best mediator. She was even more qualified than Shen Mu, who was about to return. However, if they made a wrong judgment from the root, how could they make the right move on this basis? Now, the mediator had not even said 3 words and actually attacked Yang Fan's people. Chapter 986. Gongsun Lanji's punches and kicks were the same as her swordplay, they were wide open and powerful. On the other hand, Jiyu Zhuting's martial arts were small and tricky, quick and nimble. The two of them had completely different styles, but their fight was incomparably fierce. Yang Fan was sitting on a chair while the 2 young ladies were engaged in a fierce battle in front of him. Both of them were beautiful and radiant. But when they fought, it was like a female leopard and a spirit fox. You go back and forth, you advance and I retreat, one dancing like flying snow, the other flying like raging flames. Outsiders could only see one dressed in white and the other in red. The 2 ladies were fighting very beautifully. Because of the fierce fight, their creamy skin revealed a rosy blush, making them even more beautiful and charming. In the eyes of an insider, the 2 of them were fighting very fiercely. No matter who was hit by the other, their newly whipped willow-like body would not be able to withstand it. Pa, pa, pa. After a few more blows, the 2 figures in the fierce fight suddenly separated. Chong. A dragon's roar sounded. Gongsun Lanji's long sword was unsheathed. Jiyu Zhuting's eyes flashed, and when Gongsun Lanji pulled out her sword, she pounced towards her. Halfway through, her short sword was unsheathed, and a cold light pierced towards Gongsun Lanji's throat. Seeing that the 2 of them had actually used their swords, the 12 male and female riders were very uneasy. They lifted their horses and wanted to leap forward, but just as they pulled the reins, a shrill and long whistle suddenly sounded. A whistling arrow brushed past the heads of their horses, and disappeared into the vast forest. The 12 riders stopped in their tracks in shock. Only now did they realize that a group of archers had appeared at some point in the distant forest, their sharp arrows locked onto their figures. Ma Qiao rode a maroon horse and wore a set of radiant armor. His chest was straight and his back was straight, his hand on his long saber as he strode over as if he were inspecting his troops. When Ma Qiao arrived in front of them, he pulled the reins and said in an arrogant tone, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you all tired of living? Disarm and dismount. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." Seeing Jiyu Zhuting and Gongsun Lanji use their weapons, Yang Fan's expression became unnatural. His eyes showed obvious concern and worry. The Jiayu brothers, who had been scattered all over the place, slowly closed in. The 12 male and female riders were forced to dismount under the control of the arrows and hand over their weapons. An inch longer, an inch stronger. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Jiyu Zhuting and Gongsun Lanji, one with a short sword and the other with a long sword, began to fight again. The sense of danger was incomparable to before, but in this way, the battle ended quickly. The time that Jiyu Zhuting persisted was not even as long as RNU. RNU's martial arts were not inferior to Jiyu Zhuting. She studied under Jiyu Zhuting and learned the art of disguise. Her martial arts were actually very complicated. Even Lu Boyan had taught her martial arts. In addition, she had been tortured by Gongsun Lanji many times and was familiar with the characteristics of Gongsun Lanji's swordplay. So she could last longer. On the contrary, Jiyu Zhuting did not have these advantages of RNU. Her style of short sword was similar to RNU's. So once she used her sword, she was quickly defeated by Gongsun Lanji. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed and suddenly turned into a pool of autumn water, quietly lying across Jiyu Zhuting's long and fair neck. Gongsun Lanji proudly glanced at Yang Fan. When Yang Fan saw that Jiyu Zhuting was not injured, his heart that was in his throat slowly calmed down. Jiyu Zhuting's face was swollen red. She tightly grasped the hilt of her sword and did not say a word. She was defeated in front of her sweetheart. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Gongsun Lanji was like a proud peacock. She slowly drew her sword and retreated. She said to Yang Fan, "Your personal bodyguard is only SOSO. Yang Fan said, "Unfortunately, the last time I did not want to fight with you. This time, I cannot fight with you. But, I will not fight with you. I can let you understand that there is always someone better than you." Guda. Here. Guda saw that his sister was being bullied. Especially in front of his precious brother-in-law. His tiger eyes were already wide open. He was furious and immediately took a step forward. Yang Fan lightly said, "Teach her a lesson." Who? Guda's answer to Yang Fan was to directly draw his saber. Before Yang Fan's voice had even faded away, Guda had already leaped up, and his steel saber, which was shining with a cold light, was like a waterfall as it chopped toward Gongsun Lanji. He was like a wolf that stood on its hind legs, and his moves were fierce, swift, and tyrannical. Yang Fan had sparred with the 3 Jiyu brothers. His evaluation was, 1-on-1, he won. 1-on-2, he was slightly inferior. 1-on-3, he was completely defeated. But with Guda's martial arts, it was enough to defeat Gongsun Lanji. Gongsun Lanji's sword was also domineering and fierce. But when compared to Guda, she was still slightly inferior. Amidst the sharp whistling sound, the white saber shadows formed one after another. Wherever the saber passed, it was like a white chain that was swept up by a gale. It tightly surrounded Gongsun Lanji's body. The shocking energy danced wildly. It was like a raging sandstorm in the desert, howling and swallowing everything in front of it. When Gongsun Lanji fought with Jiyu Zhuting, it was like a female leopard fighting with a fox. Now that she was fighting with Guda, it was like a female leopard fighting with a male lion. Gongsun Lanji was still fierce and fierce. But it was obvious that her aura was weaker than Guda's. Shua 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 shua. The 5 sabers were like 5 waterfalls. They turned into 5 huge waves and slashed towards Gongsun Lanji. The saber was indeed the king of all weapons. In terms of aggressiveness, it was something that no sword technique could compare to. Gongsun Lanji raised her sword and retreated. When she retreated 5 steps and was about to dissolve the last saber, Guda, who had always been ferocious, suddenly stabbed out with his saber. He was like a poisonous snake that had just woken up from hibernation. He looked slow but was actually extremely fast as he swam towards Gongsun Lanji's neck. Just like when Gongsun Lanji's sword was placed on Jiyu Zhuting's neck, Guda's sharp long blade was also placed on Gongsun Lanji's neck, but he was facing Gongsun Lanji's neck with the back of the blade. Although his martial arts were higher than Gongsun Lanji's, after all, the disparity wasn't that big. If the blade was facing Gongsun Lanji, if he didn't grasp it properly, that beauty's head would really be cut off. Gongsun Lanji stood there stiffly. Her face alternated between red and white. Guda snorted coldly before sheathing his saber and slowly retreating. Jiu Zhuting, who was standing beside Yang Fan, actually did not feel good. She knew that she was not as good as Xiao Man and Yang Fan's childhood sweetheart. She was also not as good as RNU and Yang Fan's deep love. Not only was she of lowly birth, she was also older than the two girls. Therefore, she always felt inferior in front of Yang Fan. The only thing that comforted her was that she could still do something for her Lang Jun. In the end, she was defeated again in front of him. Although her big brother had helped her regain her face, it was not her own ability. Yang Fan seemed to know what she was thinking. Since the beginning of the battle, he did not pay much attention to the two people fighting in front of him. Instead, he was paying attention to Jiu Zhuting's expression. At this time, he gently held her hand and patted the back of her palm. He softly said, "Don't mind it. I know that your martial arts is actually better than hers." Lang, Jiu Zhuting was a little surprised. She was especially moved by Yang Fan's thoughtfulness. Her eyes turned red and she almost shed tears. Yang Fan saw that Jiu Zhuting looked like a little girl who had been wronged. He winked at her and said with a smile, "Besides, even if your martial arts is bad or you don't know martial arts, so what? I like you, not because of your martial arts. If it was only because of your martial arts, I should like your big brother." Guda heard this and his bronze-colored face immediately turned the color of pig liver. Jiu Zhuting, on the other hand, giggled and very lightly patted Yang Fan's arm. Her shy and joyful look was very charming. Gongsun Lanji had always been proud of her martial arts. Now that she was defeated by someone else, she was already very upset. When she heard Yang Fan comforting her that Jiu Zhuting was actually better than her, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She came today because she had received a hint from Shenmu. Shenmu wanted to make the mediation into an intensification of the conflict. That was why she put on an arrogant look. However, she had always been proud of her martial arts and cared about the level of her martial arts. She was a female martial arts fanatic. When she heard Yang Fan's words, she felt that her acting had become real. She shook her sword and said, "So shameless. If I did not show mercy, she would have died on the spot. You still dare to say that you are better than me? Come, come, come. Let's compete again. Enough. Don't make trouble." When Gongsun Lanji heard this voice, she was like a mouse that had seen a cat. She hurriedly lowered her sword and turned her head. She didn't even raise her head to take a look. She just said shyly, "Mother, why are you here?" Auntie Pei was dressed in palace attire and walked over slowly. She had a graceful bearing and looked like a noblewoman on a spring excursion. Behind her were two graceful young girls with fluttering clothes. They each held a sword case in their hands, one long and one short. These were Auntie Pei's personal treasured swords. More than 10 longbows were narked and aimed at Aunt Pei. Aunt Pei turned a blind eye to them and walked straight towards them. There was a horse carriage in the distance. Mr. Gongsun was standing at the front of the carriage, looking up at them. Auntie Pei walked to her daughter's side, but she didn't even look at her. She only glanced at Yang Fan, then at Miss Jiu, who was standing prettily beside him. She slowly said, "This young lady practices martial arts to kill. If it was a duel, you could defeat her within 30 moves. If it was a life or death battle, she could kill you within 20 moves." Gongsun Lanji did not dare to refute Aunt Pei's words. She only lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes." Aunt Pei continued, "This is a face-to-face duel. If you let her display her strength and use assassination methods to deal with you, you would not even need 5 moves." Gongsun Lanji was embarrassed by her mother's words. She quietly complained, "Niang." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Aunt Pei has good eyesight." Auntie Pei smiled faintly. "Your eyesight isn't bad either. You were able to tell at a glance that Lan Ji isn't this young lady's match. Your martial arts are far superior to both of them." Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Aunt is flattering me." Actually, Yang Fan did not see anything. It's just that she is my own woman. Of course I have to flatter and coax her. Jiyu Zhuting glanced at him bashfully while Gongsun Lanji rolled her eyes at him hatefully. Aunt Pei turned around and put on a stern face as she said to Gongsun Lanji, "What are you doing here?" Gongsun Lanji was embarrassed and said, "Daughter." Daughter was, looking at her expression, it seems that she just remembered that she is not here to fight but to be a mediator. Aunt Pei snorted coldly and glanced at the disarmed riders with their hands hanging by their sides. She said to Gongsun Lanji, "Go back." Gongsun Lanji said anxiously, "Niang." Aunt Pei shouted, "Go back immediately. Do you want to anger father and mother to death?" Gongsun Lanji flung her sleeves and left angrily. Aunt Pei glanced at Yang Fan again and turned around to leave. Yang Fan sat on the wheelchair and cupped his hands. He smiled and said, "I respectfully send off Aunt Pei." Aunt Pei walked to the front of the riders who were restrained by the arrows and said coldly, "Go back and tell your masters that the Gongsun family belongs to Guanlong and has always been ostracized and suppressed by them. It is rare for them to think so highly of our Gongsun family. However, we have no interest in currying favor with them and do not want to meddle in their affairs. My daughter is ignorant and has been used by others. I want to bring her back and strictly control her." With that, Aunt Pei flicked her sleeves and left. Yang Fan had Jiyu Zhuting push him to the front of the riders. The Jiyu brothers, Ren Wei, and the others followed closely behind. Seeing this, Ma Qiao waved his hand. The archers then slowly retreated into the forest and soon disappeared without a trace. Yang Fan said coldly, "If anything happens, then it will be my responsibility. This kind of thinking is truly laughable. I don't understand why the clan lords would think this way. Do they even consider me as one of their own? If this Yang is just a dispensable character, why would they let me be the sect master?" Yang Fan swept a glance at the riders who were slowly lowering their heads and said in a stern voice, "Let me ask you, would young Master Jiang let this matter go if he was in my shoes? Would the clan lords make such an unreasonable request to him? Why is it that when it comes to me, there are people who have the cheek to ask me to consider the bigger picture and keep the peace? Please go back and tell them that I almost died in Chang'an. I must demand justice." Chapter 987. The 12 horsemen had come in awe-inspiring, but they had left in disgrace. The wind in the distance stirred up blue waves on the lake and also lifted the hair on Jiyu Zhuting's temples. Lang, once they leave, we'll really have a falling out with them. Haha, we'll have to fall out with them sooner or later. But if they use all their power to stop us in time, until now, they still think that the whole thing is the result of the competition between the Li family's power and the Wu family's power in the imperial court. They think that as long as they can force me to make peace, the Wu family, who are eager to keep a low profile, will be able to get out of the predicament. As a result, they can preserve their years of painstaking work in Chang'an. But they don't know that my real target is actually them. A shout of surprise came from the water in the distance. A fisherman raised his fishing rod and pulled a big, lively fish out of the water. The fish struggled on the surface of the water, and the sunlight reflected on its scales, making it sparkle. It was a bailiff disguised as a fishing urn. He did not expect to have an unexpected catch, and this made him smile. Perhaps after his shift, he would bring the fish to a restaurant to cook a fish soup and have a good meal with his brothers on duty on the lake. Perhaps he would bring the fish home and have a taste of this fat fish with his family. If he was unlucky, an impatient child might get stuck in his throat by the fish bone and lose his life. There were countless things in the world that seemed to have nothing to do with each other, and even the tiniest of things, but they could affect many people and many things, resulting in all kinds of changes. Before any of these changes happened, they would happen because of one reason or another, and no one could predict what would happen next. For example, the bailiff might give the big fish to a arrestor as a good start. The relationship between the two parties would gradually become closer, and this would affect the arrestor's future. But what if the impatient child of the arrestor's family accidentally got stuck in the fish bone? Yang Fan's plan for BA seemed to have nothing to do with the aristocratic families. He had been trying his best to eliminate all kinds of unexpected factors that could affect his plan. As one of the planners, his encounter with an assassin on BA was a major accident that could affect his plan. But in the end, he still managed to make this accident a part of his plan. At this point, nothing could be changed. Everything had to go in the direction he had set. Just like the constable who caught the fish. If he gave the fish to a constable, and the constable's child died because of a fishbone, then all the other possibilities became hypotheses. The only correct result was that the child died. If it had already happened, it could not be reversed. Poochie. Just as the fish was about to be lifted onto the bow of the boat, it slipped off the hook and fell back into the water, creating a splash. The fat fish shook its head and tail and escaped into the bottom of the water, leaving only the fisherman's pitiful cries on the surface. Yang Fan smiled and said to Jiu Zhuting, "Even if they wake up now, it's too late." Yang Suguan held the knife in one hand and covered his lower abdomen with the other. Blood stained his lower abdomen. With the help of Luo Jiahao, he staggered into an alley. A few naughty children who were playing in the alley saw them and screamed in fear. Luo Jiahao was also injured. His thigh was stabbed and he walked with a limp. He helped Yang Suchuan escape into the alley. Yang Suchuan held a half-withered tree and sat down, gasping for breath. He said resentfully, "I told you that we should separate. They didn't listen. They just didn't listen. Now we're finished." Luo Jiahao turned his head to look at the alley and asked anxiously, "Big brother, where did you hide our reward?" Yang Suguan glanced at him and said, "They're dead. You take me out of here, and we'll split it evenly." Luo Jiahao pointed at his bleeding thigh and said angrily, "Big brother, look at me. How can I take you out of here?" Yang Suguan sneered, "Do you want to abandon me and run away?" Luo Jiahao said angrily, "Do you want to drag me to death with you?" Before his voice died away, 4 middle-aged men in cyan robes with gloomy faces landed on the wall one after another and surrounded them. Luo Jiahao raised his knife and said fiercely, "When a tiger falls into a plane, he will be bullied by a dog. You lackeys of BA, come on. I'll kill one and break even. If I kill 2, I'll make a profit." Yang Suchuan also stood up with the help of a big tree, and held the blood-stained steel saber in front of his chest. The 4 middle-aged men in cyan robes sneered disdainfully. 3 of them stood still, and only one of them stepped forward. Luo Jiahao gritted his teeth, and with a shout, he raised his steel saber and rushed forward. A figure flashed in front of him. Luo Jiahao's wrist shook violently and half of his arm was numb. He looked at the middle-aged man in cyan robes standing in front of him in horror. His knife was held in the man's hand. The man held the handle in one hand and pinched the tip of the knife with the other. He gently twisted it. Bang! His knife was twisted into 2 pieces. Luo Jiahao and Yang Suguan were dumbfounded. "Hurry up. Take them out of the city." There were a total of 6 assassins. After Luo Jiahao and Yang Sujuan escaped, the remaining 4 risked their lives to fight back. 2 of them died on the spot, while the other 2 were wounded. They were dragged by the Cao clan's warriors toward the alley exit. Chang'an City was in a state of panic. The patrolmen might come at any time after hearing the news. They had to end the battle quickly and bring the 2 out of the city alive to prove their innocence. Before they reached the alley, 2 middle-aged men in cyan robes swept over from the walls on both sides of the long alley like ghosts. Kill. The heroes of the Cao gang saw that they were not friendly. Although they did not know who they were, they knew that they must be enemies. They quickly let go of the 2 half-dead captives and rushed forward with their weapons. Clang, 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 clang. There was a series of sounds of weapons clashing. The 2 men in cyan robes flew out of their attack circle like a gust of wind. Each of them grabbed an assassin and threw him over the walls on both sides. Like the wind, they swept past. The cooked ducks in the hands of the heroes of the Cao gang flew away. Each of them was furious. They did not have such good skills and could not leap onto roofs and vault over walls. But the walls of the square were not difficult for them. But when they climbed up the wall with great effort, they sucked in a breath of cold air and froze in place. Outside the walls on both sides, there were already people receiving them. From a distance, they could see someone carrying the 2 assassins and quickly disappearing into the forest. In front of them, several men in cyan robes were holding small crossbows. The black and translucent arrowheads were pointed at them. The men in cyan robes holding the crossbows had a sinister smile on their faces. They held the crossbows and slowly retreated toward the heroes of the cow gang on the wall. The men of the cow gang were crouching on the wall in a strange posture, not daring to move. On BA, in the hall of the Shun Gate. On BA, the leaders and stewards of the Eastern and Western alliances, all the clans and sects were gathered together. In front of the hall, in front of the enormous 36 landscape screens, there were 1 main, 4-side and 5-side tables. Behind the main table sat the Chang and prefectural magistrate, Liu Xiantian. Behind the side tables were the Assistant Minister of Justice, Qiu Lingji, Minister of Justice, Zhang Zhongbua, Deputy Imperial Censor Hu Yuanli, and Minister of Justice, Chen Dong. Liu Xiantian held the imperial edict in yellow satin. His voice was loud and clear, reverberating throughout the hall. Collecting resources from the cow gang, it is the great plan of the country. Through the cow gang, the capital depends on it. If the cow gang is blocked, the cow gang administration will collapse. Money and rice will inevitably be consumed, and the expense will be incalculable. In the cow gang, when water overflows, it will leak, when the shore collapses, it will be blocked, when the water is silted, and when the water is shallow, it will be guided. These are the rules, and there are few changes. However, although there are established laws to govern the country, the laws will be broken after a long time, and when they are broken, they will start anew, and then new rules will be created. Because of the rules, the laws will be supplemented by the laws. Therefore, by looking at the laws, one can know the rules, and by looking at the rules, one can know the changes. Today, a new law has been established. 1 civil and military official will be in charge of the cow gang. The civil official will be the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, and the military official will be the Loyal Marshal General, Yang Fan. On the cow gang, the officials are undisciplined, and there should be restrictions. However, the officials set up their own gangs, fought over profits, and in the end caused the established laws to be broken. I sympathize with their hardships and evil lawlessness, so I banned the gangs, unified them, and reported them to the government. This is a new rule. Liu Xiantian talked non-stop. Many of the people below were illiterate, and only half understood what he was saying. Only many of the officials at the cow gang were literate, and were quite literate, so they understood immediately. It turned out that the cow gang of the Eastern and Western alliances fought over profits, and when the snow melted in the spring, they still could not go south to Yangzhou. Even the emperor was alarmed. Because of this, the emperor changed the old law of the cow gang. He appointed the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, the Loyal Marshal General of the Imperial Army, and Yang Fan as the civil and military officials in charge of the cow gang. The Assistant Minister of Revenue was in charge of the cow gang, which was easy to deal with. The cow gang transported grain, which was the same as him. The cow gang was directly in charge of the cow gang, so there were fewer intermediate links. If the grain was not transported smoothly, and the emperor investigated, the cow gang would also be responsible. So the cow gang was in charge of the cow gang, and could be considered their backer. In the future, the cow gang would suffer less exploitation, which was a good thing. But this cow gang, the Loyal Marshal General of the Imperial Army, who held military power, was in charge of the cow gang. What did he want to manage? Needless to say, a military official asked him to manage the cow gang. This was a soft hand and a hard hand. If they did not understand the situation and caused some trouble, the emperor would probably have to send out the military to suppress them. Also, although the emperor approved of the fact that the cow gang had formed their own cliques, he ordered them to be banned, and wanted them to form a unified clique. Now, Liu Qiantian was in the School of Obedience, gathering all the cliques to deliver the imperial edict. It was obvious that he wanted to use the School of Obedience as the foundation to unify all the cliques in BA. Who would have thought that since the end of the Sui dynasty, the once glorious School of Obedience, which had declined to the point of death, would rise again in the blink of an eye. From now on, it would be the School of Obedience that would unify Jianghu. Not agreeing? Could they not agree? The leaders of both sides were locked up in prison. Although one side was the suspect, and the other side was the witness, the officials had 2 mouths. Wasn't it still up to them to decide? Most importantly, there was still the great general in charge of the cow gang. Although no one had seen the great general before, he did not come today, but he sent someone. That Lang general, Dugu Weiji, led 800 iron horsemen and stood guard outside the hall with a murderous look. Chapter 988. In Chang'an, the corner door of a mansion that used to belong to the Zheng family was open. Zhang Yu stood at the door with a few people. This mansion was now owned by the Liu family. In fact, it was still the Zheng family's property. However, after confirming that the emperor would move the capital to Chang'an, the main figures of the aristocratic families who were active in Chang'an all year round had left. Some of the properties had also been disposed of. Wu Zetian was a vengeful person. They had obstructed and made things difficult for Wu Zetian when she was the empress, the emperor, and the implementation of the new policies. Wu Zetian was not such a forgetful person. Wu Zetian, who had always valued centralization of power, would not allow these aristocratic families to share her power. Therefore, they were thorns in the empress's eyes, both publicly and privately. Now that the empress was moving the capital to Chang'an, it would not be easy to live under the empress's watch. Therefore, they had long avoided her. A light carriage drove straight in and stopped beside a gorgeous flowering shrub. The butterflies and bees were not frightened and were still lingering in the flowers, just like Zheng Yu's mood at the moment. The door opened and Shen Mu, dressed in a light robe, slowly walked out. Zheng Yu forced a smile and greeted him. "Brother Shen." "Brother Zheng." Shen Mu gave him a perfunctory cupped fist salute. Zheng Yu was unhappy in his heart, but it was not good for him to show it. He forced himself to maintain the smile on his face and said, "Brother Shen has worked hard. I have prepared everything and was just waiting for Brother Shen to come and take over. I have an emergency at home and need to rush back to deal with it. I can only leave Chang'an to Brother Shen." "No problem. No problem." Shen Mu said lazily and rudely, "This mess will not be easy to clean up." Yang Fan's character was like a needle in silk. Using force would only produce the opposite of the desired result. This time, Yang Fan was attacked for no reason. The elders should have comforted him and helped him find the murderer and give him justice. In the end, the aristocratic families only cared about their own interests and asked him to put the overall situation first. This inevitably made him disappointed. "The matter has been messed up. Now that I am here, I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate." Zhang Yu said, "Brother Shen, I have already investigated this matter. The assassin's background is unknown. It was not some aristocratic family that took the initiative to attack." Shen Mu interrupted him and said, "You should explain this matter to Yang Fan." "I don't care. However, I'm afraid it's useless to tell him about this. Can't you see it? The Empress is intentionally making use of this as a pretext to eliminate all the unstable and unreliable factors in the pass in preparation for her relocation of the capital." As Shen Mu spoke, he had already stepped into the hall. Zhang Yu followed closely behind and said nervously, "I naturally understand, but, is the situation really that serious?" Shen Mu slowly sat down behind the table and said, "From the moment the emperor decided to move the capital, these things were already destined. Otherwise, why would the elders leave Chang'an? Actually, they had already expected this. However, the emperor's original method should have been very gentle. He did not necessarily have to use dismissal or slaughter to achieve his goal. It's a pity that the imperial envoy was assassinated. The emperor's methods will certainly be a storm of thunder." This was originally the worst-case scenario that the aristocratic families were worried about, but now it seemed inevitable. Zhang Yu secretly sighed and slowly took out a name list from his sleeve. If the situation was not so serious, he would not have taken out this name list no matter what. Zhang Yu gently stroked the name list and cautiously pushed it in front of Shen Mu. He said, "Then, what Brother Shen needs to do is to do your best to ensure the safety of our people. The people on this name list must be protected. It's best if they can still stay in the pass. If not, it's okay to move them. If not, it's okay to demote them. Just don't lose your position or even." Shen Mu lowered his eyes and a hidden glint flashed in his eyes. Suppressing his excitement, he slowly took the name list and pretended to be indifferent as he opened it. There was a row of names written on it with their official titles at the back. This was the official power that the aristocratic families had painstakingly cultivated and supported with their deep power, thousands of years of heritage, and their status as leaders of the scholarly community. The people on this name list were not all of the official power that the aristocratic families controlled, but they made up at least 70%. Even with Shenmu's composure, he could not help but be extremely excited when he received this name list. After all the trouble and racking his brains, he had finally obtained their trump card. Shenmu nodded and said, "I will do my best and not disappoint the elders." Zhang Yu placed his hands on his knees and nodded. "If so, I will leave everything to Brother Shen." Shenmu carefully folded the name list and slowly stuffed it into his sleeve. Zhang Yu was still worried and worriedly asked, "Does Brother Shen have a foolproof plan?" The corner of Shenmu's mouth curled up and he said with some mockery, "When has there ever been a foolproof plan in this world?" Zhang Yu appeared slightly embarrassed and said, "Then, how confident is Brother Shen?" Shenmu coldly said, "I can do my best to persuade young Fan. What he is worried about is not that he was assassinated, but that your reactions are too disappointing. I understand this feeling very well because I was once treated the same way. Ask yourselves, do you really think of him as the sect leader of Xian clan? Do you really have the respect he deserves? Did you really give him power? Haha, you did not give him anything that Lu Binmi once had. You just think that using him is already a great favor and reward, so you've been looking down on him with a high and mighty attitude." Zhang Yu said uneasily, "We have already realized this point. As long as we can safely survive this crisis, we will definitely compensate him." Shenmu said solemnly, "It's too late. The imperial court has already interfered, and the emperor is furious. This matter is not up to us to decide. So I can only do my best. As for the result, it is up to the heavens." Dugu Yu got off the carriage when he reached Longqing Lake and slowly walked to the island in the middle of the lake. There were people on the island who quickly went in to report his arrival. Very quickly, he saw young Fan sitting with a smile on a patch of grass. Dugu Yu immediately cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, little brother was fortunate enough to not fail in his mission. Among the assassins who tried to assassinate Brother Yang on BA, other than 2 who resisted stubbornly and died, the other 4 were all captured by me." Dugu Yu waved his hand and someone behind him carried 4 people who were tied up tightly and barely breathing. It was Yang Suzhuan, Luo Jiahao, and the other 2. Yang Fan turned his head and said, "Xiaoting, take care of these people." Jiyu Zhuting nodded gracefully and waved her hand at the people in green robes before leading them out of the forest. Yang Fan finally cupped his hands to Dugu Yu and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Dugu." Dugu Yu said emotionally, "I do not deserve Brother Yang's thanks. It was Dugu Yu's fault that such a thing happened in Chang'an. Now that I can capture them and hand them over to Brother Yang to deal with, I feel a little better," Dugu Yu said as he walked forward and naturally stood at Jiyu Zhuting's position. He pushed Yang Fan's wheelchair and slowly walked forward on the soft grass. Yang Fan knew that Dugu Yu had mobilized a lot of manpower and material resources to capture the culprits. It was a disguised apology for Dugu Yu's intention to retreat when he was dying. Yang Fan did not say anything and only smiled slightly as he let Dugu Yu push the wheelchair. Dugu Yu pushed the wheelchair and said slowly, "I heard that Miss Gongsun was asked to come here by someone and was accompanied by people from the aristocratic families in Shandong. But this lady is really not a good mediator. Now that both sides have completely fallen out, I'm afraid they will soon come to their senses." Yang Fan said, "As for Shenmu's side, I'm sure he will pour another pot of bewitching wine on them and make them confused for a while. Even if Shenmu did not make a move, it would be too late for them to come to their senses now." Dugu Yu frowned and said, "But since Brother Yang was assassinated, the imperial court has been greatly enraged. This has prompted our entire plan to speed up. Many of our original arrangements were very thorough, but now they are all useless. With the current situation, I'm afraid we will have to have a showdown with them immediately. What does Brother Yang plan to do? Why should I do it?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and casually plucked a wild flower along the way. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. He said leisurely, "Zhong Changzong is coming to replace Wu Yizong. Do you know about this?" Dugu Yu nodded slightly. He then remembered that Yang Fan's back was facing him and he could not see his movements. He said, "I know. Zhong Changzong should be arriving in Chang'an today." Jiyu Zhuting walked to the side of the Longqing pond and stood still with her hands behind her back. She calmly looked at the ripples on the clear water. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Sink the lake." Although Yang Suchuan, Luo Jiahao, and the others were barely breathing, they were still conscious. They had thought that after being caught, they would definitely be questioned about the mastermind behind the scenes. They were still thinking about how to stutter to make the victims feel that they had many secrets and were still useful. Who would have thought that they would be brought to the lake directly without saying a word? As they were wondering, the young lady's words almost scared them out of their wits. Sink the lake. This beautiful young lady didn't even ask a word and directly wanted to sink us into the lake. Yang Suchuan, Luo Jiahao, and the others immediately struggled desperately. In order to use the tip of their tongues to push the rags out of their mouths, their faces were swollen and purple. Unfortunately, all their struggles were to no avail. They were tied up so tightly that they could not struggle at all. After receiving Jiyu Zhuting's order, those indifferent men in cyan robes immediately picked up a few stones from the ground, opened their chests, and violently stuffed them in. Then they grabbed the ropes that tied their hands upside down, lifted them horizontally, and threw them into the lake. Bang! Luo Jiahao smashed into the water like a crooked shrimp, splashing waves on the surface of the lake. He opened his eyes wide in horror and sank to the bottom of the lake in despair. Bang! Bang! Yang Suchuan and the other two were not afraid for long. Then they were thrown into the lake. The green lake quickly drowned their frightened eyes. Their hair rippled on the surface of the water like water plants, and then completely disappeared, leaving only a string of bubbles. The surface of the water was soon restored to calmness. A gust of wind came, and the lake was still undulating, as if nothing had happened. And Miss Jiyu had already disappeared from the lakeside. Only those indifferent men in cyan robes were still standing there. Yang Fan gently shook the wildflowers in his hand. Looking at Miss Jiyu, he smiled at Duguyu and said, "Yes, Zhong Changzong arrived today. He is really impatient. He was a man who never tired of showing off, and I never liked to go into battle unless I had to. In that case, why not let him be the villain?" Chapter 989. In the 10-mile pavilion, a group of elite armored soldiers stood solemnly by the side of the road. Their armor clanked and their banners fluttered in the wind. The Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Hu Zhongyu, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Hu Yuanli, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Chen Dong, and Liu Xiantian were all sitting or standing in the pavilion, waiting to welcome the new imperial envoy, Zhong Changzong. Wu Yizong's face was dark and he looked very unhappy. He was the one who had suffered an undeserved calamity. Yang Fan had been assassinated, but in order to avoid suspicion, he had to give up his post. He had really racked his brains over the past 6 months in Chang'an. In the end, he had helped Zhong Changzong, allowing this immature brat of the Zhong family to reap the fruits of his labor. His current status was sensitive, especially since he was going to hand over his post to Zhong Changzong. He had to come and welcome him. This feeling of being subservient was not good. At this time, Wu Yizong still did not know that because of Zhong Changzong's greedy words, Wu Chengxi's eldest son, Wu Yanji, had been beaten to death by his aunt. If he knew that, although he was on Wu Sance's side and fought with Wu Chengxi, he would also feel the same hatred for the Wu family when they met with such a calamity. At that time, he would probably feel even worse. Qiu Lingji and Hu Zhongyu were whispering to each other. No matter what, Wu Yizong was going to leave. The person in charge from now on would be Zhong Changzong. They had to think about how to build a good relationship with this new superior. This person was the person the emperor favored the most. Compared to the other imperial envoys, his authority was much greater. It was said that the last time he left the capital, the emperor had gifted him with a banner. He had the power to act first and report later. This time would probably be no exception. If they did not have a good relationship with this person, the consequences would be dire. The many Chang'an officials, gentry, nobles, and relatives behind Liu Xiantian were even more shocked. They had already taken all kinds of measures to curry favor with this imperial envoy, how to build a good relationship with him, and how to survive this inevitable purge. Wine, women, avarice, and temper, but all the hobbies of mortals were used at once. He did not believe that he could not take down this imperial envoy. Drums and horns sounded from the front of the army, and the people in the pavilion were in a commotion. Wu Yizong also stood up and looked into the distance. He saw a group of cavalrymen lined up neatly in battle. Their swords and spears gleamed with cold light, and they wore red and black battle robes and armors. Flags of various colors fluttered high in the air. It was grand and majestic, and they were as unmoving as a mountain. Wu Yizong took in a deep breath and quickly walked forward. The rest of the officials followed closely behind him and lined up neatly according to their ranks. Armored warriors with neatly arranged saddles rode on incomparably strong steeds. They wore swords and shields, and held long spears in their hands. The silver tips of the spears flickered with cold light, looking mighty and majestic. The military flag fluttered in the wind like silk being torn apart. The cavalry parted to the left and right, giving way to the various officials who came forward to welcome them. They galloped past the two sides of the road. The cavalry was endless, and there were at least 2,000 of them. There were 2,000 riders in front, but how many were there behind? Wu Zetian was really protective of her most beloved little lover. Zhong Changzong took the initiative to ask for permission to come to Chang and to temporarily avoid the anger of the Wu and Li families. However, Wu Zetian said that Yang Fan had been assassinated and that the situation in Guangzhou was complicated. She was afraid that something might happen to him, so she actually sent such a large group of soldiers to protect him. It seemed that he was not coming to the capital Chang'an, but to some important border town. Wherever the army passed, it was like a collapsing mountain. People like Wu Yizong, Liu Qietian, and many of the capital officials were calm, but many of the officials and nobles in Chang'an were secretly trembling. Countless thick and strong horse legs passed by them, and thick and heavy spears were like a forest of halberds. The sharp spears had blood grooves on them, and those who felt guilty would feel suffocated if they were in the midst of it. A large oil-walled carriage pulled by 4 handsome white horses appeared in front of them. The curtains hung low, and it was luxurious and exquisite. It had an extremely noble aura. Wu Yizong stopped in his tracks and saw that the carriage was in front of him. The coachman pulled on the reins and the curtain at the carriage door parted, and a head popped out. Wu Yizong raised his hands and was about to say, "Zhong Fengchen," when he suddenly stopped. The person who popped out had a pointed chin, triangular eyes, and a moustache. His face was full of smiles, and he looked extremely wretched. He did not look like the handsome young man who was like a lotus flower. This person stuck his head out, and like a chick pecking at rice, he squinted his eyes at the officials and nodded with a smile. Only then did he come out of the carriage. This person wore a black silk hat, a light green official robe with embroidered patterns, a leather belt around his waist, and a pair of boots. He was actually a 7th-ranked official. This official opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. He snatched the footstool from the coachman and hung it on the shaft of the carriage. He respectfully bowed towards the carriage and said, "Zhong Fengchen, please." A person bowed and walked out of the carriage. He was dressed in court attire and had a jade talisman on his waist. In his hand was a box wrapped in bright yellow brocade. His complexion was like jade, and his face was handsome. It was Zhong Changzong. Wu Yizong was suddenly enlightened. He thought, so that person was one of Zhong Changzong's attendants. He did not bother to look at this 7th-ranked minor official. He cupped his hands towards Zhong Changzong and said, "Zhong Fengchen, it must have been hard on you all this way." Most of the officials did not recognize this minor official, and did not bother to look at him. All the officials present were higher ranked than him. But the county magistrate Chen Linfeng, who was standing at the end of the line, was shocked when he saw this person. Wen Ao. The imperial censor Wen Ao. Wen Ao had been staying in the county yamen of 10,000 years for more than half a month. He had been using a chicken feather as a token of authority all day long. He had been causing a lot of trouble here and there. The young master of the Heavenly Eagle gang, Wen Bin, was personally captured by this civil magistrate, together with the county magistrate of 10,000 years and a group of constables. Didn't Wen Ao return to the imperial censor? Why did he come down from Zhong Fengchen's carriage? County Magistrate Chen looked at Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu who were standing in front of him. These two imperial envoys from the imperial censor looked calm. A chill suddenly rose in County Magistrate Chen's heart. Thousands of sails raced, and hundreds of ships swam. Under the command of a steward from the Shun Gate who had just finished reorganizing, the ships sailed south. Starting from the morning when the first ship sailed into the distance, until the sun was high up in the sky, one ship after another paddled away from the pier. The last ship had yet to leave the harbor. On the pier, many elderly people, women, and children were seeing off their loved ones. After this farewell, they would only be able to reunite with their loved ones after 9 months. After 9 months, some of them might not be able to return. They might have passed away due to illness in a foreign land, or they might have met with a dangerous river and lost their lives. Year after year, day after day, this was the life of the people on the BA. However, this year, all the canal gangs on BA had been integrated together. At least there were no more internal conflicts. The canal men's sailing was much smoother than in previous years. When the boats returned in late autumn, they could also bring back more generous salaries for their families. This made every canal man and his family members feel a bit more joy in the sadness of parting. Ah! Your pure white skin is like a fish belly in the east at dawn. Your towering breasts are like 2 big ripe pomegranates. Your smooth legs are like a stream. The treasure in between is like a plentiful money bag. When you want to stand up with those perfectly round legs of yours, you have to prepare for a very long time. Other than Abdullah, who else could write such a wonderful poem that could shock the heavens and the earth and make the gods weep? This guy had always been on the BA. Now everyone on the BA was familiar with him. They all knew that there was a Abdullah on the BA. At first, Abdullah took pleasure in praising the pheasants on the BA. Later on, his emotions sublimated and he began to take pride in flirting with widows. The woman he was praising was a widow who owned a snack shop on BA. Her skin was indeed as white as cream, and there was not a single wrinkle on her taut skin. She was very voluptuous, so voluptuous that she could fit 2 Abdullahs, or 3.5 Abbas in there. The woman, who was cooking a pot of pig trotters, was annoyed by Abdullah. She didn't prepare for long before she stood up from the stove, grabbed a stick, and chased after Abdullah. Don't chase me away. I never return empty-handed when I climb up the tree to pick fruit. I have also visited a pregnant woman in the middle of the night. I have also been in the orchard and made a young mother abandon her suckling child. Her upper body was leaning against the tree, and her lower body was in my arms. I have also climbed up. Abdullah ran as if he was flying, and continued to speak eloquently. The loyal and devoted Abbas ran barefooted beside his master. As he ran, he cheered, "My master is as passionate as fire. My master is promiscuous by nature. My master is talented and knowledgeable. My master." Ouch! The woman swung the stick in her hand and hit the back of Abbas' head. Luckily, the stick was not thick. Abbas let out a strange cry and ran in front of his master. "I have also." Hey! Abdullah recited poetry as he ran. After running for a few streets, he suddenly saw Jiyu Zhuting. Jiyu Zhuting and the former leader of the 5 Elements Association, Qin Ziyuan, who was now one of the 36 stewards of the Shun Gate, had just sent off the first batch of boats. They were returning to the Shun Gate from the pier. When Abdullah saw Jiyu Zhuting, he immediately ran in front of her. Before Jiyu Zhuting could react, he held her fingertips. "Ah! You are as beautiful and fresh as the newborn Luo Bu Ying Abdullah, I see you again." Abdullah praised as he bent one knee and was about to kiss her hand. Jiyu Zhuting said coldly, "If you dare to kiss me, I guarantee that your mouth will never be able to recite poetry again. You won't even be able to eat." It was as if there was a spring attached to Abdullah's back, and he straightened up with a whoosh. Jiyu Zhuting said again, "If you don't let go, I guarantee that your hand will never be able to hold anything again." Abdullah felt as if he had been stung by a scorpion, and he let go with a whoosh. The men of the cow gang behind Jiyu Zhuting laughed. In fact, they did not hate Abdullah, and they even thought that it was quite interesting to have such a clown on BA's head. However, this ignorant person had taken liberties with their helmsman, so as a subordinate, they had to act accordingly. Rong Shu, who was originally a member of the Five Elements Association and had now become a disciple of the Shungate, swaggered in front of him. With his hands on his waist, he circulated the qi in his dantian and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get lost." Abdullah and his little follower, Abbas, fled in disarray. Old Master Qin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He said, "These barbarians of the western regions, their customs and habits are a mess." Jiyu Zhuting's pretty face was stiff, and she snorted coldly. How can a merchant be so stupid? He is clearly taking advantage of others on purpose. If he does this again, I will break his legs. As she said this, she withdrew her hand to the bottom of her sleeve. With a flick of her slender finger, a ball of paper was put into her sleeve. Chapter 990. Ever since Yang Fan was taken to the Longqing pool by Liu Qiantian to recuperate, the usually deserted island became lively. Almost every day, there would be people visiting the island. The Longqing pool was a lake in the city, and there was an island on the lake. On the island, there was a stretch of water, lush flowers, and trees, and the environment was quiet. It was indeed a blessed place for cultivating one's mind. At this moment, Yang Fan was sitting by the side of the pool, holding a purple bamboo fishing rod in his hand. He was leisurely fishing. The surface of the water was sparkling, and the fishing bobber was bobbing up and down. There was a kind of lazy atmosphere, and the warm spring breeze was intoxicating. When Zheng Yu saw Yang Fan was sitting on an intricately made wheelchair. The fishing rod was inserted in the gap of the armrest, and the wheelchair stopped under a weeping willow. Yang Fan was lying on the wheelchair, sleeping leisurely. The curling branches turned into thousands of soft yellow and green flowers, gently fluttering on his shoulders, looking quite otherworldly. The green willow hung down, and under the willow was a quaint stone platform. There were 3 cups of tea on the stone platform, giving off a curling fragrance. Yang Fan, Shen Mu, and Zheng Yu sat in a triangular formation around the stone platform in the wheelchair, like 3 legs of a tripod. Shen Mu picked up a cup of golden and glossy tea, brought it under his nose, and smelled it. He smiled and said, "Erlang likes to drink tea now. It's still this original tea that makes people reminisce." Yang Fan said with a smile, "This drinking method, this little brother learned it from Brother Shen. Originally, this Yang had always kept a respectful distance from tea. Only after learning Brother Shen's tea-tasting method did I realize the taste of this tea." Shen Mu laughed and said to Zheng Yu, "Brother Zheng, please have a taste. The tea that you usually drink has too many condiments, and it has covered up the original taste of the tea. In my opinion, tea should be tasted this way. The mouth will salivate, and the aftertaste will be sweet." Zhang Yu picked up the teacup, and perfunctorily took a sip. After carefully touching it, it really had a different taste. It was just that Zheng Yu did not know the taste of food, let alone tea. But as soon as Shen Mu arrived, he started gossiping with Yang Fan. Following that, the two of them started talking about the way of tea. Zheng Yu could only patiently sit at the side and listen to their idle chatter. The current situation was similar to the time when Yang Fan and Shen Mu Luoyang met. The difference was that the third party was replaced by Zheng Yu this time. After chatting for a while, Shen Mu's expression turned serious and he said with concern, "I heard about the assassination attempt on Erlang on my way back from Luoyang. Fortunately, Erlang is blessed by the heavens and was able to escape this calamity. Erlang, it's not that I want to scold you, but your current status is very different from the past. A commander and a general have their own duties. You shouldn't do everything yourself." Yang Fan lightly said, "This time, I did not take the risk. I led hundreds of armored soldiers to welcome the censorate and Ministry of Justice officials to the 1,000 cavalry camp. Who would have thought that someone would use a crossbow and openly assassinate me on Vermilion Bird Avenue? How do you expect me to guard against such a dangerous situation? Do you expect me to stay at home from now on and not go anywhere?" Zhang Yu said uneasily, "Erlang, I was about to tell you about this matter. After Erlang was assassinated on Chang'an Street, all the officials in Chang'an were shocked. Such a lawless act has never happened in Chang'an before. Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed. He said with grief and indignation, according to what you said, it was my arrival in Chang'an that caused the anger of the people and forced them to take the risk. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, No, no, no. Erlang, don't be angry. Please listen to my explanation. Because such a thing has never happened in Chang'an, all the officials in Chang'an were shocked. After I heard the news, I immediately arranged for people to start investigating, hoping to find the real culprit. Yang Fan stared at him and said, Then have you found the real culprit? Zhang Yu paused and said awkwardly, There are no clues so far. Yang Fan smiled. Zhang Yu frowned and said, I have indeed used a large number of people to investigate this matter, but the whereabouts of those people with crossbows are too mysterious. They appeared in Vermilion Bird Avenue and then disappeared completely. It is really strange. I suspect that they are people from Wu Yizhong. Yang Fan shook his head and said, It can't be people from Wu Yizhong. Zhang Yu's gaze froze and he hurriedly asked, Erlang, how can you be so sure? Yang Fan slowly said, Because Wu Yizhong has always been my opponent. I have always been on guard against him. If he was the one who did it, I would not have been so unaware and could not find the slightest trace afterwards. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed even tighter and he said in a low voice, But I can also be sure that this batch of crossbows and the people using them are not from some aristocratic family in Shandong, nor are they from any Chang'an official or noble. Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said coldly, Are you sure? Zhang Yu nodded without hesitation and said, I am sure. Yang Fan said coldly, What if your investigation is wrong? Zhang Yu raised his brows and said, If the culprit is really from some aristocratic family or a noble in Chang'an, once Erlang finds the evidence, we will not interfere in the slightest. A gentleman's word. A whip on a fast horse. All right, all right. Shun Mu came out to smooth things over and said, The two of you should not argue over this. The culprit who tried to assassinate Erlang cannot be let off. Since I have returned, I will also use my people to investigate this matter and seek justice for Erlang. However, the most important thing now is how to solve the current situation in Chang'an. Shun Mu's expression turned serious and he said in a low voice, The current situation in Chang'an is very serious. The disturbance on BA affected the transportation and attracted the attention of the Empress. Your assassination made the Empress furious. The Empress is about to move the capital, and she has been away from Chang'an for more than 20 years. She does not understand the current situation in Chang'an and only relies on the reports from the local authorities. What would this Empress think when she heard all these pieces of news? Has the Chang'an officialdom become rotten? Has Chang'an become a place where bandits run amok? How could a lawless person despise the law and imperial power to such an extent? When the emperor is angry, he will not be afraid of blood flowing. Our empress is especially not afraid of killing, although the emperor's intention is to reorganize Guangzhou and not to target the aristocratic families. The interests of the aristocratic families and the Chang'an officialdom are one. Once the emperor makes up his mind to clean up Guangzhou, the painstaking efforts of the aristocratic families in Guangzhou will be ruined. The consequences will be unimaginable. The obvious and hidden sects were born from the aristocratic families and are attached to them. They share the same roots and many interests are inseparable from the aristocratic families. In the current situation, whether it is for the aristocratic families or our two sects, we should put aside all prejudices and join hands to stop this disaster. Shun Mu spoke with sincerity and Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Yang Fan disapproved and said, This is the reason why the two of you came to visit today, right? But how do you want me to stop it? I am recuperating and can only sit in a wheelchair for the next 3 to 5 months. What can I do about the military and state affairs? Zhang Yu said cheerfully, It is enough as long as Erlang has this thought. My plan is like this. Brother Shun will secretly contact the local officials in Chang'an. With wine, women, wealth, and temper, we will win over the new imperial envoy Zhong Changzong. At the same time, we will mobilize all forces in the court to urge the emperor to change his mind. Erlang has connections with the three most powerful forces in the court, the Wu family, the Li family, and the Zhong family. I ask Erlang to come out and exert influence on them. I believe that as long as Erlang is willing to mediate, no matter if it is the situation in the court or this imperial envoy Zhong, their attitudes will change greatly. Yang Fan gave a non-committal "oh." Seeing that he had no enthusiasm, Zhang Yu looked at Shunmu for help. Shunmu coughed and said, "Ever since Lu Binmi left Chang'an, the two most important trade routes in Chang'an are under the control of my hidden sect. How about this? The trade routes from the West region and the Central Plains will use Chang'an as the boundary. The trade routes from the West region will stop at Chang'an and belong to my hidden sect. Further east, all the benefits will be enjoyed by your obvious sect. The trade routes from the Central Plains will be the same. The trade routes from the Central Plains to Chang'an will be enjoyed by your obvious sect. The trade routes from Chang'an to the west will be enjoyed by my hidden sect. Chang'an City will be shared between our two sects. As for the benefits that our two sects should share with the aristocratic families, we will each take 50%. What do you think?" Yang Fan clapped and said with a smile, "Brother Shen is truly scheming. Right now, this little brother is the chief minister of the water transport and uses the water transport to drive the trade routes. The eastern trade route is originally in this little brother's pocket. You have to hand it over even if you don't want to. Now that Brother Shen has generously given it to this little brother will owe you a favor." Shun Mu's face reddened, and he muttered to himself before gritting his teeth and saying, "Then how about this? The workshops in Chang'an were originally controlled by my hidden sect. Out of the various workshops in Chang'an, we directly or indirectly control at least 70%. I will take out half and give it to your obvious sect. How about this?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "Brother Shen dislikes the high labor costs in Chang'an and is currently building all sorts of workshops in my Yuan, Fengju, Qiju, and Longju. Do you think that this little brother doesn't know about this?" Shunmu flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Erlang, the salt and wine industries are both extremely profitable. Isn't it enough that these two industries are under the control of your obvious sect? Are you going to ask my hidden sect to hand over all the benefits to you?" Zhang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Both of you, once the boat capsizes, everyone will be finished together. Now that everyone is in the same boat, we should help each other and not undermine each other." Yang Fan said, "Brother Zhang's words aren't right. Everyone naturally has the same benefits to the outside world, but when it comes to the various clans, don't you all have your own plans? Brother Zheng is from the Xingyang Zheng clan. If the Xingyang Zheng clan and the Longxi Li clan have a conflict of interest, which side will you stand on? If you blindly make peace and give in too much, will the Zheng clan agree?" Shen Mu sighed and said, "Isn't this Shen the same? If you ask me to give in too much, Shen Mu won't be able to answer to my brothers." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I also understand your difficulties. How about this? In order to give an explanation to your subordinates, I promise you on behalf of the aristocratic families that every 3 years, we will provide 7 places for the directorate to the obvious and hidden schools. Among them, we will ensure that 3 of them will enter the Imperial College and 1 of them will enter the Imperial College. Is this okay?" Chapter 991. The Imperial College was a national university. As long as one graduated, he would be qualified for the provincial examination. After passing the examination of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel, he would be able to become an official. If he wanted to continue his studies after graduating from the Imperial College, he could enter the Imperial College. After graduating, the Imperial College students could also enter the Imperial College. The Imperial College and the Imperial College had a higher rank than the Imperial College. One could directly become an official through recommendation. Even if one couldn't become an official, during the process of studying, one would have a teacher, the same year, and the status of a gentry. This was equivalent to entering the bureaucratic class and becoming a member of the huge ruling class. Business, work, land, all these were superficial benefits. They were all accessories of the official society. The aristocratic families almost monopolized the right to education, so they had the power. Although the imperial examination system had been established since the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the children of poor families also had the hope of becoming an official, their chances were not great. This was because the results of the imperial examination in the Sui and Tang dynasties were not only based on the results on the paper, but also on the passing the roll and passing the roll. The passing the roll was a list made by interviewing the talents and reputation of the scholars in society for the chief examiner's reference. Among them, the recommendations of celebrities, literary giants, and high officials and nobles were very important. Sometimes, the chief examiner had already decided on the passing the roll and the passing the roll. The passing the roll was the recommendation of the scholars. Before the examination, they would present their works to the famous officials and social sages for their appreciation, reputation, and recommendation to the chief examiner. In the end, it was still the passing the roll. Who were the celebrities, literary giants, and high officials and nobles who decided the passing the roll? These people were either from aristocratic families or were inextricably linked to aristocratic families. The results could be imagined. This was the reason why the aristocratic families could prosper. The Imperial College, as the highest institution for cultivating scholars and officials, had long been monopolized by them. This was also the power that the aristocratic families valued the most and were most unwilling to give up. As long as they had this power, even if they were poor, they could still stand on the top of the pyramid in a few years. Now, in order to promote cooperation, Zheng Yu did not hesitate to give up part of the benefits in this aspect. The 7 places were obviously given up by the 7 aristocratic families. This should be the result of the discussion among the 7 aristocratic families. Otherwise, Zheng Yu would not dare to make this decision. Faced with such generous conditions, Shun Mu and Yang Fan were obviously moved. Shun Mu took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "I agree." Yang Fan also stretched out his hand and put it on his hand. "I agree." Zheng Yu gladly put his hand on hers. "We're in the same boat, and we'll overcome the difficulties together." Yang Fan personally escorted Shun Mu and Zheng Yu to the edge of the island and watched them mount their horses. Yang Fan was about to ask Guda to push him back to the island when suddenly he saw a fast horse galloping past Shun Mu and Zheng Yu in the distance. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and recognized that the person was his family member, Mo Xuanfei. His heart suddenly tightened. Mo Xian galloped his horse and rushed to the island. As soon as he saw Yang Fan sitting in a wheelchair and looking at him, he hastily got off the horse, bowed deeply and said loudly, "Congratulations, Lang. Congratulations, Lang." Yang Fan's tightened heart suddenly relaxed and he hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Fan's body suddenly shook and he said in surprise, "But our NU has given birth." Mo Xuanfei said with a smile, "Yes. Second mother gave birth successfully and both mother and child are safe. She specially sent me to Chang'an to report the good news to our Lang." "Ha ha ha, good. Good good good. Heh. It's a boy." Mo Xuanfei said with a smile, "Yes. Second mother gave birth to a big fat boy. He's very strong and his eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as Lang." Yang Fan pointed at him with a smile and said, "You're flattering me again. A newborn child's eyebrows and eyes haven't even grown. How can you tell who he looks like?" "Ha ha ha." Mo Xuanfei said with a cheeky smile, "Lang is wise and powerful, and I'm just like my father. Naturally, I'm not a child from an ordinary family." As Mo Xuanfei spoke, he walked to Yang Fan's side and looked him up and down. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank God, our Lang's complexion is very good. This lowly one will go back and tell first mother and second mother about this." Yang Fan asked, "How is everything at home?" Mo Xuanfei said, "Everything is fine. At the beginning of spring, first mother even followed our Lang's instructions and hired a very knowledgeable teacher for eldest Miss and eldest Langjun. Now, the teacher teaches them every day. Eldest Miss and eldest Langjun are very smart and have been praised by the teacher." Yang Fan asked suspiciously, "Serong is fine, but will Nianzhu be so obedient?" That boy ran away as soon as he heard that he was asked to study and write. The corner of Mo Xuanfei's mouth twitched and said, "Eldest Langjun was indeed not very willing to learn at first. First mother promised that as long as he was willing to study and learn, she would take him to ride a horse. Eldest Langjun was willing to work hard. First mother also found 2 children of the same age to study with him. With companions, eldest Lang Jun was even more willing to study. Yong Fan laughed and said, I knew it. This boy is born in the year of the donkey. If we don't coax him with something sweet, how can he be so obedient? Mo Xuanfei said with a smile, First mother asked me to tell Lang the good news. She also asked Lang to give second Lang Jun a name. Yong Fan thought for a while and said, a name. I'll have to think about it. Just as he said this, a horse galloped from afar. Yong Fan put his hand on his head and looked at it against the sunlight. It was Jiyu Zhuting. Jiyu Zhuting got off the horse. Mo Xuanfei saw her and quickly greeted, Xiao Xuanzi greets Miss Jiyu. Xiao Xuanzi, why are you here? Jiyu Zhuting was also surprised to see him. However, she had a heavy responsibility, so she did not dare to say anything. She first nodded to Mo Xuanfei, then quickly walked to Yong Fan and took out a paper ball from her sleeve. Yong Fan opened the paper ball and looked at it. He immediately put it in his palm and said to Jiyu Dadao, Take my name card and invite Hu Chenxian and Chen Shenlang here immediately. After giving the order, Yong Fan turned his head and said to Mo Xuanfei in high spirits, We have a name for our second Lang Jun. He will be called Yang Ji. Good luck for the opening of the market, ha ha ha. Opposite the censorate, under an old locust tree at the entrance of the alley, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Looking at his frowning face, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. A manservant stood next to him with his hands down. His eyes kept looking at his master's figure. Sigh. The man in the green robe did not know how many times he paced under the tree and sighed many times. Finally, he stomped his feet heavily and strode toward the gate of the censorate. The manservant hurried to catch up with him. Hu Yuanli received the name card from the Jiyu brothers and immediately changed into a set of casual clothes. He was ready to go to Longqing Lane to visit Yong Fan. As soon as he walked out of the signing room, a government official rushed to him and said, Chenxian, there is a man at the door who claims to be the Wanyan County magistrate. He has something important to discuss with Chenxian. Oh. Hu Yuanli stopped and asked, Is he wearing official clothes or casual clothes? The official said, He is wearing casual clothes. He seems to be sneaking around, as if he is afraid of being seen. Hu Yuanli's heart skipped a beat. If the man was wearing official clothes, he could have let Siyu receive him. But since he was wearing casual clothes and was sneaking around, his purpose was intriguing. Hu Yuanli thought for a while and said, Invite him to my signing room immediately. A moment later, the middle-aged man in the green robe was led to the signing room. As soon as he saw Hu Yuanli, the man said, I am Wanyan County Magistrate Chen Linfeng. Greetings to Hu Chenxian. Hu Yuanli cupped his hands and said, County Magistrate Chen need not be so polite. Please sit. May I know why County Magistrate Chen is visiting today? Chen Linfeng bowed and said, The Lantai Palace is the Emperor's eyes and ears in charge of discipline. He is upright, respectful, straightforward, and forgiving. He is a gentleman of great elegance. Lowly official has always admired him. But my position is lowly and I have never dared to take the liberty to ask for an audience. Today, I plucked up my courage. Hu Yuanli slightly smiled and said, County Magistrate Chen, I was going to Longqing Pool to visit General Zhongwu. When I was about to leave, I learned that County Magistrate Chen was visiting, so I temporarily stayed in the carriage. If County Magistrate Chen doesn't have any important matters to attend to, then I won't be accompanying you. Chen Linfeng was startled and hurriedly bowed and said, I am here. I am here to report Junior Magistrate Qi Anruan and Directorate Chancellor Li Jianbai for accepting bribes, embezzling public funds, and annexing people's land by force. Hu Yuanli was startled at first, then slowly revealed a sneer and said slowly, I have investigated these matters clearly. I was just about to ask Zhong Fengchen whether to arrest some of the officials involved in the case. Chen Linfeng's body trembled and didn't dare to hide anything anymore. He hurriedly said, They also colluded with the founding county magistrate Chen Kaishuan to set up a private market to trade with Tubo. Not only did they set up a private market, but they also sold gold, silver, copper, iron, silk, brocade, and weapons. Hu Yuanli jumped up and asked with burning eyes, Is this true? Since things had come to this, Chen Linfeng didn't want to hide anything. His father was dead and his mother was getting married. Everyone should take care of their own. He nodded forcefully and said resolutely, "This lowly official dares to guarantee it with my head. Ha 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 ha." Hu Yuanli left his seat and walked forward with a smile like a spring breeze. He pressed County Magistrate Chen's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Chen Ming's mansion, don't be reserved. Sit down, sit down. Please tell me the details." 2 hours later, Hu Yuanli personally sent Chen Linfeng out of the ceremonial gate and said earnestly, "Ming's mansion, everything should be as usual when you go back this time. Don't reveal anything unusual. With this merit, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of Zhong Fengchen. Not only will you not be punished for your crime, but you will also have the opportunity to be promoted." Chen Linfeng was grateful and cupped his hands, saying, "As long as I can be pardoned, I will be grateful for your great kindness for the rest of my life." After Chen Linfeng left, Hu Yuanli immediately ordered his men to prepare a horse and galloped to Long Qingkai. This news was really too important. Hu Yuanli was in high spirits all the way, and he had a feeling that he was proud of his success. When Hu Yuanli arrived at Long Qingqi, Yang Fan was discussing with Chen Dong, who arrived first. After a round of selection, Yang Fan made a decision and said, "Let's take Li Jianbai as the main target. His power is much less than that of junior magistrate Li Anruan and Sima Zhao Haochen, but he has the widest connections. As the chancellor of the Guanzhong Academy, he is connected to almost all of the noble families of Guanzhong. Through him and his indirect connections, we can become entangled with more than half of the people on this list. Through these people, the others will not be able to escape. We can capture them all in one fell swoop. Heaven's sins can be defied. You can't bear the sins you bring upon yourself." As soon as Yang Fan's voice fell, Hu Yuanli rushed in excitedly. "Erlang, I just received an important piece of news. This time, they really can't escape from their doom." Chapter 992. There's such a thing. After listening to Hu Yuanli's explanation, Yang Fan had a strange expression on his face. Chen Dong smiled and said to Hu Yuanli, "Hu Chenxian, congratulations." Hu Yuanli was surprised and asked, "Why are you congratulating me?" Chen Dong said, "What we did to implicate the entire officialdom of Guanzhong might seem to others to be making a mountain out of a molehill. If it wasn't for the emperor's westward migration, there would be people in court who would accuse us of imitating Zhu Xing and Lai Junchen of being ruthless. With this accusation in hand, who would dare to say that you, Hu Chenxian, are wrong? With this contribution, the position of Minister of Defense will be yours in the future. I congratulate you in advance." Hu Yuanli hadn't thought of this at first. Hearing this, he felt his heart heat up and immediately looked at Yang Fan with fervent eyes. Yang Fan smiled and said, "This matter, whether it's public or private, we have no reason to ignore it. However, we can't step in." Hu Yuanli and Chen Dong were both surprised. Yang Fan said, "I cannot show up. Although you two can participate, you have to give up the credit. This credit has to be given to Zhong Changzong." Hu Yuanli and Chen Dong thought carefully and nodded. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Good. With Zhong Fengchen taking the credit, the Empress will not be stingy with her rewards. It's a pity for Erlang. Such a great credit has to be given to someone else." Yang Fan said meaningfully, "Sometimes, to suffer a loss is to gain an advantage. The storm in Chang'an is too big. I don't have a lover of the Empress to support me. At the heart of the storm, it's better to ask Zhong Fengchen to take the lead." Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "The Chang'an officials and officials from the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works are very close to Zhong Changzong. Your actions are too eye-catching. It's not a good idea to show up. Have Procurator Wen contact Zhong Changzong." Hu Yuanli nodded. Ever since they learned that Zhong Changzong was coming to Chang'an, they had Wen Ao welcome him 200 miles away. Zhong Changzong had not even arrived, but he already knew the situation here like the back of his hand. What was Zhong Changzong's goal? It was power, which the Chang'an officials could not give him. If he could make a great contribution in Chang'an, he would gain more power. What was this great merit? Naturally, it was the great merit that Yang Fan and the others had given him for purging the corrupt officials of Guanzhong. In this kind of situation, how could the noble of Guanzhong's attempts to rope them in be effective? Zhong Changzong had long since viewed them as stepping stones. Yang Fan and the others had sent Wen Ao to meet Zhong Changzong. After the matter was completed, they could have left quietly. The reason why they had allowed him to appear in public in front of the Chang'an officials who were receiving the imperial envoy was that they had already gathered all the necessary witnesses and material evidence. They were not afraid of being seen by them. On the contrary, it could cause them to panic. Who knew that most of those officials did not know Wen Ao? As an attendant of Yang Fan and his entourage, Wen Ao had long been ignored by the officials of Chang'an. Only the county magistrate of Chang'an recognized him. However, the county magistrate of Chang'an did not make it public. After careful consideration, he chose to be a tainted witness and revealed such a big secret. Drive them away. Zhong Changzong had just returned from Wu Yizong's banquet. Today, he had officially handed over the military seal and arrow to Wu Yizong. Tomorrow, he would hold a farewell party for Wu Yizong and send him back to Luoyang. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, he saw many beauties sent by a certain Chang'an aristocrat. Zhong Changzong waved his hand in disgust and strode into the hall. There were more than 10 beauties in the courtyard. They were wearing colorful and fashionable clothes. Their snow-white skin was faintly discernible, and their bodies were graceful and attractive. Each of their faces was bright and beautiful, and each had their own characteristics. However, the eyes of all the beauties were as clear as autumn water. Obviously, they were all young and beautiful virgins. Next to him stood a steward of some mansion. Seeing that Zhong Fengchen did not even look at these beauties, he could only wave his hand awkwardly and leave with these beauties. Zhong Changzong strode into the hall and cursed inwardly. In fact, how could he not like youthful and beautiful girls? However, everything he had came from the Empress. The Empress regarded him as her exclusive property. He did not dare to do anything out of line. Those idiots thought that he was far away from the Emperor after he arrived in Chang'an. They did not think that he had so many entourages around him. Who knew how many of them were the Emperor's spies? Just his personal bodyguards alone had 8 internal guards. If he dared to touch even a finger of those women today, he wouldn't be able to keep that finger of his later. What a group of idiots who should be killed. Zhong Changzong was aroused by those enchanting and charming beauties, but he did not dare to touch them. Therefore, he hated the Chang'an aristocrats even more. As soon as he scolded them, a guard appeared at the entrance of the hall and said, "Zhong Fengchen, Wen Ao, the High Judge of the Censorate, is here to see you." "Oh, invite him in." Zhong Changzong's face cleared up. Wen Ao was good at observing people's words and expressions. He was very good at flattering people. Since the Tongguan Pass, Zhong Changzong had a good impression of this ordinary-looking petty official. "I am Wen Ao. Nice to meet you, Zhong Fengchen." A greeting came from the entrance of the hall. His tone was full of surprise and admiration. It was like a traveler who had been away from his hometown for many years and suddenly returned to his hometown to meet his relatives and elders. As soon as Zhong Changzong turned around, he saw Wen Ao, with her chin tucked in, her triangular eyes drooping, and her moustache swaying, tiptoeing as if she was afraid of stepping on an ant. She smiled and bowed deeply to him. Her back was so deep that she almost fell to the ground. Zhong Changzong was annoyed and amused at the same time. He glared at him and said, "Don't make such a disgusting look. What are you doing here? My invitation has been lined up for half a month. Did the censorate just remember to invite me to the banquet now?" Wen Ao said with a smile, "Zhong Fengchen has arrived in Chang'an. The censorate can be considered as half a master. We have to show our courtesy. We have to invite him to the banquet and give him gifts." Zhong Changzong waved his hand and said, all right. I don't want to go to the banquet anymore. You don't have to give me any gifts. I am not interested." Wen Ao looked around sneakily and said in a low voice, "Zhong Fengchen will definitely be interested in this big gift." Zhong Changzong glanced at him and said, "What kind of gift is so mysterious?" Wen Ao took out a book from his sleeve. With a solemn expression, he respectfully held the book with both hands and said, "Please have a look." Zhong Changzong took the book with a face full of suspicion. He opened it and read 3 lines. His body shook and he looked at Wen Ao in surprise. "Is this real?" Wen Ao nodded. Holding the belt, he said proudly, "Zhong Fengchen, do you like this big gift?" "I like it. I like it. Ha ha ha, this big gift suits me." Wen Ao winked and said, "Then, will Zhong Fengchen be willing to attend the celebration banquet?" "Definitely. Definitely. Such a banquet." Wen Ao said flatteringly, "How can you, Zhong Fengchen, be absent?" "Ha ha ha ha." Daoju controlled foreign armies to the west, Huanglong to the east, Shiling to the north, and was a stronghold for the Tang dynasty to defend against the Tubo. Surrounded by 4 mountains, there was a city built during the Taihe era of the northern Wei dynasty. The city walls were built along the mountain ridges and wound around the peaks of Donglong Mountain like a giant dragon coiling between the mountains. For more than 200 years, the people of Daoju had lived and multiplied in this place. The Tang dynasty's contact with the western region, other than the Silk Road, was through the Tangfan Ancient Road. During the Zhongguan era, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty made peace with the Tubo. Princess Wencheng entered the western region through this road. Later, the Tubo and the Tang dynasty became increasingly hostile. They often sent troops to harass the border and plunder the Tang dynasty's border residents. This road was then closed. However, only the official road was truly closed. The smuggling among the people had never stopped. Later, some greedy officials joined in and the scale of smuggling grew larger and larger. An unofficial trade market was formed here. Southwest of the ancient city, at the foot of the Yangdun mountain, Zhong Dawei, with his hands behind his back, walked slowly in the bustling valley with 4 guards. Those who saw him would respectfully retreat to the side and bow to him. Zhong Dawei was happy and at ease, as if he was the emperor of this place. Zhong Dawei was a legendary figure. At the beginning, he only brought 6 brothers to Tubo. After many hardships, he started a small business with people carrying mules. With the help of the prosperous trade between the Central Plains and Tubo, he quickly became rich and accumulated a huge fortune. Zhong Dawei also bought 500 looms in the nearby provinces to weave silk brocades and sell them to Tubo. In one fell swoop, he became the richest man in Daoju. Unfortunately, Tubo then started a war and the trade between the Central Plains and Tubo was stopped. He expanded too quickly and invested all of his family's fortune into it. As a result, he was penniless. When he was destitute, the founding duke, Chen Kaishuan, took a fancy to him and set up a private trade market. With him as his agent, Zhong Dawei made a comeback and once again became the richest man in Daoju. Moreover, because this was a private market, he needed to build his own armed forces to maintain order here. His authority was even greater than before. Zhong Dawei, who had experienced great ups and downs, treasured everything he had now. Although the trade market here was already on track and he didn't need to be respectful, he still looked like a king inspecting his territory every day, patrolling the valley used for trade. "This is my empire." Zhong Dawei stopped on a low slope and looked around at the bustling trade market. He stroked his beard and smiled. Thunder suddenly rumbled, rolling over. There were birds that flew out of the forest in fright, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhong Dawei looked at the clear sky in confusion, and then looked into the distance. At the end of the valley, he saw a black tide rolling towards him. It was getting closer and closer. In the valley, there was a winding dragon, and it was clearly a team of black riders. Zhong Dawei turned pale with fright and hurriedly turned his head to look at the other side of the valley. Because he used too much strength, his neck made a cracking sound. On the other side of the valley, a group of swift and fierce knights had already blocked the mountain pass. War flags fluttered in the wind, swords and spears flashed with cold light, vigorous and strict horse team. This wasn't the Tubo people, nor was it the border army. This was, Zhong Dawei felt the world was spinning and the sun was piercing his eyes. His empire. Collapse. Chapter 993. The night was dark and a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight shone on a magnificent garden. There were tall bamboos, rock gardens, and ponds. The houses were exquisite with carved pillars and walls. There was a well-lit abode at the end of the winding path. A pearl-shaped glass lamp, which was made of fine wood and decorated with fine engravings, emitted a bright and soft light. Under the light, Jong Changzong, who was wearing a crimson nightgown and had her hair loose, stood in front of the octagonal mirror, humming a song while applying something on her face. In front of him were more than 20 jade plates of various sizes. Each plate contained different things, such as mung bean paste, vegetable juice, almond powder, honey, egg white, melon slices, and so on. Jong Changzong was originally very beautiful. Because of such meticulous care, his skin was even more rosy and delicate. Many women envied him. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jong Changzong's face was already covered in all kinds of concoctions and melon slices. He turned his head unhappily and said, "I am already asleep. Why are you still knocking at this time?" Before he could finish, Jong Changzong suddenly remembered something important. He hurriedly jumped up from the chair and walked out. He went around the screen to the central room and reached out to open the door. The inner guard outside knew that Zhong Fengchen had the habit of applying makeup to protect his face just like the imperial concubines in the palace. He was the one who bought the things that Jong Changzong needed to apply makeup, but he was still shocked when he saw Jong Changzong's face. The inner guard calmed down and said in a low voice, "Fengchen, there's news from Daoju." Jong Changzong was overjoyed and said, "What's the result?" The inner guard said, "Everything went smoothly. Commander Wang said that he will return to Chang'an the day after tomorrow at the latest. Fengchen can take action." Jong Changzong was overjoyed. His face was shaken and several melon slices fell off. "Good. This great merit is finally in our hands." The person who delivered the news came through the Xuanwu Gate. This gate was under the control of the 1,000 cavalry camp, so no one in Chang'an noticed it. Because of this, Yang Fan received the news earlier than Zhong Changzong. In the middle of the night, in the most spacious living room of the Liu family's mansion on the island, candles on the walls lit up the hall. There were no less than 50 people standing in the hall and the courtyard. They were all tall, short, fat, and skinny, and of different ages. The only similarity was their clothes and expressions. They were all dressed in green, the color that most easily blended in with the night. Their expressions were cold, solemn, and indifferent. It was as if they were accustomed to life and death in the world, and there was nothing in the world that could shake their will. Du Yu sat in the middle of the hall. There were many people standing solemnly in front of and outside of the hall, but there was not the slightest sound, not even the sound of their breathing could be heard. Even the slight sound of Du Yu taking a sip of tea was especially clear in the hall. Jiyu Zhuting slowly pushed Yang Fan's wheelchair out. Du Yu hurriedly put down the teacup and stood up. Yang Fan glanced at the green-robed men. He had seen the same expression on many people's faces before, including Jiyu Zhuting and Ren Wei. But now that they had been by his side for a long time, they were very different from the past. They were no longer pure assassins whose lives did not belong to them, so their emotions and desires were firmly restrained by them. Of course, the martial prowess of the Guanlong great families wasn't limited to these people, but only these people could be treated as death warriors. Now, these people were all gathered here. Each of them was a first-class expert, and they were even more loyal to their patriarch. They were willing to give up their lives at any time. The people they were going to deal with were not people who did not know martial arts. After this operation, some of them would probably disappear from this world. However, they still had indifferent expressions on their faces. This was how they treated their own lives, and naturally, they treated the lives of others even more so. Erlang. Du Yu cupped his hands at Yang Fan. Yang Fan took out a stack of paper from his sleeve and passed it to Du Yu. Du Yu did not read it, but passed it to a green-robed man with white hair and beard. The green-robed man began to distribute the paper. The green-robed man standing in the middle of the hall was obviously of a higher status than the green-robed man standing outside. Everyone in the hall received a piece of paper. Every piece of paper had a person's name on it, followed by their identity, address, and whether they were proficient in martial arts. Everyone who finished reading the note rolled it into a ball and swallowed it on the spot. Then, they strode out of the living room. Depending on the difficulty of the task they were carrying out, they would take a different number of people with them. In just a quarter of an hour, the entire living room was empty. From beginning to end, no one said a word. Only when the hall was empty did Dugu cast a sidelong glance at young Fan and said, "Erlang doesn't seem to be feeling too good." Young Fan sighed softly. Dugu smiled and said, "Indeed, I don't feel good about attacking my own people." Young Fan did not speak. Dugu said, "If Ning Ku was still alive, he would definitely laugh at you for being soft-hearted." Since the two reunited in Chang'an, they had deliberately avoided the topic of Dugu Ning Ku. This was the first time. Perhaps Dugu had finally walked out of the sadness of his sister's death, but young Fan's body still trembled when he suddenly heard him mention it. Dugu looked at the quiet night sky outside the hall and said softly, "When I first took charge of the Dugu family, many people in the family were not convinced by me, but Ning Ku did not care. He helped me take care of all kinds of affairs and brought the dying Dugu family up step by step. At this time, some people began to be convinced by me, but there were still some who were not convinced. They hindered me, and made things difficult." Dugu turned to young Fan and said with a smile, "I was very angry at that time, but I couldn't do anything." "Do you know what Ning Ku said?" Young Fan said subconsciously. "What did she say?" Dugu said, "She said that eldest brother's achievements are enough for you to be the head of the family. Those who still refuse to obey you have been blinded by power and interests. They will not be convinced by reason. Appeasement will only breed traitors, so they can only use violence." Dugu said, "The action to eradicate the hardliners was planned by Ning Ku. One of my biological uncles was removed from all his duties by my younger sister and sent to Baosai State. 3 years later, he lost all his influence in the family. Grandmother once pleaded for him, hoping to let him come back, but my younger sister did not allow it. Grandmother was so angry that she cried and scolded my younger sister for being cruel. Grandmother used to love my younger sister the most. My younger sister told me that although that uncle was no longer a threat, his punishment couldn't be revoked. This was an attitude and a warning to the whole family. If you don't treat him harshly, then you will be irresponsible to the people who trust you and follow you. If it weren't for Ning Ku's decisiveness, the Dugu family would have been torn apart by now. And I, who had been kicked out of the position of head of the family, might not even be alive right now." Dugu gently patted young Fan's shoulder and slowly walked into the night. Shunmu looked at the sleeping child, and carefully placed him on the bed. He pulled the thin quilt over him, and gently kissed his pink little face. His movements were incomparably gentle, and there was a kind of maternal peace and joy in his expression. The once spoiled and overbearing eldest Miss Li was now a mature and charming woman. Chichi turned her head, and saw that Shunmu's eyes were lingering on her white breasts, which were glowing softly under the light. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him coquettishly, and gently pulled up her clothes. Shunmu smiled, and withdrew his gaze. He said, "Erlang must be feeling a little conflicted tonight." Chichi rolled her eyes at him, and said, "He's not as ruthless as you are." Shunmu indifferently said, "I'm being decisive. If we don't purge the restless and unreliable people in the family, then what are we doing all this for?" "You say that I'm ruthless?" "Humph. You're surnamed Li, so why are you still standing on my side?" Chichi confidently said, "This is called if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Who told me to be a member of the Shun family?" Chichi walked to Shunmu's side, and gently sat down. She hugged his arm, and rested her chin on his shoulder. She faintly said, "But I'm really worried about your great-grandfather's temper. After tonight, he'll understand what's going on. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand his thunderous rage." Shunmu stroked her jade arm, and shamelessly slid his hand into her chest. He held the place where his son had just sucked, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. The old grandfather isn't a hot-blooded youth. He won't draw his sword in anger. He'll make a wise choice when he understands the general trend." The founding county duke, Chen Kaishuan, was lying on the legs of 2 young maidservants dressed in small clothes. His eyes were slightly closed, his teeth were chattering, and his cheeks were bulging. The 2 young maidservants were soft and pretty. One was combing his hair, and the other was massaging his ears. There was also a young maidservant dressed in a small jade-colored dress, with a blushing face, sitting between his wide-open legs. Her hands were moving under the quilt, and it seemed that the position was under County Duke Chen's crotch. County Duke Chen was not having sex in the daytime, nor did he have any sexual fetishes. He was doing a health maintenance technique after waking up in the morning. County Duke Chen was chattering his teeth, swallowing saliva, combing his hair, and massaging his ears. The young maidservant who was moving under his crotch was also doing a health maintenance technique. It was called Great Kidney Sack Technique, also known as Iron Crotch Technique. It required one to rub his testicles and penis 100 times. Later, Lu Yu, a great poet in the Southern Song dynasty, also vigorously promoted this kind of health maintenance technique. He even wrote a poem about it: "If life wants to be free, 2 pairs must be cooked by hand." County Duke Chen naturally didn't need to cook by himself. He was nearly 70 years old, had good teeth, and had black hair and beard. It could be seen that this old guy had quite a knack for health maintenance. It would take County Duke Chen at least 2 hours to complete a set of health maintenance technique. He was lying there lazily, waiting for the young maidservant who was doing the iron crotch technique to massage his belly again. Suddenly, there was a clamor in the courtyard. County Duke Chen was very dissatisfied. He opened his eyes, but before he could scold them, the door was kicked open. 2 armored soldiers with swords in their hands stood there majestically like door gods. County Duke Chen was stunned, and so were the 3 beautiful young maidservants who were serving him. This battle began with the arrest of this High Duke. Chapter 994. Surrounded by willow trees and lotus vines, small bridges, pavilions, and trees, it was like a fairyland on earth. In the midst of the elegance, there were a few thatched cottages. Bypassing a spring, there was a small bridge in front of him. Next to the bridge was a simple and unadorned thatched pavilion. Not far from the bridge, there was a wooden square with the words Penglai so near written on it. Moving forward for only a dozen or so steps, he saw another wooden square. Above the square, there were 4 large, unadorned characters, observing the gentleman. Walking on a grassy path, through a bamboo forest, the front suddenly opened up, and there were a few thatched cottages. This was the first academy in Lantien, Yingju Academy. The mountain elder of this academy was called Lin Yuhan, courtesy name Boju, nickname Ruoshire. Originally from the Di Taoist family in Longxi, he passed the provincial examination at a young age and became the supervising censor. He retired in his middle years and entered Taoism. He was a Confucian in the court and a Taoist in the countryside. Lin Shanzhong had been practicing Taoism for 10 years and then returned to the secular world. He opened this Yingju Academy and focused on teaching. Many talents in Guangzhou gathered under his tutelage. He was a famous Confucian scholar in Guangzhou and had a very high reputation among the aristocrats. Every time he attended the provincial examination, there would be an endless stream of examinees coming to take the exam, hoping to get a good word from Lin Shanzhong. But very few people knew that this mountain elder Lin had entered the discerning eyes of Longshi's old master Li when he was young. It was precisely because of the Longshi's Li family's nurturing that he had the lofty status he had today in the world of scholars. This person was currently in charge of the Heaven Observation Department of the Succession Hall. Early in the morning, Zhong Ziwei rushed to the academy with the 4 treasures of the study and scrolls. Zhong Ziwei was a native of Lantien. His family had hundreds of acres of fertile land, 2 workshops, and 3 shops in Chang'an City. His family was considered one of the richest in Lantien County. This boy was young and smart. He was very eager to learn and was favored by mountain elder Lin. He was Lin Yuhan's direct disciple. Every day, he would come to the academy to attend classes, regardless of the weather. Moreover, he was always the first one to arrive. When Zhong Ziwei arrived at the academy, he knew that he had arrived early, so he made a detour to the grass hut at the back. There was a low fence wall, and in the corner of the wall was a clay stove. A page boy was lighting a fire there. Zhong Ziwei knew that his teacher had the habit of waking up early to drink tea, so he hurriedly quickened his pace. Bypassing a strand of short willow trees, Zhong Ziwei suddenly felt as if there was a green figure flashing in the courtyard. Like a spirit fox, it scuttled into the weeds outside the fence wall and disappeared. Zhong Ziwei was startled. Looking at the courtyard again, it was still quiet. The little boy was brewing tea by the wall. The teacher was dressed in a snow-white hemp robe and wore a tall hat. He was neatly dressed and sat upright by the stone table under the old Confucian scholar tree. Zhong Ziwei heaved a sigh of relief. He shook his head in a self-mocking manner and said, "I don't speak of supernatural powers." Zhong Ziwei hurried over and opened the door. He bowed deeply to Lin Yuhan and said respectfully, "Student Zhong Ziwei greets Mr. Mountain Elder Lin." Sat with his back to Lin Yuhan, motionless. The page boy who was brewing tea by the wall turned around and said cheerfully, "It's the Zhong Langjun again." Before the page boy could finish his sentence, his face suddenly changed. His voice was stuck in his throat and he could no longer speak. He stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at Lin Yuhan. After trembling for a while, he suddenly screamed and fell backward. The page boy fainted next to the stove. The firewood in the stove was about to burn his clothes. Zhong Ziwei was shocked. He hurriedly dropped the 4 treasures of the study and rushed over to pull the page boy away. He patted the fire and looked back with lingering fear. Zhong Ziwei also screamed. Although he did not faint on the spot, he was also scared to the point that his limbs were cold and his face was pale. Mountain Elder Lin was still sitting upright on the stone bench, wearing a tall hat and white hemp robe. But dark red blood was dripping down his face, smearing his facial features. The front of his chest was bright red. Chang'an did not have the underworld, but there was the underworld. It was the underworld that gathered a group of scoundrels to cheat and extort in the streets. It was the underworld that controlled all the gambling houses in the city. But there was a world of difference between the two. There were only 3 people in Chang'an who could be called the boss of the underworld, and Wu Ran was one of them. Wu Ran lived in Chang'an, but his business was on the Chang'an ancient road from Guanlong in the west. All the underworld businesses on the road from Guanlong to Chang'an were under his control. He had 600 to 700 brothers under his command. All the big shots in the Chang'an underworld knew how powerful Second Master Wu was. But they did not know that the reason why Second Master Wu was called Second Master was not only because he was the second son, but also because there was someone behind him. That person was called Shen Mu. Wu Ran's public business in Chang'an was selling wine. Wu Ran was a drinker. Usually, he would sit behind the counter and drink a jar of smoked pig's ear to go with the wine. If one day the person behind the counter was changed to the second master, then it would be the head master Wu who personally poured the wine for him. After noon, Wu Ran sat behind the counter with a plate of pig's ear and a jar of old wine. He was enjoying himself. Suddenly, a donkey pulled a cart in front of the store. On the cart was a large wine jar. Wu Ran glanced at it and did not care. He thought that it was just here to buy wine. The vendors who sold liquor in Chang'an City usually carried a pole or used a cart to sell the liquor. Those who carried wine would carry a wine jar on both sides of the pole and sell it to the people on the streets. Those who used a cart to sell wine would place a large wine jar on the cart. "Where is the shopkeeper? Ask your shopkeeper to come out. Your store is selling fake wine. You even mix water into the fake wine. You're really heartless. Come out, ask your shopkeeper to come out." There were 4 to 5 people surrounding the donkey cart. They started to make a fuss the moment they arrived at the store. The shop assistant who welcomed them out of the door was pushed by them and stumbled. Wu Ran frowned and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew very well whether or not his shop had ever sold fake wine. He looked at the few people who came to denounce him. Although they were dressed like ordinary wine peddlers, they were shrugging their shoulders and tiptoeing. They looked frivolous. It was obvious that they were ruffians in the streets. The man who was pulling the donkey had a dull look on his face. He did not fit in with these ruffians. It was obvious that they were not the same kind of people. With Wu Ran's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this was a group of ruffians who had hired someone to bring fake wine to his store to extort money. Wu Ran found it a little funny. They had actually tried to extort him, the ancestor of thieves. This group of blind thieves was really interesting. This store was Wu Ran's den of thieves. Everyone in the store was Wu Ran's confidant. Even the shop assistant was skilled in martial arts. It was naturally easy for them to deal with these ruffians. However, they still had a public identity as a store owner. They could not immediately punch people when they came to find trouble with them. Besides, these people were shouting and yelling in front of the door and had already attracted a lot of neighbors and pedestrians. If they were chased away, the bad reputation of selling fake wine would definitely spread. Therefore, the waiter was not angry. He still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were a little cold. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Our Wu family's old wine store has been selling wine for many years. No one has ever said that we sell fake wine, not to mention that the fake wine has been mixed with water. These customers look very unfamiliar. I don't remember you drinking wine in my store. If you didn't get the wrong person, then please show me the evidence. Otherwise. The shop assistants all walked out and surrounded the peddlers who had brought the wine. The assistant steward also walked out slowly with a gloomy face. Ayo. Not only are you selling fake wine, but you also want to bully people. Fellow villagers, can you judge for us? Do we look like people who are intentionally trying to blackmail you? The Wu family's old wine store selling fake wine has made us suffer. Our small business can't afford to be tossed around. Fellow villagers, the Wu family's old wine store is a scam. Wu Ran was furious. He slammed his wine cup on the ground and pushed open the small door beside the counter with a hooah sound. He strode out. The assistant steward hurriedly came forward and said, "Head shopkeeper." Wu Ran pushed him away and said loudly, "This old man has brought out a jar of every kind of wine in this old man's store. Please have a taste. If there is a jar that is the same as the fake wine in your sea of wine, then it is the fake wine that this old man is selling. This old man will take off his wine license and will no longer do this business. I will also pay you 10 times the price of the wine, if this store doesn't have fake wine, heh." As Wu Ran spoke, he took large strides forward. His burly and majestic figure and his dignified appearance made the ruffian who had shouted the most fiercely shrink back. Wu Ran walked to the side of the carriage and reached out his hand to pat the sea of wine. He sneered and wanted to say something, but he didn't expect a sudden change. The somewhat cowering ruffian's expression suddenly became fierce. He suddenly took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Wu Ran. He punched out with both fists and fiercely punched at Wu Ran's chest. His fists were filled with cold light. It was obvious that he was carrying hidden weapons. Wu Ran was shocked. He was very experienced. Once he saw that he had fallen into an ambush, he immediately retreated. He didn't want to fight at all. This retreat was indeed the best choice. Not only did he avoid the man's sharp hidden weapon attack, the two ruffians on his left and right also missed their punches that were aimed at his ribs. As long as Wu Ran took 2 more steps back, he would be behind his subordinates, and no one would be able to hurt him anymore. At this moment, the stoic and reserved donkey guide suddenly moved. His lips curled into a sinister smile. His originally honest and stoic face, coupled with this sinister smile, looked extremely terrifying. He raised his hand, and the horsewhip in his hand pierced straight towards Wu Ran. His position was originally some distance away from Wu Ran, so he couldn't pose any threat to Wu Ran. If he had attacked with a fist, Wu Ran's martial arts would have been able to completely block it. However, with the addition of the length of the horsewhip, it was enough to touch Wu Ran in an instant. Wu Ran's hand moved like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the bamboo pole in one go. He let out a ferocious grin as his 5 fingers tightened, and a crack sound was heard as the thin horsewhip's handle was crushed by him. However, the horsewhip didn't break in response to the sound. The bamboo pole split open, and a thin and tough iron spike suddenly drilled out from within, piercing through his palm like a snake flicking out its tongue. The side of Wu Ran's neck artery was ruthlessly bitten by this poisonous snake, and blood immediately spurted out. All of this happened in a flash. When the Wu family's old shop stewards and waiters roared and rushed over, Wu Ran had already collapsed on his back while clutching his neck that was spurting blood. The cup of wine on the counter of the Wu family's old shop was still rippling after Wu Ran's attack. The wine was rippling with the endless story behind it. Chapter 995. Wu Ju's custom order stipulated that brocade, damask, gauze, silk, cotton, silk, cloth, oxtail, pearls, gold, silver, and iron were not allowed to trade with the West, North, and the states along the border. These items were prohibited from trading among the people even during peace between the two states. These were items sold by the government. Those who violated this rule and traded privately with foreigners would be punished as thieves and exiled for 3,000 miles. Those who traded in weapons would be sentenced to death. And this was still a normal time of trade between the two states during peace. Now that Wuju and Tubo were enemies and the two states often had wars, one could imagine how serious the crime would be if they traded the above items privately. With this crime, the corruption, bribery, and other crimes that Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Chen Dong originally collected were almost negligible. Based on their original crimes, their helpers in the imperial court could still move around and try to minimize a big problem. But when it came to smuggling prohibited items, especially weapons, with foreign countries, those people would avoid it and no one dared to meddle. Zhong Changzong made a big arrest in Chang'an. Many officials were his guests yesterday, but today they became prisoners. When Zhong Changzong made his move, all the preparations that Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli had made previously came in handy. Zhong Changzong did not arrest one person for interrogation and then arrest the relevant officials after he had a result. Instead, he arrested a group of people at once. The arrested officials were all locked up in the Imperial Army camp outside the Xuanwu Gate, guarded by the 1,000 horseman camp and the left Imperial Guard brought by Zhong Changzong. For the sake of safety, Zhong Changzong moved to the Imperial Army's camp while he was carrying out the arrest. If someone used a crossbow to deal with him, even if he had many experts by his side, he could not guarantee his safety. He did not want to follow in Yang Fan's footsteps. Among the officials, gentry, dignitaries, and relatives that Zhong Changzong arrested, the first to bear the brunt were the people on the list that Zheng Yu had provided to Shen Mu, and Shen Mu had passed to Jiyu Zhuting through Abdullah. One by one, officials who had connections with the aristocratic families were arrested on charges of smuggling, corruption, bribery, and so on. Some of them were people who had extremely high integrity and could not have had anything to do with these things, but they were also arrested on charges of forcibly associating with the aristocratic families. If Zheng Yu still did not understand what had happened at this point, then he was really hopelessly stupid. Zheng Yu was shocked and angry, and immediately wanted to fight back. He also had a name list in his hands. This name list was sealed with wax and wax. Unless it was a critical moment, even he couldn't open it. Now that the sect masters of the obvious and hidden sects had betrayed the aristocratic families, wasn't this the most critical moment? He opened the list without hesitation. On the list were some important figures that belonged to the obvious and hidden sects. However, the aristocratic families could bypass the obvious and hidden sects and directly control them. Although the obvious and hidden sects had sect masters in charge of the overall situation, it was impossible for such a large organization to have a sect master personally attend to everything. These people were all important figures in charge of specific aspects. Some of them had tyrannical martial power, and some of them controlled the core of the obvious and hidden sects. As long as he mobilized these people, he could use them to quickly kill the sect masters of the two sects without causing the obvious and hidden sects to collapse. However, Zheng Yu, who felt as if he had obtained a treasure, quickly discovered that the name list in his hands was only an obituary. Lin Yuhan, Wu Ran, Kui Fu, Wu Dong, Zhong Xing, Zhu Mingyong, Zhu Sai, Wu Ning, Li Jianing, Jiao Yunlong, Feng Rao. Each of them was either a famous scholar whose name shook an area, an ambitious and ruthless character of the underworld, or a local celebrity of a prefecture or a place, but they were all dead. It was as if the Grim Reaper was racing with Zheng Yu. Everywhere he went, he only saw a cold corpse. Some had already been put into a coffin, and some had just been killed when he rushed over. He was just a step too late. A moment ago, those were still living people, people with power and influence. Zheng Yu was unable to restrain his anger. He was like a night owl that came for no reason. As he visited again and again, he only saw corpses. He thought that the next person to be assassinated would be him, but he was still safe and sound. He was still walking through the streets, watching Zhong Changzong capture people, Chen Dong capture people, Hu Yuanli capture people, and watching unknown people kill people. He knew that the people who killed people were definitely Shen Mu and Yang Fan, but he didn't know when Shen Mu and Yang Fan had obtained such a secret force. Even if the aristocratic families only had one spy in every department of the obvious and hidden sects, It was impossible to not leak any information when they used so many people to kill so many people at the same time. However, this time, there really wasn't any information leaked. Where did this group of men of sacrifice who came and went without a trace, acted viciously, and didn't hesitate to commit suicide once they were captured come from? When did Yang Fan and Shun Mu nurture such a group of men of sacrifice? Yang Fan had only been the patriarch of the obvious sect for 2 years, and these men of sacrifice definitely weren't his. It could only be Shun Mu. Shun Mu might be the founder of the hidden sect, but he didn't lack the aristocratic family's spies. To nurture so many men of sacrifice who were extremely skilled and loyal, who were willing to die for their masters, how could it be hidden from others? To nurture such a group of men of sacrifice, it didn't just require time, wealth, and authority. If he wanted to avoid the spies of the aristocratic families and not let anyone notice, how meticulous of a plan, how long of a preparation, how deep of a mind, and how meticulous of a scheme did he need? Zheng Yu didn't suspect the Guanlong aristocratic family at all because the Guanlong aristocratic family and the Shandong aristocratic families were like oil and water. The two couldn't mix. The obvious and hidden sect's patriarchs might have betrayed their judgment, but the soil they lived in and the environment they adapted to were still firmly branded with the Shandong aristocratic family's brand. It was impossible for the Guanlong aristocratic family to trust and support them so much. But he didn't expect that this force came from the Guanlong aristocratic family, which he thought was impossible, and the person who mobilized this force was Yang Fan, whom he thought was impossible. He didn't know that Yang Fan had been treated as a son-in-law by the Guanlong aristocratic family because of the Minister of Internal Affairs in the palace. He didn't know that the Dugu aristocratic family had an extraordinary woman who had a discerning eye and had long been acting as a go-between for Yang Fan. When the last person on the list that he treated like a treasure was announced dead, Zheng Yu tore up the list in frustration. Shun Mu and Yang Fan didn't have such a list in their hands, so the people that were purged from the obvious and hidden sects weren't limited to the people on the list. These people were people that the various aristocratic families viewed as absolutely reliable. After a long period of observation and analysis, Shun Mu and Yang Fan had decided on a group of people that they believed to be reliable. For example, other than that mountain elder Lin from Yingju Academy in the Sky Observation Division, the rest of the famous elders were included. As for those who held important positions in the eyes of the aristocratic families and the obvious and hidden sects, they were all on the list of people that Yang Fan and Shun Mu wanted to purge. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. It was precisely because of this that Shun Mu and Yang Fan's purge could be so clean. This game of chess had already ended. Zhang Yu didn't need to count his moves to know that he had suffered a crushing defeat. He found Shun Mu resentfully. He wanted to know why. "I have never thought of betraying, and I have never betrayed." Shun Mu answered calmly in the face of Zhang Yu's angry questioning. Miss Chichi didn't show herself. Her man had a conflict with her maiden family, so it wasn't appropriate for her to show herself no matter what. Zhang Yu said angrily, "Isn't this considered betrayal?" "Of course not. We just want more independent power, and not become dispensable pawns in the hands of the aristocratic families that can be sacrificed at any time," Shun Mu said calmly. "Yang Fan and I are different from that young Master Lu. We don't have a powerful aristocratic family supporting us, so we have no way out. Do you dare to say that the aristocratic families didn't connive with the obvious and hidden sects when they were fighting?" Shun Mu sneered. "They wanted to weaken the two sects, afraid that we wouldn't be able to escape. Young Master Lu lost the battle in Chang'an, but did I win? I was sent to Xinluo. If it wasn't for Longshi's old Grandpa Li's support, and if it wasn't for me opening up a new trade route for the aristocratic families in Xinluo, I would have been abandoned." Shun Mu's gaze sharpened. "From then on, I decided that I would never be a pawn that could be manipulated by others." The hall was silent. After a while, Shun Mu said coldly, "And Yang Fan is even worse than me. Although I'm not a noble son of heaven like young Master Lu, I was still nurtured by the aristocratic families. At least I'm treated as one of them, even if it's an insignificant one. But what about Yang Fan? Have you ever acknowledged him? He's just a substitute under special circumstances and can be abandoned at any time. So, I hit it off with him. Shun Mu leaned back on the chair and said, however, this has nothing to do with betrayal. The aristocratic families need the successor hall, and the successor hall needs the aristocratic families even more. We just want to change our subservient relationship to cooperation. Zhang Yu clenched his fists and sneered, but we don't need you anymore. Even if you control the successor hall, we don't need you. The aristocratic families can nurture you, but they can also abandon you at any time. Shun Mu smiled and said, maybe they didn't need us at first, but ever since you gave me that name list, they need us. They lost those people. If they lose us as well, then they will need at least 30 years to recover. 30 years may not be much to a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, but it is very important to them. Deep regret surged in Zhang Yu's heart. Shun Mu leisurely said, when it's time to lower one's head, even the emperor will lower his head. Rather fighting to the death for a moment of pleasure, this is the bravery of a common man, and not the demeanor of an aristocratic family. There was a long table in front of young Fan. The table was piled with things. They were not gold, pearls, and jade treasures, but account books. However, every piece of paper and every line of words in these account books was worth 1,000 taels of gold. House deeds, land deeds, documents, city records, these were all there, but they were not the most important. The most important thing was the name list. Every name on the list meant a sum of wealth, a network, or a group of people that could be used. Yang Fan gently stroked the things on the table and muttered to himself, I knew that the prominent clan was very powerful, but only today did I know just how powerful it is. And this is just a prominent clan. The foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family is really incomparably strong. Jiyu Zhuting curiously asked, Lang, how much are these things worth? Yang Fan said, some of these things can be measured with money, but some can't. If you need an example, let me put it this way, if you have the things on this table, you can establish your own country in the western region in the blink of an eye. At most 3 years, you can become a queen that dominates the western region. Jiyu Zhuting turned her eyes and smiled, saying sweetly, why not Lang be the king? Yang Fan sighed, I already have the will but the strength to be the sovereign. I can't be the ruler of a country. Jiyu Zhuting knelt on one knee in front of Yang Fan and looked up at him affectionately, saying, Lang is the king in my heart, and always will be. Chapter 996. A special troop entered the city of Chang'an. They rode on tall horses and wore bright armor. They were equipped with knives and shields, and held sharp spears in their hands. From afar, they gave off an oppressive feeling. This was the imperial army, but they didn't seem to be in a uniform formation. This was because they were escorting many wagons and hundreds of prisoners who were chained together with long ropes. The people of Chang'an were already numb to this scene. They had seen many arrests over the past few days. Even though it was rare to see such a grand scene today, it had lost its novelty to them. The troop entered the city from the west and did not travel for long. They quickly turned to the north and entered the encampment of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. This was the army that had gone to the Daoju market to arrest a group of criminals. When they returned to Chang'an, the Great Purge in Chang'an, from the government to the people, from the open to the covert, was nearing its end. Their return marked a perfect end to this massive purge operation. There were many people who benefited from this operation, but there were only 3 people who won in the end. One was called Wu Zetian, another was called Shun Mu, and the last one was Yang Fan. Wu Zetian did not know of Shun Mu and Yang Fan's plan, but Yang Fan and Shun Mu had succeeded in cutting off the chains that bound them. From chess pieces at the mercy of others, they had become the players playing chess. And what about the players who had been reduced to chess pieces? Lanju, Longxi. In the south of Lanju, in the huge building that was as majestic as a marquis's mansion, Li Taigong was furious. On BA. Everything started with BA. Li Taigong slammed his crutch on the ground and turned to ask, are there any of our people on BA? When the commotion started, did we notice anything? His eldest grandson, Li Mingquan, answered with a bitter smile, no. We never paid attention to BA's group of bumpkins. In fact, the people we control and the people on Lake BA are separated by a few levels. But in the end, with the momentum of a single spark setting the prairie ablaze, they implicated the Tsauko from the Tsauko, and through the Tsauko to the middle and low-class Chang and gentry officials, and then through these low-class gentry officials to the higher-level officials. Great-grandfather, they played a good game. Third. Old Master Li slammed his crutch on the ground and said in a loud voice, "This game is not over yet. I won't take this lying down. Do they think that I can only rely on them after sweeping through the bureaucracy of Guangzhou? Two short-sighted juniors, this old man will let them know how powerful I am." The more old Grandpa Li spoke, the angrier he became. Especially that ingrate Shen Mu. I won't let him off. This bastard, if it wasn't for this old man's nurturing, if it wasn't for this old man's unstinting support, would he be where he is today? Look at him, he deceived Chichi with flowery words, and now he's dealing with this old man. If it wasn't for him becoming my grandson-in-law, I wouldn't have been so at ease with him, and wouldn't have allowed him to do so many things without ever doubting his loyalty. Li Mingquan coughed and said, I've always felt that Shen Mu is rebellious. Nonsense. Old Grandpa Li glared at him and said, You bastard, do you want to be a fortune-teller? Why didn't you say it when you already knew? When your sister was with him, you even agreed with it. Li Mingquan said embarrassedly, Isn't that because my sister is dead set on him? You know my sister's temper, great-grandfather. Old Grandpa Li became angry again. Chichi, that damned girl, I love her so much. How could she be unaware of her man's crafty schemes? How could she hide it from me and help her man to deal with me? Girls are extroverted. Girls are extroverted. Li Mingquan smiled bitterly and said, Great-grandfather, it's useless to say all this now. Shen Mu sent Little Flying Arrow, Zhong Yi, and Zhao Yu to deliver a letter personally written by him, asking for forgiveness from you, explaining his difficulties, and reiterating that he has no intention of betraying the aristocratic families. He just wants to take the initiative and cooperate with you instead of obeying orders. Great-grandfather, please mediate with the aristocratic families. What does great-grandfather think? Old Grandpa Li blew his beard and glared at him. Tell them to get lost. I won't see them. Does he still want to use me? Don't even think about it. He thinks that just because I gave him my favorite granddaughter, he can manipulate me at will. His foundation is in Guanlong, and Guanlong is my territory. I'll immediately return the favor and let him know how powerful I am. I'll make him apologize to me, and I'll make him. Before old Grandpa Li could finish his heroic words, a green-robed Confucian scholar with a delicate appearance and 3 long strands of beard hurried in. Li Mingquan bowed respectfully at the sight of him. Father. The green-robed Confucian scholar ignored him and hurried to old Grandpa Li's side. With a solemn expression, he said, Father, this is the first decree issued by the Longyu military ambassador, Liangzhu Governor Guo Zhen after he took office. Guo Zhen was surnamed Guo and given name Yuanzhen. This Guo Yuanzhen was also an extraordinary person. At the age of 18, he became a jinsha and was appointed as the Tongquan County Lieutenant. It could be said that he was talented and had a bright future. However, this young jinsha was forthright, chivalrous, and liked to fight for the unjust. Of course, this was the official way of beautifying it after he took the right path and became a high-ranking official. In fact, he just liked to fight. He made friends with many riffraff in Jianghu. When he was the Tongquan County Lieutenant, he made private money, kidnapped and sold people, and did many things that violated the country's laws. But later, he suddenly came to his senses and took the right path. He was promoted all the way to the position of Minister of Rights. In this spring, this 5th-ranked Minister of Rights was appointed as the Liangzhu Governor and the Longyu military ambassador because he had been the Tongquan County Lieutenant, sent to Tufan, and worked as a minister of Tufan for many years. He was familiar with the situation in the western region and was appointed as the Liangzhu Governor and Longyu military ambassador. Old Grandpa Li knew that this person had a close relationship with Shen Mu. Shen Mu's advice and help were behind him. Now that Shen Mu had brazenly broken ties with the aristocratic family, and his son suddenly took out a notice from this person after he took office, there must be a great connection between the two. Old Grandpa Li hurriedly snatched the notice from Governor Guo and squinted his eyes to read it seriously. After reading the notice, old Grandpa Li was immediately dumbfounded. The notice issued by the Liangzhu Governor and Longyu military ambassador listed the following measures: building more castles, setting up beacons, opening up fields, developing water conservancy, summoning exiles, and appeasing the army and people. All of the above were good things. The Li family of Longxi would naturally benefit from the prosperity of Guanlong. But what came next? In view of the prevalence of powerful families annexing and oppressing the common people and extorting merchants, Governor Guo wanted to restrain the powerful, disarm their private guards, restrict them from annexing land, protect the merchants in the western region, and forbid local powerful families from interfering in government affairs. Each and every one of these actions seemed dignified, but there was hidden murderous intent. How these things should be done and to what extent they should be done were all up to Governor Guo's whim. But who were these actions aimed at? Was there a more powerful family in the Guanlong region than the Li family? If Guo Yuanzhen was allowed to do as he pleased, who would suffer the most on the Guanlong road? Was the so-called protection of the merchants in the western region considered as giving Shenmu a layer of official protection in the western region? Could he, great-grandfather Li, break this golden light cover? Li Mingquan came over and held great-grandfather Li's hand to read the notice. Seeing his grandfather and father looking at each other, Li Mingquan licked his lips and coughed dryly. Little Flying Arrow, Zhong Yi, and Zhao Yu are still waiting in the guest room. Great-grandfather, do you want to see them? Great-grandfather Li's eyes flickered for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "What's the use of me seeing them? Even if I'm willing to give in, will the other 6 families be willing to swallow this? Since they have the means to deal with the Li family, they should also have the means to pressure the other 6 families. Wait a little longer, if that's all they have." Great-grandfather Li sneered and shook his head. Spring was like a high-spirited painter, waving its brush, painting over Luang's palace, the long streets, the short alleys, the farmhouses, the fields, the mountains, and the rivers. It even painted the people walking on it in a myriad of colors. There was a cluster of flowers in the Zze garden. In winter, the snow was like flowers, and in spring, the flowers were like snow. Among the flowers, 2 beauties, one white and one red, sat side by side, like a branch of peony. Princess Taiping was wearing a red dress with green sleeves. Her maternal family always had longevity genes, and the rate of aging was surprisingly slow. Her grandmother was like this, and so was her mother. When Wu Zetian was in her 60s, she looked like a woman in her 40s. It was not until she was over 70 that the rate of aging began to accelerate. Princess Taiping obviously inherited this characteristic of her mother. In addition, as a princess, she lived a good life and took good care of herself. If it wasn't for her delicate and beautiful mature womanly aura, just looking at her complexion and figure, it would be believable to say that she was only in her 20s. Sitting next to her was Shanghai Wan. Shanghai Wan liked to wear white. Today, she was still wearing a moon-white gown. But compared with the well-tailored light gown that showed off her slim figure, the clothes she was wearing now were much more loose, showing a bit of elegance and grace. In their hands was a letter from Yang Fan, in which Zhong Changzong had cleaned up the officialdom of Chang'an before and after he came to Chang'an. But this kind of report didn't need Yang Fan to tell. Wan and Taiping both had their own channels to clearly understand everything that happened in Chang'an. Therefore, the letter only skimmed over these matters and did not go into detail. What Yang Fan mentioned in detail was another matter. From Zhong Changzong's every move in Chang'an and Zhong Yiji's Pearl of 3 Teachings, which was about to be finished, he concluded a possibility. Maybe it was the emperor's intention, or maybe it was Zhong Changzong's initiative. In short, the Zhong brothers were accelerating the speed of seizing power. Zhong Yiji wrote the book, and Zhong Changzong eliminated the traitor. Obviously, it was for this purpose. With the emperor's favor to them, they would soon achieve this goal. Although the sudden rise of the Zhong brothers weakened the power of the Wu family, it hurt the Li family even more. In view of this, he thought they should prepare for a rainy day and immediately impose obstacles. This was also in line with Princess Taiping's judgment. Because of the last time she and Wu attacked Zhong Changzong 3 times, the relationship between the Wu family and the Li family had been greatly eased. Taiping wanted to join forces with the Wu family to suppress Zhong Changzong. Yang Fan's idea was exactly what she wanted. But the method proposed by Yang Fan made her, who had always been smart, at a loss. Chapter 997. Taiping furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, Second Zhong had the intention to seize power. Isn't Second Lang's action asking us to give up power? Isn't this playing right into Second Zhong's hands? The letter had been written by Yang Fan. He wanted to create rumors in the capital that Second Zhong would enter the Ministry of Rights and take charge of the Directorate of Studies to control the culture and education of the country. Even though Yang Fan had listed many reasons in his letter, Taiping still did not understand. The letter had been written by Yang Fan to Taiping and Wan, but Wan had also received a separate letter from Yang Fan. In that letter, Yang Fan confessed his difficulties to Wan. Yang Fan's actions were to intimidate the aristocrats of Shandong. If Guo Yuanzhen's actions in Guanlong could only make the Longxi Li family submit, then Yang Fan's actions could be said to have grabbed the weakness of all the aristocrats of Shandong. The right to educate had always been the foundation of aristocratic families. For thousands of years, aristocratic families had risen and fallen several times. In the end, they had relied on their deep culture and education to regain their power. They would not allow their superior position in culture and education to fall into the hands of others. Especially now that there was the imperial examination system, if they lost their superior position in culture and education, even if they only had 30 or 50 years, it was hard to say if they could make a comeback. No one dared to take this risk. But Taiping did not know that Yang Fan had used this weapon to intimidate the aristocrats of Shandong. Yang Fan could not tell her of the existence of the succession hall and his identity as the leader of Xianzong. Thus, his motive for doing this was not convincing enough. The task of persuading Taiping could only be given to Wan. Shanghai Wan thought about it and said, Zhong Yiji's goal in writing books is to become a great master of literature. Through this action, he has built up his reputation in the literary world. At the same time, he has recruited a group of famous scholars under his command. His ultimate goal is to have enough power to control the court. Taiping sneered, correct. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions. Shangguan Wan sighed and said, however, Zhong Changzong's slander forced the crown heir and Princess Yongtai to commit suicide. Your Highness, you and King Liang submitted a letter of impeachment. What was the result? Zhong Changzong was only sent out of the capital city to lie low for a while, and the Empress even entrusted him with the important task of imperial envoy, giving him a great merit. Taiping was silent for a long time before he said sadly, Consort Wei had 3 daughters, Chang Ning, Yongtai, and Anle. Among the 3, Yongtai was the most amiable, gentle, virtuous, and polite. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a calamity? Could it be that good people do not live long? Taiping's 3 nieces had not interacted with each other for many years. Even though their familial affection was faint, the blood connection was still there. Thinking of how Li Xianhui was cruelly persecuted to death when she was pregnant, he could not help but feel sad. And the person who killed Li Xianhui was her own grandmother, her own mother. Even Taiping, who already knew that his mother was cold-blooded, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Hearing her mention Li Xianhui, Shanghai Wan unconsciously stroked her gradually bulging belly. A small life was being born in her belly. As a pregnant woman, she could feel the pain and despair that Li Xianhui had suffered. She could not hide the fact that she was pregnant for long. She knew what the Empress feared the most, and she did not know whether her arrangements would allow her, especially her child, to escape the disaster. Thinking about it made her heart wrench. Taiping suddenly mentioned Li Xianhui's death. Although he did not explicitly agree with Wan, he had already admitted that the alliance of the Wu and Li families would not be able to affect her cold-blooded mother. Now, only Second Zhong could influence the Empress's will. This was a tactful acknowledgement of Wan's speculation. Wan said, Second Zhong has netted many people to work for him, and there is no lack of talents among them. Such a big thing has happened in Chang'an, and the emperor is about to move the capital. Even if Second Zhong did not think of this opportunity to take control of culture and education, how could the people under them not think of it? If they take the initiative to ask the emperor to take control of the directorate, even if your highness wants to stop them, I'm afraid you may not succeed. Princess Taiping frowned and said, then should we do the opposite? What if this move of advancing in order to retreat backfires? Mother will take advantage of the situation and use Zhong Yiji's contribution of compiling the Pearl of the Three Schools to let him take over the directorate. Because they are young, they have enough time to use this place to raise scholars in the dynasty to have the surname Zhong. WNR said, although this is the foundation of the country to raise scholars, the effect is extremely slow. They have to keep the power of culture and education, so that the thing that Your Highness is worried about will happen. Taiping looked forward to it and realized that second Zhong was young. Of course, he had enough time to manage the culture and education and train his henchmen. But the Empress was old. Could she live that long? If the Empress passed away, how could they still manage the culture and education? WANA said slowly, so, even if we backfire, it will not really cause serious consequences. Moreover, the things listed in Second Zhong's letter should ensure that the power of culture and education will not really fall into Second Zhong's hands. Moreover, Second Zhong has a great influence on Zhong Changzong. Now that Zhong Changzong is in Chang'an, do you think Second Zhong will also prepare for a rainy day in front of him? Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. WNR said sweetly, Zhong Changzong's wisdom is far less than Zhong Yiji's, but the emperor trusts him the most. If second Zhong exerts some influence on him first, the final result of this matter will not be out of our control. Princess Taiping slowly put away the letter in her hand and nodded slowly. Good. In this case, I will think of a way to spread the news and first build up momentum for second Zhong. The two women looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, footsteps came from the flowers. Xu Haod, who used to be Princess Taiping's coachman and now was the manager of Zze Garden, appeared in front of them. He bowed to Princess Taiping and said, Your Highness, Princess Enle's mansion sent news that Princess Enle has given birth to Lin Er. Both mother and child are safe. Princess Taiping heard this and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Enle's character could not be hidden from Empress Wu Zetian, and naturally it could not be hidden from Princess Taiping, who had a pair of sharp eyes. When she first saw this niece at Dragon Gate, she was quite fond of her. But once she saw through Enle's nature, she became disgusted with this vain, cunning, domineering and frivolous niece. This time, Princess Enle had already given birth to a son after only 7 months of marriage, which made the royal family lose face. According to the Empress, she wanted to use medicine to abort the child, but Wu Sanxi refused. This was his own grandson. He ran to Wu Zetian and cried and begged. Only then did Wu Zetian give up. But because of this, the Liang Palace and Princess Enle's mansion were very low-key about Enle's birth. Now that Enle had given birth, the royal family did not publicize it, nor did they reward her. Even when they informed her of the good news, they were very low-key. Princess Taiping thought for a while and ordered, Ask Li Yi to send a congratulatory gift. I will visit you another day. Xu Haod bowed and left. Princess Taiping acted as if nothing had happened. She turned to WNR and said, The garden has just leveled out a kuju court. You and I have not kuju together for a long time. Do you want to go and show your skills? WNR hurriedly said, I am not in the mood. It is the time when spring is tired and autumn is tired. I only sat for a while and I am already tired. I want to take a nap. Princess Taiping stood up and said with a smile, You have been drinking too much recently. You are also lazy. Be careful of your body. Hey, you really do look a little fat. WNR panicked and did not dare to let her look carefully. She spat and pretended to be angry and said, No matter how fat you are, you can't show off your exquisite body. Don't be sarcastic. As she said that, she rolled up her sleeve and hurriedly moved away. On the island in the middle of Longqing Lake, Zhong Changzong was sitting on a stool. Like Yang Fan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, he was holding a fishing rod. However, his attention was not on the fishing float. He turned a blind eye to it and did not know that there was a fish on the hook. He was excitedly showing off his great achievements to Yang Fan. Behind them stood General Lu Marofeng of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Lu Marofeng and Zhong Changzong were old friends. Today, when Zhong Changzong came to visit Yang Fan, it was he who led the troops and escorted him. Yang Fan smiled and said, Liu Lang is indeed a man of great wisdom and ability. The Ministry of Justice and the Censorate have been in Chang'an for several months and have found some evidence. Unfortunately, they did not have the courage and did not know how to start. As a result, they were always passive and were played by those corrupt officials. They even caused me to be hit by a sneak attack and almost lost my life. When Liu Lang first arrived in Chang'an, he used his great courage and decisiveness to sweep away all the evils. With the swift sword of the emperor, he cut through the Gordian knot and cleanly solved the chaos in Chang'an. After Liu Lang's vigorous reorganization, the emperor's westward migration will be smooth sailing. Zhong Changzong was very pleased. Yang Zixi, the prime minister and a person who had been in and out of the official world for decades, only knew how to praise Zhong Changzong for being as beautiful as a flower. He did not know that young and impetuous youths all hoped that they were truly capable. Even if a man was beautiful, the most important thing was not his appearance. Especially when Zhong Changzong used his body to serve the emperor, he did not like it when people talked about it. Yang Fan's praise was right on Zhong Changzong's itch. Zhong Changzong was overjoyed. He gently lifted the fishing rod in his hand and elegantly threw it back into the water. The fish had already left the hook and the fish food on the hook was gone, but he did not realize it. Zhong Changzong swung the fishing hook and pretended to be reserved as he said to Yang Fan, "The pearl of the three sects compiled by Liu Lang is about to be completed. My brother's intention is to slow down and delay it for a while. After the sage moves the capital to Chang'an, he will then present this masterpiece to the sage as a gift for the sage moving the capital." Yang Fan clapped his hands and sighed, "Liu Lang is wise. If we wait for the sage to move the capital before presenting this masterpiece, wouldn't it be the icing on the cake?" Zhong Changzong smiled proudly and leaned his body towards Yang Fan. He lowered his voice and said, "Liu Lang's pearl of the three sects is about to be completed. I have also made a great contribution in Chang'an. The sage is very happy. There is news from the capital that someone suggested that Liu Lang should enter the Ministry of Rites and take charge of the Imperial College. He will be in charge of the culture and education of the world." Yang Fan was slightly startled and said in surprise, "Be in charge of the culture and education? Who proposed this?" Zhong Changzong smiled and said, "King Liang." Yang Fan was startled again. Zhong Changzong said calmly, "Last time because of Wu Yenji's death, he submitted a memorial to impeach me. He must have seen that my favor has not waned, so he is eager to remedy it. This compliment is probably because he doesn't want me to cause trouble for him. Haha, a villain who sees the wind and sets the helm. Well, what Liu Lang said is very, very true." Zhong Changzong could hear the reluctance in Yang Fan's tone. He couldn't help but glance at him and saw that Yang Fan hurriedly hid a trace of surprise. Zhong Changzong suddenly became suspicious. He quickly restrained his smile and said unhappily, "I have always regarded Liu Lang as my confidant. Now Liu Lang has something to say, but you are not willing to say it to me." Yang Fan looked embarrassed. But when he saw Zhong Changzong's burning eyes, he couldn't hide it. He hesitated and said, "I just think that if King Liang really wants to repair the relationship with Liu Lang, then it couldn't be better. I'm afraid that he has ulterior motives." Zhong Changzong said doubtfully, "Education is the way to rule the world. Being in charge of education is like controlling the universe. How can there be ulterior motives in this matter?" Yang Fan said slowly, "Education is not a day's work. The sage is already old. I'm afraid distant water can't put out a nearby fire." Chapter 998. Zhong Changzong was silent for a long time, thinking quietly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Yang Fan said was reasonable. Was Wu Sanci really so kind? Although he and Wulong were favored, Wu Sanci was already the head of the Wu clan. The empress needed to consolidate the throne. Unless Wu Sanci rebelled, would she touch him? Did he need to flatter him like this? Yang Fan was right. This was clearly Wu Sanci's delaying tactic. Not only did he deceive him and Wulong, but he also made him lose his vigilance against him. Zhong Changzong became more and more uneasy as he thought about it. He hurriedly threw the fishing rod away and got up to leave. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Where is Wulong going?" Zhong Changzong said, Erlang's words woke me up. I will go back and write a letter to Wulong. I won't be fooled by Wu Sansi. Yang Fan smiled and said, Wulong's temperament is really straightforward. But why do we need to rush this matter? Zhong Changzong doubted. What does Erlang mean? Yang Fan said, they are just releasing the news now. They haven't spoken to the emperor yet, right? Wulong and Wulong can wait until they formally ask the emperor for credit before they come forward to refuse. In this way, Wulong and Wulong will be fulfilled. Everyone in the world will know that the two Langjun don't care about power and position. Zhong Changzong was overjoyed. He quickly bowed to Yang Fan and sincerely said, Erlang is far-sighted. Thank you for your advice. Zhong Changzong let go of his worries and picked up the fishing rod again to continue fishing. However, with his patience, the fishing rod would be lifted and lowered from time to time. How could there be any fish taking the bait? On the other hand, Yang Fan had a good harvest. In the end, Zhong Changzong could only take the two big fish given to him by Yang Fan and bid farewell. Lu Marofeng was chatting with Ma Qiao on the side. When he saw Zhong Changzong was about to leave, he hurriedly greeted him. Seeing the two big fish in Zhong Changzong's hands, he reached out and took them. He repeatedly complimented, Wulong is really capable. You actually caught such a big fish. Zhong Changzong nodded reservedly. He couldn't say that he didn't even catch a palm-sized fish. He swaggered his sleeves and walked away. Lu Marofeng took the fish in his hand and handed it to his guard. He bowed to Yang Fan from a distance and said loudly, General Yang, I'm leaving. Yang Fan casually waved to him and said loudly, Zhong Fengchen is well. Escort Zhong Fengchen Zhong Fengchen. Lu Marofeng loudly and followed and left with Zhong. Holding his chin, Yang Fan looked at Zhong Changzong's departing figure for a long time before letting out a sigh. Jiyu Zhuting came over with a fish basket in her hand. She was wondering if she should use these fresh fish to make fish fillet or fish soup. Hearing Yang Fan's long sigh, she hastily asked, Lang, is there something on your mind? I said, Yang I said. Fan I said. Yang. Tell me, when the Son of Heaven finally ascended to the throne of the Emperor after racking her brains and stepping on a pool of blood, did she feel the same as I do now? Jiyu Zhuting couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan looked at her with an unfriendly expression. This is different, Jiyu Zhuting explained. The Empress was the Empress Dowager. The Emperor was her son and could be deposed at will. In fact, she was the Empress Dowager. She wanted to be the ruler of a nation and leave her name in the annals of history. I didn't want to be a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. Yang Fan said. Did I ask you this? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and snorted. Don't lie. Jiyu Zhuting pursed her lips and said honestly, I think you are different from the Empress Dowager. Before she became the Empress, she wanted to be the Empress. Now that she is the Empress, she is afraid of losing the throne. Therefore, she has been scheming and guarding against me. She will kill anyone she suspects. But you are strange. Strange? Jiyu Zhuting nodded and said, yes, strange. It wasn't easy for me to get rid of the aristocratic family's control. But now, I don't have all the power. I have so much wealth and manpower, but Lang didn't even blink and gave all the ministries to his subordinates. I can't figure it out. Yang Fan smiled and said, why can't I figure it out? You have to know that I am different from Shen Mu. The hidden sect was founded by Shen Mu, so he doesn't have to worry about internal problems. As for me, although I have a group of people who are loyal to me in the hidden sect, my power is limited and I can't control the whole situation. Although those who would inevitably rise up against me have been eradicated, once the remaining people are enticed by the aristocratic families, they might still have other thoughts of disloyalty. Can I continue killing them endlessly? Some killings are necessary, but blindly killing will only cause people to be disloyal. Our Empress Dowager has killed many people, but what is the result? There are more and more people who have different ideas. Therefore, I want them to know that by following me, they can control more power than following the aristocratic families. Once they have tasted the sweetness, they will follow me wholeheartedly. It is difficult to kill one person and establish another. Furthermore, it is easy to cause fear in the hearts of the people, giving the aristocratic families an opportunity to take advantage of. However, for every person I win over, the aristocratic families will have one less person. This increase and decrease will be worth it. Furthermore, during this process, I will observe carefully to see who is unreliable. Jiyu Zhuting spoke with a face of worship. Our Lang is wise and farsighted. Pa. There was a crisp sound as Jiyu Zhuting's butt was slapped. It felt really good. Jiyu Zhuting blushed and quickly looked around. She silently rejoiced. Fortunately, there is no one. Ma Qiao quickly hid behind a tree and silently rejoiced. Fortunately, she didn't see me. Jiyu Zhuting spoke shyly. What did I say wrong again? Yang Fan stretched out a finger and said, Firstly, your smile earlier was obviously mocking me for comparing myself to the Empress just because I am the patriarch of a sect. I am overestimating myself. You even used flowery words and pretended to be pretentious. Secondly, if a beauty like you could be fooled by a few words, you would have been abducted many times already. Yet, you still pretended to be an innocent little girl. Don't you think you deserve a beating? Jiyu Zhuting laughed and quickly straightened her pretty face. She lowered her head and meekly said, Yes, I know I am wrong. There was a fish basket hanging on the wheelchair. As the wheelchair moved, water splashed in the basket. Listening to the sound of water, Yang Fan said unhurriedly, Now that you mention it, I remember that it's not the time for me to put away my weapons yet. There are indeed a lot of things that I need to do immediately. Jiyu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair and felt a burst of numbness on her butt. She couldn't help blushing and was in a trance. Suddenly, when she heard that Yang Fan had something to do, her eyes flashed and a faint murderous aura appeared. She eagerly said, What do you need me to do, Ah Lang? Please tell me. Yang Fan said, You see, with this pond in Longqing Square, the scenery is pleasant and it is the most livable. Before the news of the emperor moving the capital spreads and the land price rises, we must quickly buy a piece of land by the pond and build a big house. It must be at least 3 times bigger than the house in Luoyang. No, 5 times. Jiyu Zhuting's murderous aura suddenly dissipated. The more Yang Fan said, the more excited he became. We can't just buy a house, we must also buy a shop. Nyonyo is a money grubber. Other than taking care of her children, making money is her greatest pleasure. I must quickly buy a shop in Chang'an, Dong'an and Xi'an City. This time, there are many officials and nobles in Chang'an who are unlucky. There must be many who are eager to sell their shops, and the price will not be expensive. We must hurry. Yang Fan excitedly pointed to the distance and said, That place is not bad. Let's buy it there. The place must be big so that when our sons grow up, we can marry and have children. Then, our family will be able to live there. Jiyu Zhuting pursed her lips and replied, Yes, I will get someone to arrange it immediately. Yang Fan turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, You go and choose it yourself. Put some thought into it, there will be a courtyard for you. Jiyu Zhuting's pretty face, which had just regained its color, blushed again. Her shy and happy expression was very charming. Yang Fan could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He had been eating all kinds of tonics recently and had nowhere to vent his excessive energy. Now, a beauty's shyness actually caused ripples in his heart. Yang Fan tilted his head and said with a naughty smile, Oh yes, there is one thing that I said to you just now. Jiyu Zhuting asked curiously, Which one? Ah Lang is talking about buying a shop. Yang Fan shook his head and said, No, it's the one before. I told you not to pretend to be an innocent little girl. Jiyu Zhuting blinked in confusion. Yang Fan coughed lightly and lowered his voice, saying, If we are in the bedroom, I do not mind you pretending to be like that. In an instant, Jiyu Zhuting's pretty face turned purple. Yang Fan successfully teased her and could not help but burst into laughter. Inside the house, Jiyu Da heard Yang Fan's laughter and quickly came out to welcome him. When he saw the girl, he immediately turned pale with fright. Why is the sun so hot today? Look at this little sister's face. Shen Mu was a womanizer and loved to flirt with women. The consequence of his flirtatious behavior was countless sins that he could not clear. Now, Miss Gongsun Lanji is here to collect the debt. When Shen Mu first saw Gongsun Lanji, he was shocked. Unfortunately, He only saw Gongsun Lanji's beauty. In front of her beauty, he ignored her temperament. Based on Miss Gongsuan's temperament, even if she married and had children, she would not become a gentle and virtuous young housewife. Aunt Pei has been domineering in front of Mr. Gongsun all her life and only gradually calmed down in her old age. Her only daughter's temperament is even more unyielding than hers. Shenmu dared not imagine how chaotic the house would be if she were to enter his house. However, he could not decisively cut off his feelings. In terms of feelings, this Shixiong is fickle and indecisive, far inferior to young Fan. As a result, he is now in a passive position. Miss Gongsun sat opposite him and glared at him fiercely, saying, "All right, you originally had a bunch of reasons. Now it's fine, right? The aristocratic families will no longer be able to order you around. Everything will have to be discussed with you. The obvious and hidden schools have also reached an agreement and can live in peace from now on. What other reason do you have to delay the marriage with me?" Shunmu heaved a long sigh. The Xiongnu have not been destroyed. With a kang, Gongsun Lanji unsheathed her sword and placed it on Shunmu's shoulder. Gongsun Lanji glared with her almond-shaped eyes and fiercely spat, "If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will cut off your tongue." Lan Jinhai rushed in from outside and shouted, "Young master, Abdullah is here." Dressed in a white robe with a black and white checkered scarf on his head, the Abbasid Caliphate merchant Abdullah appeared. Behind him followed a blonde attendant. No matter how tough Gongsun Lanji is, it is not good for her to force a marriage in front of outsiders. With a cold snort, she sheathed her sword and walked out with her head held high. Abdullah repeatedly shook his head, saying, "I have already told you that female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are a shackle around a man's neck." Ah no. It was a sharp long sword. If you like them, you can buy more beautiful and coquettish female slaves and take whatever you want. You should not touch these free women. Shunmu blushed. "All right, I know how to be a wise man in hindsight. Quickly tell me, how did the Shandong aristocrats react when they found out that Second Zhong is going to be in charge of culture and education?" Chapter 999. The waves were sparkling and the willow branches were curling up. Many people appeared on the uneven wasteland beside the Longqing pool. There were craftsmen in short garments and soldiers in military uniforms. Yang Fan was pushed by Jiyu Zhuting. Along the way, he looked left and right, feeling very comfortable. Judging from the traces left on the ground, there used to be a house foundation here. There should be a few houses here, and there was a big yard nearby. Usually, this kind of yard would be used as a vegetable field by the owner. However, because someone dug a well in Longqing Square and dug the mouth of the spring, it turned into a lake with a radius of 10 hectares. The whole terrain changed because of this and became uneven. The land Yang Fan bought included at least the area of 10 families who used to live here. He could also see several mud walls that originally separated different families. Under Ren Wei's guidance, an old man who looked to be over 50 years old, with a vigorous spirit and a sturdy back, greeted Yang Fan. Ren Wei introduced him to Yang Fan. "Ah Lang, this is Master Huang, the man responsible for the construction of the mansion." The old man smiled humbly at Yang Fan and said, "I'm Huang Yuanbao. You can call me Old Huang." Ren Wei smiled and said, "This Master Huang is not ordinary. He participated in the building of the Daming Palace with his master. Now he has inherited all of his master's skills." The old man smiled and added proudly, "My master and I are only responsible for the design and construction of the Penglai pool in the Daming Palace. I dare not say that it is the Daming Palace." When Yang Fan first arrived in Chang'an, he had carefully walked around the palace several times and was very familiar with the situation everywhere. After hearing what the old man said, he recalled the situation in the Penglai pool. Among all the buildings in the Daming Palace, Penglai Lake was the most garden style. Ponds, rockery, pavilions, and terraces were scattered in this group of palaces and buildings. They were also cleverly connected by bright and dark corridors. Although the emperor had not returned to Chang'an for 20 years in Luoyang, the Chang'an Palace was in disrepair, and the gardens were also in lack of repair, it still gave people a sense of magnificence. Hearing that Master Huang was the craftsman who designed and built the Penglai pool, Yang Fan was naturally overjoyed and trusted his construction skills. Yang Fan immediately nodded and said, "Okay. My house is in your hands, Master Huang." Huang Yuanbao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Langjun. I will do my best to satisfy you." It was also by the Longqing pool, but on the other side of the lake, Zheng Yu supported a white-haired old man to stand by the lake. The old man was old Grandpa Zheng. Although all the aristocratic families had evacuated after learning that the emperor would move the capital to Chang'an, it did not mean that they did not dare to appear in front of Wu Zetian. However, both sides were giants, like a lion and a leopard. Even if they would not fight as soon as they met, it would be uncomfortable to be too close. But now such a big thing had happened in Chang'an. Others might not have arrived in time, or they might not have realized how serious the situation was. But old Grandpa Zheng's eldest grandson was here to take charge, so he still rushed over. Unfortunately, when he arrived, the dust had already settled. Old Grandpa Zheng stood still and looked at the island subconsciously. Zheng Yu was looking at the other side. After a while, old Grandpa Zheng withdrew his gaze. Zheng Yu said, "Grandpa, that is the land that Yang Fan bought. He wants to build a big house there." Old Grandpa Zheng smiled and sighed softly. Zheng Yu looked into the distance. From here, he could only vaguely see some people moving around. He did not know if Yang Fan was there, but he seemed to have seen Yang Fan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget about Shen Mu. After all, the hidden sect was originally a small branch under the obvious sect that was in charge of carrying out some shady things. It is his ability that allowed him to manage to such a situation. I have no choice but to accept it. But what about Yang Fan? If we did not appreciate him, he would be nothing. But he dared to betray us. This time, we must let him know how powerful we are." Old Grandpa Zheng smiled again. His smile was still so calm and peaceful, but it had a hint of bitterness. Grandpa, if this person did not have any redeeming qualities, do you think Shen Mu would choose to cooperate with him with his shrewdness?" Zheng Yu was stunned. Old Grandpa Zheng sighed deeply and said, "Shen Mu is the most incredible youth that I have seen all these years. But Yang Fan, all along, I have looked down on him. All of our aristocratic families have looked down on him. If not for this, we would not have treated him like this, and he might not have fallen out with us. Shen Mu is like a sharp dagger. Even if he is hidden in the sheath, you know that when he is pulled out, he is going to kill. As for Yang Fan, he is like a steel needle hidden in cotton. He looks very soft and can be rubbed or flattened. He has no ability to harm, but if you squeeze him too hard, he will ruthlessly stab you with the needle." Old Grandpa Zheng coughed a few times and sighed. Without him, Shen Mu would not be able to sing this play alone. Even if someone else were to accompany Shen Mu, they would still not be able to sing this play. This is Yang Fan's ability. Zheng Yu said indignantly, "So what? If the 7 sects and 5 families wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant?" Old Grandpa Zheng frowned and said, "There is a rumor in the capital that after the emperor moves the capital, he will let the Zhong brothers, who have merit in writing books, take charge of the capital's culture and education." "Have you heard?" Zheng Yu said, "I have heard, but this matter is too absurd. Although the 2 Zhong brothers are from aristocratic families and have merit in writing books, they are still young. What virtue do they have to take charge of the culture and education?" Old Grandpa Zheng said meaningfully, "If we insist on dealing with Shen Mu and Yang Fan, the 2 Zhong brothers will take charge of the culture and education. This is a threat to us, and also a condition." Zheng Yu said disdainfully, "The power of our aristocratic families is vast and pervasive. Do you think we can't deal with them?" Old Grandpa Zheng looked at the unconvinced Zheng Yu and secretly sighed. Suddenly, a strange thought came to his mind. Why is my grandson so stupid? If only Shen Mu or Yang Fan were people like them, even if only one of them was a descendant of the Zheng family, how good would that be? Huang Yuanbao had participated in the design and construction of the palace buildings. He could be said to be a master in the construction industry, but he had no status in front of the officials. He nodded and bowed as he accompanied Yang Fan here and there. He did not look like a master at all. But when it came to architecture, Master Huang had his own ideas. With just a casual look, he had a complete idea. Yang Fan listened to him talking about it casually, gradually sketching the outline of an exquisite and luxurious mansion in his mind. Under Master Huang's planning, a stinky ditch would become a gurgling spring, and a small mound would become a pavilion with flying eaves and arches. It had the magical effect of turning iron into gold. Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. He turned to Jiyu Zhuting and said with a smile, "What do you think of this, Master Huang?" Jiyu Zhuting said with admiration, "Master Huang is really an amazing master of architecture. I can't wait to see our Lang's new mansion." Yang Fan looked at her with a smile and said, "Do you want to see the new mansion or your new courtyard?" Jiyu Zhuting blushed. She gave him a charming look but did not answer. Yang Fan smiled and said to Huang Yuanbao, "Master Huang, I heard that your disciples have finished their apprenticeship. I have a few mansions next to me. Let's give them to your disciples to build at the same time as you." Yang Fan waved his hand. Other than the side facing the lake, the other 3 sides of his mansion were included. Huang Yuanbao was pleasantly surprised. Yes, he repeatedly said, "Don't worry, Lang Jun, this old man will immediately send someone to find them." Jiyu Zhuting was surprised. Lang Jun bought the surrounding land as well? Yang Fan asked, "Otherwise, where would your family live?" Hearing this, Jiyu Zhuting's heart suddenly warmed, the rims of her eyes reddened. Huang Yuanbao was old and shrewd. At first, he thought that this pretty girl was just a servant girl of this seemingly unspeakably noble personage. But after hearing their tone of voice, he realized that she must be a first-class favored concubine. Immediately, he became respectful towards Jiyu Zhuting. Yang Fan called Huang Yuanbao to one side. He specifically told him to build several secret passages and secret rooms. Generally, big families have the habit of building secret passages and secret rooms. Huang Yuanbao quickly memorized Yang Fan's detailed instructions. They came to a high slope in front of them. It was about 2 mu wide and was full of lush trees. Huang Yuanbao said, "This place is simple. It is not steep and not surprising. It is not appropriate to use it as a ridge or a mountain. Lang Jun shouldn't have bought this piece of land. If you want to level the land, I'm afraid it will be too laborious." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, we can't carry out any large-scale construction here. Just follow the topography and make some slight adjustments. Get rid of all the weeds and plants. Plant more exotic flowers and rare plants. Plant osmanthus trees in the center of the hill." Huang Yuanbao was startled. "Lang Jun, if we don't do any construction here, it will be difficult to get rid of the simple atmosphere. I'm afraid it will not match Langjuan's mansion." Yang Fan smiled. Looking at the lush trees, he vaguely saw the girl who was as graceful as a fairy. He nodded at the trees and said to Huang Yuanbao seriously, "This is the smell I want. Lovely spring terrace." From the bottom of the stone steps, they went up the steps one by one. They crossed the high doorsill and entered the magnificent main hall. Then they passed through the thick coiled dragon pillars and bypassed the 18 screens to enter the inner hall. Along the way, all the eunuchs and palace maids knelt on the ground facing the direction of the palace. They didn't even dare to breathe. In the inner hall, on the red velvet carpet, Shanghai WNA knelt for a long time. Fu Qingqing stood next to her. She had a nervous expression on her face. The 4 sides of the inner hall were draped with gauze. The sunlight shone through the double layer of gauze lattice windows, reflecting the complex and gorgeous patterns on the carpet. The entire inner hall was bright and spacious. But this bright light could not clearly illuminate Wu Zetian's gloomy face. Wu Zetian said angrily, "I had high expectations of you. I didn't expect you to do such a shameful thing. You really disappoint me." The more Wu Zetian spoke, the angrier she became. She suddenly grabbed the knife on the table and fiercely threw it at Shanghai WNA. Chapter 1000. Seeing the armor knife flying towards her face, but Wu Zetian was in a rage. If she dodged, it would definitely anger the Empress even more. Shanghai Wana did not dare to move. She could only kneel straight. Seeing the armor knife approaching her body, she subconsciously closed her eyes. The knife was not big and was used to cut paper. However, when the sharp tip of the knife pierced Wana, she still felt pain between her eyebrows. The armor knife was right between her eyebrows. The armor knife fell to the ground, and blood flowed down her face. Whose child is it? Wu Zetian's cold voice followed. Wanna tightly closed her eyes. She only felt the blood slowly flowing down to her mouth. She tightened her lips and did not say a word. She would never say the name Yang Fan. If she did not say it, she still had a glimmer of hope. If she did, she would only lose Yang Fan's life, and it would be difficult for her and the child to escape. She had always regarded her reputation as more important than her life. For her man and her child, she could give up her life, and she could also give up her reputation. Wu Zetian looked coldly at Fu Qingqing. This informant hurriedly lowered his head and said in a low voice, I don't know either. Wu Zetian slightly raised her chin and asked, how many months has the child in her belly been? Fu Qingqing said, as per the sage's command, the Imperial Academy of Medicine assistant Yang Yi has already taken Shangguandai's pulse. He said, it is 7 months. 7 months. Ha ha ha. I am really old, and my eyes are blurred. You were by my side, pregnant for 7 months, and I did not notice at all. Wu Zetian laughed coldly for a while. She gently furrowed her brows and began to think. Fu Qingqing observed her expression and hurriedly reminded, probably, it was a month after the sage returned to the capital from Sanyang Palace. Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly sharpened. She said in a low voice, since then, how many times has Wanna stayed outside the palace? Who did she often meet? In order to report someone to the emperor, one could not make irresponsible remarks. One had to make sufficient preparations. Fu Qingqing was indeed well prepared. She looked at Shangguan Wanna timidly, but still gathered her courage and took out a letter from her sleeves. She quietly handed it to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian fiercely opened the letter. At a glance, she was shocked. Wu Sanxi, Zhong Tongxiu, Zhong Changqi, Jiao Jian, Zhong Shuo, Kui Shi, Kui Yi, Kui Di. During the days when Wanna stayed outside the palace and did not return, she mostly drank with these people. Most of these people were scholars of the present age. Wanna was in charge of the History Institute and the Hanlin Academy, so it was normal for her to interact with these scholars. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not have any suspicions. Now it seemed that her lover must be one of them. Wu Zetian pondered for a while, waved her hand, and said to Fu Qingqing, leave. Yes. Fu Qingqing acknowledged, bowed, and retreated. When she was about to leave the hall, she subconsciously glanced at Wanna and then at Wu Zetian. Suddenly, she discovered that 2 murderous gazes were coldly staring at her. Fu Qingqing was shocked. When she looked again, she saw 2 beautiful women standing on each side of the curtain. One was Lan Yiqing, and the other was Jiao Ying. Both of them looked at her unkindly, with a faint murderous intent. Seeing that she was looking at them, the 2 women curled their lips at the same time, showing extreme disdain and disdain. Fu Qingqing knew that these 2 women were also Wanna's confidants. They could even be called good sisters. Fu Qingqing could not help but smile bitterly to herself. Sister Wanna, if you let me be the bad person, there will be many people in the palace who will not like me in the future. Wu Zetian held the handwritten letter and slowly paced in the hall for a while. She went around to the imperial table and sat down. She saw Shanghai Wanna still kneeling on the ground, her upper body straight. The bright red blood on her face contrasted with her snow-white skin. It was somewhat frightening, and her heart suddenly softened. The emperor was lonely. Wanna had served her since she was 14 years old. She had accompanied her for a longer time than anyone else in the world. How could she not have some affection in her heart? Wu Zetian suppressed the anger in her heart and slowly asked, tell me, who is the father of this child? Wanna gently lowered her head and whispered, Holy Sage, Wanna. Wanna doesn't know. The anger that Wu Zetian had just suppressed burst out again. She slammed the imperial table heavily and stood up angrily, shouting, bastard. At this point, you still dare to lie to me. You don't know? You. Wu Zetian pointed at Shanghai Wanna. Suddenly seeing her ashamed look, she could not help but stop her scolding. She was stunned for a long time, and then tentatively said, You can't confirm whose child it is. Wanna was speechless. She kowtowed with tears and said, Holy Sage is wise. Holy Sage, Please don't ask anymore. Wanna knows her mistake. Wu Zetian's legs softened. She suddenly sat back on the chair. She finally understood. No wonder Wanna found it difficult to speak. Wanna, who looked as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was actually so promiscuous in private. For some reason, Wu Zetian suddenly remembered that when the Crane Control Bureau had just been established, Zhong Yizhi had selected 7 fair-skinned and beautiful young men from the capital to enter the palace. She had taken advantage of the novelty of the wine and summoned 4 people to serve her in bed that night. Wu Zetian's old face heated up. She could no longer curse Shanghai Wanna. At the same time, she felt inexplicably relaxed. For many years, Wanna had served in the central government and was involved in confidential matters. She was her indispensable right-hand woman. Now, she was known as the Minister of Internal Affairs. If she and someone secretly promised to marry, Wu Zetian could not guarantee that Wanna would not become a thorn in her side. The purpose of this nail was not necessarily to harm her. Perhaps it was to understand her every move in order to cater to her superior's wishes and flatter her superior. But no one liked to have their every move understood like the back of their hand. If Wanna was just mature in body and mind and needed something, then having a one-night stand with those distinguished men and becoming husband and wife, the problem would not be so serious. But, was Wanna really messed up in private, or was it to cover up the truth? The older Wu Zetian got, the more suspicious she became. Because of Wanna's embarrassed state, she thought of this possibility. But she would not believe everything Wanna said because of this. But what should she do? Like a mother whose daughter was stolen and raped, should she angrily question those people one by one? If this matter spread, the dignity of the royal family would be completely gone. It would be strange if the people did not spread the word that the palace was unbearably obscene. Wu Zetian was very clear about the power of those gossipy women in the village. Back then, she was only 13 years old. Just because she was pretty, wore brightly colored clothes, and liked to go out, she was talked about by many people behind her back. There were many unbearable rumors about her. Once this kind of romantic affair was leaked, who knew how ugly it would be when it was spread by others? How to deal with Wanna was secondary. The most important thing was to find out if Wanna was seduced by someone and became a spy buried by her side. How could he get to the bottom of this without making a fuss? This was the key. After all, Wu Zetian had been in power for many years. Reason quickly took the upper hand. Once she knew what was important, she would not be swayed by emotions. Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. Her tone gradually softened. This is also my fault. You have been by my side since you were 14. For many years, I have treated you as my confidant, even as my own daughter. But I have neglected that you have already grown into a woman and need a man. Wu Zetian sighed. I do not want to look into this absurd matter. But I have to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. You should know that if this matter were to be made public, not only will your reputation be destroyed, the dignity of the court will also be lost. Shanghai Wanna hurriedly wiped away the blood on her face and looked at Wu Zetian with surprise. She knew that all the preparations she had made could not arouse the emperor's suspicion and killing intent. But she did not expect that Wu Zetian would forgive her so easily. Shanghai Wanna was ecstatic. She repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Many thanks to the saint's mercy. Wanna will listen to the saint's arrangements." Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, 7 months is indeed not a good time to abort the child. But there are many national doctors in the imperial hospital. They should not harm your body. Abort the child. You can use illness as an excuse to recuperate for 10 days to half a month. Then you can return to my side. No one will know about this matter. Shanghai Wanna's face changed. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No. Wanna cannot do it. I beg the saint to have mercy. Wanna wants to give birth to the child." Wu Zetian's face changed. She said in a deep voice, "You cannot even determine who the father of the child is. What do you want this child for?" Shangguan Wana sobbed and said, "Saint, no matter who his father is, he is my own flesh and blood." Wu Zetian said unhappily, "Silly. If I let you give birth to the child safely, how can it be hidden from the eyes and ears of the world? I have already intended to pardon your crimes. Don't push your luck. Shanghai Wana said, I would rather blame myself. Even if I am demoted to a servant by the saint, I only ask that the saint allow me to give birth to the child. Wu Zetian waved her sleeves and said, summon the imperial doctor. No. Saint, I beg you. Shanghai Wana hurriedly walked a few steps and knelt in front of the imperial table. She said in a hoarse voice, Saint. Wana has received the guidance of the saint and the care of the saint. In Wana's heart, the saint is a ruler and a mother. I do not dare to disobey the saint's words. But this child is my flesh and blood. He is my flesh and blood. If the saint wants to kill this child, I will hate you for the rest of my life. It was likely that no one in the world had ever said such words to Wu Zetian. At least in her memory, no one had ever said such words to her. She looked at Wana with a strange gaze and said in a deep voice, by my side, you are below one person and above millions of people. You are willing to give up everything that I have given you just to protect this child? Shanghai Wana raised her head and said resolutely, I have come to the world this time. I also want to be a woman, to be a mother. I beg the saint to grant my wish. Shanghai Wana kowtowed to the ground and did not get up again. Wu Zetian narrowed her old eyes and looked at her quietly. Her face was like an ancient well without any ripples, like a cold lake that would not melt for 1,000 years. After a while, Wu Zetian said, if you want to protect this child, your glory, wealth, power, status, and everything else must be given up. For the dignity of the royal family, including your freedom, I can allow you to give birth to the child, but you will be imprisoned and cut off from the world. Are you willing? Shanghai Wana heard that there was still room for negotiation. As long as she could protect her child, she did not have to worry about anything else. She kowtowed again and said, the saint is merciful. Wana is willing to accept it. Wu Zetian stared at Shanghai Wana, and her eyes gradually softened. She had never taken family as a big deal, so she could not understand this kind of person who could give up everything for their children. She said, that is just a lump of meat that has not been born. It is not even a living person. In her view, if someone took the risk to pursue Shanghai Wana, their goal must be the power in her hands. Otherwise, there were so many beautiful women. Who would take such a big risk to have an affair with someone close to the emperor? And Wana was the same. If she harbored disloyalty and coveted the power that she gave her, how could she give up this opportunity that she gave her? Therefore, although Wu Zetian seemed to be tolerant, there was already a hidden killing intent. If Wana conveniently accepted her suggestion, then she must kill Wana, even if she killed the wrong person. Now that Wana was willing to give up everything in order to give birth to the child, Wu Zetian believed that she was harmless to her. Somehow, Wu Zetian suddenly thought of her eldest daughter. It was in the 5th year of Yonghui. She was a pink and cute baby. In the blink of an eye, almost 50 years had passed. She thought that she had long forgotten the daughter who would never grow up. But now the image of her daughter clearly appeared in her mind, and her anger was completely gone. After a long silence, Wu Zetian's peaceful but somewhat hollow voice sounded in the hall leisurely. Wana, draft the decree. Officially announce to the world that I will move the capital to Chang'an this year. Wait for Shanghai Wana to go to Chang'an first and prepare for the relocation of the capital with Minister Fengchen Zhongchangzong. Shanghai Wana looked up in surprise. Wu Zetian continued, Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing. The 2 internal guards who had been standing by the curtain bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. You 2 escort Wana to Chang'an. Ask Zhongchangzong to arrange a secret, safe, and inaccessible place for her. Shanghai Wana understood and kowtowed with joy. Wana thanks the sage for your kindness. Wu Zetian grabbed the dragon head crutch and left the imperial desk. When she walked to Shanghai Wana, she put the dragon head crutch on the ground and left without saying a word. Chapter 1001. The spring rain was like oil as it pattered against the black roof of the boat. The ripples on the water came one after the other, appearing and disappearing. Amidst the misty rain, a white curtain seemed to be drawn between the world and the sky. The boat was anchored on the water. There was a large umbrella at the bow of the boat. Under the umbrella was a little red clay stove with a burning fire. A large fish that young Fan had personally caught was being stewed in the pot on the stove. The milky white fish soup boiled and the thick fragrance could not be dispersed. In the cabin, Jiyu Zhuting knelt in front of the low table and used a spoon to gently stir a bowl of fish soup. The bowl was a coarse earthenware bowl used by fishermen. It just so happened to cater to the simple and unsophisticated atmosphere of a picnic on a small boat in the drizzle. Only, when paired with that pair of soft and slender white hands, there was a kind of beauty that was a feast for the eyes. She sprinkled a handful of finely chopped emerald green coriander into the milky white fish soup. The thick fish fragrance immediately turned into an even more appetizing aroma that seeped into the heart. Yang Fan sat opposite her and leaned against a thick cushion. He breathed in contentedly and said, "So fragrant. Let it cool a bit more, it's still a bit hot." He was holding a letter in his hand. The letter had been sent from Luoyang by the people of Xian sect. After a bloody purge, he had received news from Luoyang. This meant that he had obtained the allegiance of all of Xian sect. Right now, the main power of Xian sect was in Luoyang. In the beginning, he had used the conflict with Shun Mu to move the succession hall to Luoyang. The entire power of Xian sect had moved to the east in order to make it easier for them to act in Chang'an. But at the time, he had not thought that the emperor would move him to Chang'an. This affected his control over Xian sect. The mountain was high and the emperor was far. Now that the Xian sect was able to resume operations and send news from Luoyang to him, this was a signal. This meant that the entire Xian sect had completely acknowledged his position and boarded his ship. This also meant that the inner turmoil of the Xian sect had calmed. The letter was very long and reported to him all sorts of things. The main content was, of course, the situation of the internal reorganization of Xian sect. But when he reached the last page, Yang Fan found a piece of news that caught his attention. The letter said that the emperor had officially announced to the world that the capital would be moved to Chang'an. Yang Fan immediately raised his head and asked Jiyu Zhuting, "Have the shops in the east and west markets been handed over?" Jiyu Zhuting did not understand why he suddenly thought of this matter when he was reading the letter. She was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes. We've already bought 27 shops. There are oil shops, cloth shops, grain shops, and jewelry shops. There are even a few that are in a hurry to sell their shops. When they heard that we're buying in bulk, they took the initiative to look for us." Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Then let's buy it. Don't let them run away. Even if we can't manage it ourselves, we can sell it and make a fortune." Hehe. The news of the emperor moving the capital will soon reach Chang'an. We have to act quickly. Jiyu Zhuting could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw his smug expression. She lowered her neat and beautiful eyelids and said, "This is the first time I've seen our Lang's greedy face." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, "I'm blinded by money. Money is of no use to me. I've put in so much effort. In the end, isn't it all for you?" Jiyu Zhuting softly said, "I don't want money. As long as I follow our Lang, rich or poor, I'll be happy." Yang Fan nodded and said, "This is what you said. You said you don't want money. In the future, your son and daughter will not have a share in our family's business." Jiyu Zhuting was stunned and said, "How can I have a son and daughter?" Ah. Halfway through her question, she came to her senses. She could not help but blush and secretly glance at Yang Fan. She lowered her head and stammered, I thank our Lang." Yang Fan asked even though he already knew the answer, "Thank me for what?" Jiyu Zhuting bit her thin red lips and lightly punched his elbow as if she was swatting away a mosquito. Yang Fan laughed and lowered his head to read the letter again. He said to himself, "Alas, her breasts and buttocks are even rounder than Xiaoman and RNU. At first glance, I can see that she is suitable for a son. In the future, who knows how many sons she will give me. How can I not think of saving money now? It's hard to be a father." Jiyu Zhuting blushed at his teasing, but she bit her red lips and did not refute. It was a blessing for a woman to have a son. If she could give birth to more sons for the Yang family, she would not be so weak compared to Xiaoman and RNU. She did not want to compete with Xiaoman and RNU, but she also hoped that she would have a higher position in her man's heart. WN is coming to Chang'an. Yang Fan could not help but be happy when he saw the news. Wn was going to Chang'an to prepare for the relocation of the capital as the special envoy of the emperor. Once she was far away from the emperor, they could get along with each other day and night. The letter only mentioned this matter and did not explain it in detail. The people in the succession hall did not know of the relationship between Yang Fan and Wn, so they naturally would not pay too much attention to this matter. If they had known that Yang Fan and Wn had a relationship, with the Xianzong spies all over the prestigious families, the aristocratic families of Shandong would have long known that Yang Fan had become the son-in-law of the Guanlong family, and would not have been so careless with him. Ever since Yang Fan took control of the Xianzong, he had never expanded his spies into the palace. One reason was that he did not have complete control of the Xianzong at the time, and the other was that there was Wn in the palace, who knew more about what was happening in the palace than her, so there was no need to expend so much effort to expand his spies in the palace. Thus, Yang Fan was only pleasantly surprised by the arrival of Wn. He had no idea that Wn was already pregnant and that in order to protect him and the child, she had shouldered so much pressure alone in Luoyang. When he read the last part, Yang Fan slightly creased his brow. After Wn, the emperor was also preparing to have Wu Chongshuan come to Chang'an. It was clear that Wu Yizong could no longer stay in Chang'an, but Wu Zetian had not given up on the Wu clan's plans in Chang'an. Now that Wu Chengxi was dead, she only had one nephew, Wu Sanxi, who could be of great use. Sending Wu Sanxi's son was the only choice. Wu Chongshuan coming to Chang'an was just an arrangement. His itinerary would be a month later than Wan's. Reading further, Yang Fan's brow relaxed. At the same time, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiong, Li Dan, would also be coming. As expected, Wu Zetian had thought of a balanced strategy. It was just that the Li clan was weak at the moment, so she could only rely on numbers to win. But no matter what, Wu Zetian had been very strict with the Li clan over the years. Even if they were her own sons and grandchildren, she would still strictly guard against them. Her willingness to let them out of her sight this time was a good start. Wu Zetian was already preparing to hand over power. Yang Fan happily finished reading the letter. Jiyu Zhuting then brought a bowl of fish soup over to him. Yang Fan drank the fragrant fish soup, and his stomach was burning hot. The coldness of the spring rain was swept away in an instant. Jiyu Zhuting saw that he had a good appetite and was delighted. She took the bowl of soup and asked with a smile, Lang, do you want another bowl? Yang Fan shook his head. Seeing the beauty gazing at him with a sweet smile, with her long eyelashes, bright eyes, beautiful face like a delicate flower, and luscious lips, he couldn't restrain the love in his heart. He was just at a time when his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He gently took her wrist and said in a soft voice, Come here. Jiyu Zhuting's cheeks blushed, but she didn't dare to disobey Yang Fan's orders. She obediently moved in front of him. Yang Fan reached out and pulled, and Jiyu Zhuting softly fell into his arms. Yang Fan held her soft shoulder with one hand and explored her bulging chest with the other. Yang Fan's 5 fingers gently moved, reaching into her lapel, grasping that soft and smooth ball of soft jade that was as tight as silk and satin. His fingers lightly moved the bright red cherry on top of the jade peak. Jiyu Zhuting immediately shivered, hurriedly closed her eyes, like a docile and obedient kitten. It was difficult for this 13-year-old heroine who was able to sneak into the heavily guarded area to assassinate a prefecture's military governor, to be manipulated by Yang Fan's pair of big hands. Jiyu Zhuting felt that the back of her waist was being poked by an incomparably hard pillar. She reached out to touch it and was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost jumped up in fright. Unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms and was unable to move. With this thought, the demon-conquering treasure pestle immediately displayed its supernatural power, as if it was the giant pillar of Dub in front of the gate of heaven. Jiyu Zhuting only felt that the back of her waist was being pushed by an incomparably hard pillar. She stretched out her hand to touch it, and was so scared that her face turned pale, she almost jumped up in fright, but unfortunately, she was held in Yang Fan's arms, unable to move. Jiyu Zhuting didn't dare to struggle, but she was afraid that she would break Yang Fan's wound. She blushed and pushed his big hand away, saying in a sweet voice, Lang, we're on the ship. Yang Fan said, with the sky as our house, with the boat as our couch, with the rain as our curtain, with only you and me, isn't that just right? Jiyu Zhuting's starry eyes were intoxicated by Yang Fan's bowl of romantic intoxication. Her body softly fell down, her cheeks were hot, and her breathing quickened. It was obvious that she was going to let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted, but she heard a hoarse voice shouting in the wind and rain, Erlang, Erlang. Beta Percy. Aha, Erlang, is that you over there? Yang Fan angrily stopped. He heard that voice persistently shouting, Ah, I'm here. Your most sincere friend, Abdullah Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam is here. Erlang. Praise Allah, the scenery here is really beautiful. Jiyu Zhuting bit her lips, suddenly she giggled, but she immediately held it back. Her pretty face blushed, but there was a trace of mischievous smile in her eyes. Yang Fan resentfully let go of her, got up and walked out of the cabin. It had been 4 months since he was injured, his injury was almost healed. Jiyu Zhuting was afraid that he would catch a cold. Although her hands and feet were weak, and she was a little guilty, she still hurriedly picked up the oil paper umbrella and chased after him. Yang Fan bent down and walked out of the cabin. The oil paper umbrella immediately opened and held above his head. Yang Fan looked up and saw a small boat sailing in the misty rain. A boatman wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat was steering the boat. Abbas was standing at the bow of the boat with an umbrella, shielding Abdullah from the rain. Ah, Erlang is really here. When Abdullah saw Yang Fan, he immediately beamed with joy. When he turned to look at Jiyu Zhuting, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Jiyu Zhuting's blush had not faded. She held the umbrella with one hand and brushed her hair unnaturally with the other. That kind of gentle and beautiful amorous feeling made Abdullah very excited. He touched his chest and recited in a moaning tone, If you are my friend, please help me leave her, because once I love, I can never recover. If you are a prophet, please help me get rid of her magic, because once I am addicted, I can never extricate myself. She is like a blue wave, I look at her, and sink, 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 because I can't swim. Bang! Yang Fan's injury had not recovered, but he could still jump 2 steps. Yang Fan was already unhappy that Abdullah had disturbed his happy occasion. Now that he heard Abdullah flirting with his woman in front of him, he purposely used some force when he stepped onto the boat. The boat was lifted by Yang Fan's big foot, and Abdullah cried out and fell into the lake. Abdullah desperately pulled his arms and shouted, I can't swim. Yang Fan squatted down and said with a smile, You are still so poetic. Abdullah gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and howled miserably, I really can't swim. Yang Fan leisurely said, I told you that I am very stingy. I can't swim. Abdullah frantically waved his arms. Sink, 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 because he couldn't swim.